The Herod clan family was bound by an ancient curse, branded soulless heretics for generations, and forced to collect the emperor's gold coins to break free. Azzedine, who bore the heaviest burden of this curse, became a granter of wishes, in exchange for those very same golden coins. But when a forbidden grimoire appeared and Ariel's rebellion erupted, everything changed. Azzedine began to uncover a vast conspiracy, racing to stop an apocalyptic disaster. What is the truth buried behind this cursed fate? Grab a bowl of popcorn and find out. We open on the Kazan frontier, a city nestled within a ring of majestic mountains. But a devastating drought had swept across the land, leaving only scorching heat and misery. The wells had run dry, the fields had cracked and withered, and the people themselves seemed to waste away. In the distance, the very earth seemed ready to ignite. Animal carcasses swarmed with flies, and terrified citizens began to flee their homes. Marcus Kazan saw this as a grave insult. Just as the villagers were about to escape their homeland, thousands of his soldiers appeared, their faces twisted with malice. On Kazan's order, his men moved to punish the deserters, each sword stroke delivered with cold, brutal finality. A vicious massacre was underway. Panic erupted as everyone scrambled for their lives. Desperate footsteps pounded on the barren earth, only to falter and fall in agony. The soldier behind them simply smiled. A young boy glanced back in terror to see a soldier raising his sword high, and he screamed, "Somebody, save me." But reality is a cruel master. A spray of fresh blood painted the dirt. The one orchestrating this horror was none other than the Marquis Kazan's own son. Known as a powerful mage with the blood of sacred kings flowing through his veins, Kojin suddenly flew into a rage, snarling that even wild beasts know gratitude. He sneered down at the survivors, asking, "Do you worthless scum have any idea why you're even alive?" "It is by our grace," he declared, "the grace of those who carry the sacred blood." A woman holding her child stared back at Kojin, her eyes burning with hatred. He continued his tirade. "And yet, just because the rain hasn't fallen, you dare to run away? How dare you be so disrespectful?" The woman screamed in desperation, "I am truly sorry. Please, I beg you, spare my child." But her pleas were cut short as a soldier drove his spear straight through her heart, yelling, "Silence." Her child could only watch in horror as his mother's life faded away. Now, his mother lay in a growing pool of her own warm blood. Kojin just looked bored. "Why were you so careless?" he sighed. "None of you are any fun." The soldier quickly replied, "Forgive my ignorance, young master." Then he asked, "What can we do to better entertain you?" Under the blistering sun, the remaining survivors were forced to hold up the bodies of the wounded, now hanging from trees. The scene was monstrous, yet Kojin grinned with delight, saying, "Yes, just like that." Parents were forced to hold their children, and wives their husbands. Just as Kojin was savoring the moment, a voice called out, "Young master." It was one of his guards. With his boot on a man named Yan, the guard said, "This one's been stabbed. Should I tie a rope around his waist? Otherwise, he'll die before he can entertain us. Shouldn't he at least last as long as the others?" Hearing this, a woman named Safiza began to sob. But the soldiers ignored her desperate pleas, tying the rope around Yan anyway. "No, please don't," she cried. The soldier slapped her hard across the face. "Get out of the way." Now, Safiza could only weep in utter despair. Yan was bound and hoisted into a tree, the whites of his eyes showing, shaking. Safiza was forced to support his weight. Kojin just laughed with sadistic glee. He declared this heartbreaking spectacle to be truly exquisite. As Safiza wept in anguish, Kojin spoke, "You're doing well, village girl." He continued, "Hold him up properly, understand?" Kojin leaned in, whispering in her ear, "Without you, the arteries of your beloved will burst, and he will die." Just then, a sharp voice made him pause. It was Jeb. "Do not take the blood of the sacred kings so lightly." Kojin whipped around to face the man, then sneered, "Well, look who it is. If it isn't Sir Jeb." Kojin then strode forward until he was standing right before him. His eyes narrowed as he spoke. "My own sword master." Jeb immediately cut in. "Is it truly necessary to go this far to punish these people? A nobleman who has inherited the blood of the sacred kings should, at the very least, maintain his dignity." Kojin replied casually, "And will my dignity remain perfectly intact as long as no word of what happened here gets out? These wretches dare to tarnish my honor over a simple dry spell, so this is what they get." His voice dropped to a low growl. "So what will you do? Will you spread rumors about what I've done? Will you, a holy knight recognized by the king's own church, dare to stain the name of the very man you claim has such a noble bloodline?" Jeb answered calmly, "I am simply saying that the truth cannot be hidden forever." Hearing this, Kojin just sighed with pure annoyance. A soldier leaned in and whispered to him, "Should we take care of him?" But Kojin waved him off. "Forget it. Bring me the whip." A leather whip was immediately brought to him, and Kojin began lashing Safiza's back with vicious cruelty. All of this unfolded right before Jeb's eyes. The sharp crack of the whip and Safiza's agonizing screams echoed endlessly through the air. When Kojin finally stopped, exhausted, he let out a terrifying laugh. Despite the blinding pain, Safiza never let go of Yan. Kojin's voice cut through the silence. A truly magnificent sight, he mused, turning away with a satisfied smirk. He brushed past Jeb, his words dripping with malice. You should smile, teacher. We ought to enjoy life, shouldn't we? Jeb remained silent, his gaze fixed on the bodies hanging in the twilight. As the sun bled out behind the mountains, evening began to fall. The corpses swayed gently from the tree branches. Those on the ground below had already begun to rot, the stench of death thick in the air. Only Safiza remained, desperately holding Yan. He whispered her name, his last breaths ragged. I was wrong, he rasped. Please, just run. Safiza clutched him tighter, shaking her head in agony. A strangled cry escaped her lips as she stared at the coin. The messengers of the Emperor. Her face was gaunt, her eyes bloodshot and hollowed out by grief. With the tip of her toe, Safiza drew a triangle in the dirt, wondering, would they truly come? Her eyes fluttered shut, and she finally succumbed to exhaustion. Night fell completely, blanketing the sky with a sea of stars. The withered tree branch remained, but the bodies were gone. A gentle stream of water was being poured into Safiza's mouth. She coughed, sputtering as she choked on the water. Who is it? She whispered, her voice hoarse. It was Jeb, supporting her head. Safiza started to speak, but he cut her off. Stay silent. Gently, Jeb offered her some porridge. Can you eat? She was utterly drained of all strength. Safiza slept on the ground, covered by Jeb's cloak. When morning arrived, Jeb was still there, standing guard over her. He glanced up at the sky for a moment, then his voice cut through the stillness. Get up. He turned to leave. No one can know I was here. I have to return immediately. If the young master finds out, I will be punished, he continued. As for your fiancé, you don't need to hold him any longer. Jeb had propped Yan's body up with a staff. But it was clear, Yan's life had already faded. Safiza looked up at him, her eyes wide. Suddenly, the staff clattered to the ground. Jeb spun around, stunned to see Safiza still clinging to Yan, refusing to let go. Her voice was a broken whisper. Please, tell me your name. When the messengers arrive, I will ask them to spare you. Jeb's eyes widened in surprise. The messengers, he repeated. You mean the sacred assassins, those soulless heretics. You contacted them. Safiza gave a faint nod. I don't know if they truly exist, she admitted. But even if they come, Kazan has 20 fully armed soldiers under his command. And me. And the young master possesses the blue blood, Jeb added grimly. I'm sure you've heard of the sacred blood. Do you have any idea how extraordinary the bloodline of the Yaga truly is? But Safiza's eyes burned with defiance. Even if he is a mage, the messengers have the power to kill him. Because they are mages, too. They're called the sacred assassins for a reason, aren't they? They earned that name by cutting down kings who carried the sacred blood. Jeb sighed, a sense of helplessness washing over him. You're not thinking clearly. Anyone who's been through what you have would be traumatized. He finally introduced himself. My name is Jeb. I am a holy knight of the king's church. I didn't tell you my name so you could beg for my life. If the sacred assassins come, I will meet them with everything I have. I will return tonight, Jeb promised. And with that, he turned and walked away, leaving Safiza to stare after him with weary, exhausted eyes. 2 days, she murmured, her gaze falling on the triangle in the dirt. Only 2 days. A memory surfaced. A vision of a warm, beautiful village. Yan held out a coin. A gift for you. Safiza looked at it, curious. What is it? A bright smile spread across his face. Safiza, have you ever heard of the messengers? Her eyes lit up with recognition. Ah, my father used to tell stories about them when I was little. The soulless, sacred assassins, right? That's them, Yan confirmed cheerfully. This is an emperor's gold coin. It's said to be able to summon those soulless ones. Suddenly, he leaned in, his voice dropping to a whisper. But be careful if you possess it. The heretic inquisitors from the king's church, they'll execute you for it. He then quickly planted a soft kiss on her cheek. Safiza blushed, playfully swatting at his arm. Wait, she said, her expression turning serious. Why would you give me something so dangerous? Yan just smiled. It's just a precaution, he continued. Legend says that if something happens to us, you can draw a triangle on the ground, place this in the center, and a messenger will come to your aid. Though I pray that day never comes. Back in the harsh reality, the triangle remained etched in the dirt. Under the oppressive sun, Safiza still held Yan's body. 2 days, she mumbled to herself. Only 2 days, just until today ends. By now, Yan's body had begun to decay. Safiza tried to hold on, but the brutal heat was relentless. Her strength finally gave out, and she collapsed. She fell to the ground, her face a hollow mask of despair. In a fortress far away, a group of muscular men were bathing. Off to one side, Jeb stood alone, quietly observing the sky. He noticed the heat was unusually intense today. Suddenly, Kojin's taunting voice echoed through the area. "Sir," the man said, a grin on his face, "you should smile. Isn't this fun?" Jeb's response was ice cold. "If we kill the people, who will pay the taxes?" Kojin just laughed. "The malcontent vagrants are leaving, and theft is on the rise anyway." Jeb's voice grew hard. "The Marcus territory includes a fertile region. We can evacuate the citizens there." Suddenly, Jen cut in. "Why should children born on fertile land have to suffer? Because of a few men without honor?" The air grew heavy with tension. He continued, "I'm talking about the ones who destroy the crops and then flee." Jabek immediately shot back. "Farming is a matter of individual skill." But Jen only scoffed. "It relies on the land, the climate, the weather, and the light of the king." His eyes were wide. "Isn't that what the king and the church have always taught us?" Faced with such blatant arrogance, Jabek could only stare in silence. But Jen wasn't finished. "The reason they face drought is their lack of faith in the king's church. Isn't that the doctrine?" Jabek argued that such an analysis was far too simple. Some people make the land fertile, while others bring the drought upon it. Then shouldn't we punish the sinners and grant land to those who make it flourish? With that, Jen finally turned away. "I am doing this for the salvation of the people," he added. "So if you wish to defy my command and save them, then by all means, give it your best shot." Jen's voice dripped with arrogance as he walked away. Jabek stood there, frozen. His mind swirled with silent thoughts and pure hatred. Another long day was ending in the ruined village. Bodies and bloodstains were scattered everywhere. Jabek slowly made his way through the carnage, his face a mask of utter despair. As he looked toward Yan and Safiza, his hand instinctively tightened around his sword. Staring at the two corpses, Jabek thought to himself, "In the end, I just couldn't bear it." It was true, he realized. Even if the messengers came now, it would be useless. But just then, a powerful aura flared into existence. Jabek felt the presence immediately. In an instant, Azadine appeared behind him, a blade already pressed to his neck. He spoke calmly. "If you move, you die. So stay still." Jabek was in shock. For someone to appear out of nowhere in this desolate place, his technique was like a phantom's. As the thought formed, he asked, "Are you a messenger?" "Truly." Azadin replied, "That's right. And you're a knight?" He answered immediately, "I am Jabek, from the Church of the King." Hearing that, Azadin let out a small chuckle. "I'm only asking to be sure, but you wouldn't happen to be a contractor, would you? A holy knight from the king's church asking for a contract. Now, that would be an interesting sight." Jabek's voice turned harsh. "Are you trying to humiliate me?" Azadin paused for a few seconds, seemingly lost in thought. Then he said, "In that case, that girl was my contractor. She's dead now. So I suppose I get a free gold coin?" Azadin asked. "Can you tell me the current situation?" Jabek replied, "Sheathe your sword and give me some distance. I will give you my word of honor and tell you everything." Hearing this, Azadin simply smiled and sheathed his blade. Then, in less than the blink of an eye, he retreated. Jabek was astonished. Is this man actually a ghost? With his sword put away, Azadin spoke. "It seems you're confident that you can't be attacked, unless it's by assassination. Very well." He figured a holy knight from the king's church should at least have that much nerve. Jabek asked, "Are you a sorcerer?" Azadin answered, "Everyone in the hero clan is a sorcerer. Except me." Jabek's curiosity grew. "Are you saying that wasn't magic?" Azadin replied, "It's difficult to distinguish superhuman physical power from magic." Jabek thought to himself, "I have no idea what he's talking about." He asked again, "What's your name? And what is your rank in the clan?" Azadin didn't respond. Jabek pressed him, "I already told you my name. I am Jabek, from the Church of the King." Azadin finally answered, "Oh, you did? My apologies." He introduced himself, "I am Azadin, of the 108 Souls, a messenger of the Emperor." Jabek knew the title. The 108 Souls was the lowest rank in the Harrow clan, but the movements he just witnessed proved this man was anything but ordinary. Azadin continued, "Now then, as you promised, tell me what happened here." Jabek then led him to a place overlooking the entire ruined city. Azadin gasped, "So, this is what took place?" At that moment, under the gloomy sky, the voice of the divine owl echoed. "The agreement has been concluded." Jabek was stunned as the divine owl landed gently on Azadin's shoulder. It spoke again, "You have met the request, but the requester is deceased. It seems you've earned a free gold coin." Azadin of the 108 Souls. Jabek stared in disbelief. A talking owl. The divine owl continued, "Now, proceed to your next mission. Do not rest. Move immediately." Azadin of the 108 Souls. Annoyed, Azadin turned to leave, but Jabek called out. "Wait," he asked. "Just because the requester is dead, You'll take the reward and walk away? Azadin shot back. Are you asking for this request to be fulfilled? How strange. You realize your master will suffer for this. Jabek declared that it wouldn't happen. The faithless have no soul to lose. He suddenly leveled his sword at Azadin's face and said, "Because I am going to defeat you." Azadin replied, "To think you draw my blood with that sword. A blade that remains silent in the face of injustice. Even for you, that's just pathetic." Those words struck a nerve, enraging Jabek even more. Azadin suddenly asked, "Are you insane?" Jabek retorted, "Who's the insane one here? Me?" He shot back. "Or are you the one going mad for turning your back on true injustice?" Jabek gritted his teeth. What could you possibly know? Azadin pressed on, "Are you familiar with the constellations of the night god? Their names and the legends behind them?" Jabek was confused. "Why bring that up now? What are you trying to say?" "People can look at the same thing," Azadin replied instantly, "but they all perceive something different. To some, it might look like a hero from a myth, but to others, it's just a faint light flickering in the darkness. Just like the sight of their broken bodies might appear differently to you." Azadin gently touched Yan's corpse as he continued, "Is it any different from the looks in the other soldiers' eyes?" Jabek answered without hesitation, "No, it's no different." His eyes were filled with despair. "Because there was nothing I could do." Jabek stared into his sword. Seeing his reflection in the steel, he added, "As a knight of the king's church, I must revere those who carry the holy king's blood. I have no desire to fight you, holy knight," Azadin declared, "not if you feel even an ounce of pity for this girl." In a flash, Azadin sliced through the rope that held Yan's body. He gently lowered her and said, "Then your sword is not my enemy." Jabek could only watch, stunned by his actions. Cradling the bodies of Yan and Safiza, Azadin asked, "Do you have a shovel?" Jabek was completely bewildered. As Azadin gently laid the two bodies down, he demanded, "You're going to bury them?" The shock on his face was unmistakable. Azadin replied, "I'm holding a funeral for them." Jabek was absolutely stunned. Kojin wanted them strung up in the trees, turned into the undead to scream in agony. A spectacle like that would be his way of reasserting his absolute power. Burying the dead was a direct challenge to his authority. Seeing Jabek frozen in place, Azadin said, "If you won't do it, then I will." Azadin began digging into the earth with his bare hands. Jabek said nothing, then gripped his sword tightly and used it as a tool to break the ground. Azadin saw this, and a silent understanding passed between them. The two men dug quietly, and gradually, two holes took shape. Finally, the two graves were finished. Azadin began to recite a prayer, "Archangel of courage and compassion, please grant grace to their souls." Jabek's curiosity was piqued. A man of the hero clan using a prayer from the Salvation Church? "I like their ideals," Azadin replied casually. Seeing his smile, Jabek thought him a reckless and shameless man, abandoning his own destiny to serve a heretic's faith. Azadin's voice turned firm. "If I don't protect what I believe is right, then there is no meaning to my existence." Suddenly, Jabek asked him, "What do you like about the Salvation Church?" Azadin didn't answer, instead drawing his bow and arrow. Seeing him arm himself, Jabek was alarmed. "What are you doing?" Azadin simply pointed into the distance. The man he was sworn to revere was approaching. Jabek was horrified. It was Kojin, and he'd brought a squad of soldiers. Well, Kojin's voice dripped with sarcasm. "Did you have a thing for that peasant woman?" He spoke with a mocking tone. "You should have just told me. I have to admit, for a common girl from the countryside, she was quite beautiful." At that moment, Jabek realized Kojin knew he had been watching over the girl. There were at least 20 heavily armed soldiers. He analyzed the situation. Even for him, there was no chance of victory. Suddenly, Kojin's expression soured as he said, "By the way," he glared at Azadin, who had an arrow drawn and ready. "Who the hell is that bastard?" Azadin released the string. The arrow flew like a flash of light, instantly sinking into a soldier's eye. Blood streamed down his face as his body began to shake. The others finally realized what had happened, turning to look in a state of sheer panic. Jabek was stunned. In this situation, he'd managed to hit a soldier at the very back of the formation. Azadin had already knocked another arrow. He fired with the same deadly precision, the sharpened point slicing through the wind. A soldier raised his shield to defend, but even with a firm stance, the arrow pierced his groin and shattered the shield to pieces. He foamed at the mouth, his face pale and eyes wide, before collapsing in a pool of his own blood. Seeing this, the other soldiers grew even more terrified. Even Jabek's jaw hung open. The arrow had gone through the shield, and it had even curved like a living snake. Suddenly, Azadin spoke, answering his earlier question. "You asked what I like about the Salvation Church, didn't you?" Then he answered himself, "I like the idea that a person's worth is not determined by their bloodline, but by their beliefs and their actions." Azadin knocked another arrow, saying, "Just as a man born with the blood of a holy king, who violates and massacres his own people, can never be called noble. At this, Kojin exploded with rage. You. He was utterly furious, screaming, "You bastard!" He shrieked in the face of Azadin's calm demeanor. "You worthless trash," he roared. "Jebek, that is an order. Kill that bastard for me." Azadin leaped high into the air, a perfect silhouette against the full moon, as he pulled his bowstring taut. Every soldier below stared up in absolute awe. Azadin released his shot, and the arrow found its mark instantly. He knocked 2 more as he fell, striking down the soldier with perfect timing. But just as he was about to land, 2 more sprang from their ambush. They screamed, "Take him down!" One lunged forward with his spear, yelling, "Die!" Yet Azadin landed gracefully on the spear's tip. In the next instant, he launched himself into the air. Azadin twisted his body mid-flight, leaving them all stunned. With a single, fluid motion, he unleashed 3 arrows. Each one struck a soldier below, and a 4th shot grazed Jen's cheek. Jen flinched back, his eyes wide with shock. He realized his goal isn't to kill. He's crippling them for life. He gritted his teeth in fury as his soldiers fell one by one. Enraged, Jen searched for Azadin. "You bastard! Who are you?" Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. "My name is Azadin. I am a messenger." A dreadful aura radiated from the man. Jen's face went pale. A messenger. A soulless one. He whipped around in a panic. Azadin reached for his quiver, but it was empty. Jen screamed, "Quickly! He's out of arrows." But before the words left his mouth, Azadin's fist crashed into his face. Jen collapsed to the ground. A pained groan escaped his lips. Azadin looked on, satisfied. He slung the bow over his shoulder. His feet were planted firmly on the ground. Jen writhed on the ground, crying, "My eye, my eye." Just then, another soldier seized the opening, charging at Azadin with a sword. He dodged the attack effortlessly, then returned the favor with a devastating punch of his own. The soldier screamed, "Arg, my eye." Azadin casually picked up the fallen sword. "I've already thinned your ranks with my arrows." He stood amidst the remaining soldiers, challenging them. "So, come at me, if you have the guts." Suddenly, he remembered something. "Ah, I almost forgot." He immediately plunged the sword into Jen's groin. The onlookers winced, feeling a phantom pain themselves, wondering, wait, why is he so obsessed with that? Azadin suddenly snapped his head towards them, making them all jump in terror. They were convinced he was insane. All of this, witnessed by the divine owl. A moment later, amidst the stench of fresh blood, Azadin walked calmly through the horrifying scene. He advanced step by step, ignoring the soldiers who trembled in his wake. Jen was dragging himself across the ground, trying to escape. But Azadin was already there. "You've been waiting a long time, haven't you?" He was nothing but trash who brought suffering to the people. Suddenly, Jen spun around, his hand glowing with an intense light. The light blasted towards Azadin, illuminating the entire area. A nearby soldier cried out, "Young master!" "Ah, I'm going blind." Just like that, the soldier's sight was gone. But Azadin remained completely unfazed. Jen gloated, "Did you see that? This is my magic, proof of the noble blood that flows through my veins, something a peasant like you could never possess." Before he could finish his boast, Azadin's sword flashed, severing his glowing arm. Jen froze, completely stunned. A second later, the horrifying reality set in as blood gushed from the stump. An agony unlike any other crashed over him, his face bruised and contorted. He screamed, "What did you do to me?" Azadin replied calmly, "Are you mentally deficient as well? You still can't figure it out." Suddenly, Azadin grabbed Jen by the hair. The man panicked. "Wait, what do you want?" Jen began to beg for his life. "Money, women, swords. I'll give you anything you want. I am the heir to the sacred Yai family." Azadin sneered. "Is that so? Unlucky for you. I'm a slayer of the sacred, a messenger." Jen's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. He spotted Jeb in the distance and shrieked, "Sir Jeb, what are you just standing there for? Help me." But Jeb simply replied, "I cannot see." Helpless. Jen cursed him before turning back to Azadin. "You bastard. I'm a noble. I carry sacred blood. How dare you do this to me over a few commoners?" Azadin cut him off, his grip still tight on Jen's hair. "I think you'll get to live on, hale and hearty." "Yes, that's the right attitude. You should live with positivity, because I think you're going to need it." As he spoke, Azadin pointed the sword at Jen's eye. A single, decisive slash. Blood sprayed into the air as a heaven-shattering scream erupted. Jen's eyes were completely destroyed. He finally collapsed. Azadin spoke again. "I have no false contract, but I believe I've been quite merciful." He turned his back slightly. "The Emperor's laws have been upheld." At that moment, Jeb drew his sword. He faced Azadin and declared, "I am a knight from the King's Church. I cannot let this stand. You who speaks of the Emperor's law, even if you were carrying out an act of justice. In response, Azadin simply let his sword fall to the ground. A smirk played on his lips. You're not like the other knights. Jeb bristled with anger. Are you insulting me? Azadin replied nonchalantly. No, it's a compliment, he continued. The other knights from your church are nothing but troublemakers kicked out of their homes over inheritance disputes. Jeb sputtered. But Azadin cut him off. Anyway, think you can keep up with me? As he spoke, a powerful aura exploded around Azadin. Jeb was stunned. What? He stammered. And just like that, Azadin vanished. He left you back with a single, chilling promise. If fate allowed it, they would meet again. Now only a trail of dark energy remained. Jebak stood frozen, completely stunned. As dawn began to break, his own words echoed in his mind. No one could possibly kill Azadin of the Messengers Guild. Instead, it was they who had suffered a permanent loss. It reminded him of an old saying about troublemakers who were cast out of their homes over inheritance disputes. Jebak felt he hadn't been wrong in his actions. In fact, that saying now seemed to apply perfectly to him. Suddenly, a faint smile crossed his lips as he gazed up at the sky. Jebak said to himself that his heart finally felt light. Elsewhere, villagers were prostrating themselves before Lord Kazan. My lord, we beg you, please waive our taxes for this year. They pleaded, their voices trembling with terror. I implore you, my lord. All our people are becoming refugees and nomads, and the starving wander the roads like wraiths. We're being overwhelmed by monsters and bandits. I beg your forgiveness, but we can no longer afford to pay the tax. Hearing this, Kazan sneered with utter contempt. How shameless. He scoffed. At this rate, you'll be demanding to overthrow the heavens themselves. His words fell upon the commoners like a crushing stone. They begged again, their voices breaking. Please, have mercy. We have nothing left to give. Kazan replied with a voice like ice. Nothing can change the filthy blood that runs through your veins. However, if you wish, I will provide you with relief. Hearing this, the commoners stared in disbelief. Why? You truly will? Kazan immediately confirmed it. Yes. On the condition that if you fail to meet my demand, all of you will be hanged. He spoke with a look of pure malice, and a dead silence fell over the square. The villagers could only look at each other in horror. Kazan's voice cut through the tension. Do not be afraid. What I ask of you is no bigger than a single page. Kazan produced an image of a magical tome and said, it is merely common sense for a grimoire such as this. The villagers cried out, a grimoire? We're just simple folk who know nothing of magic. Kazan replied arrogantly, no. Even ignorant fools like you will be able to find it. You need only wish for it with all your being. It will respond to your call and reveal itself. Kazan announced, if you can bring me a grimoire like this one, I will waive your village's taxes for 3 years and provide 50 sacks each of wheat, barley, and oats. Hearing this, every single commoner's jaw dropped in utter astonishment. An old man quickly stepped forward. My lord, at the very least, shouldn't we know the name of this grimoire so that we may find it? Kazan glared down at the old man and answered, the replica of the Saint King's grimoire. The old man staggered back in shock. What? Later, as Kazan sat upon his throne, a serpent slithered up his leg. It was Melissa, her forked tongue flicking out as she watched him. He returned her gaze, his expression unreadable. The snake then transformed into a woman. I believe mentioning the Saint King's grimoire was a bit careless, my lord Marcus. Kazan scoffed. Nonsense. Hasn't your coven been scouring the lands for that grimoire? Rumors will spread across the continent regardless. It's far wiser to find even a single page before our rivals do. Kazan's eyes narrowed. So, what is it, witch? Melissa replied instantly. I must report that your son has become a victim on the eastern continent, Lord Kazan. Kazan said, Gen's forces do not fall so easily, and Jebak was with him. Melissa continued, their opponent was the Messengers Guild. Kazan's composure finally shattered. The Messengers Guild, he seethed. I am certain they are also searching for the Saint King's grimoire. If they wish to be free from their duty, they will undoubtedly need that grimoire. Kazan's voice turned to steel as he asked, is he dead? Melissa replied without emotion. I'm told he has lost both of his eyes, and his reproductive organs have been severely damaged. She asked what his intentions were. What will you do? His command was absolute. Send the soldiers. Annihilate the Messengers Guild. Melissa bowed. I understand. I will contact the commander. As she turned to leave, Kazan grabbed her wrist. No, have someone else deliver the order. He pulled Melissa into his lap, whispering against her skin, if my son has been unmanned, then I can simply create another. Then, Kazan tenderly traced her lips with his finger. Elsewhere, the sun was as harsh and oppressive as ever. A nearby water canteen was now bone dry. Azadin trudged across the scorched earth and grumbled, this is terrible. I'm going to die of thirst out here." He then lashed out. "Why did you trick me and say this would only take 2 days? You stupid spirit." The divine owl hooted back indignantly. "How dare you speak with such insolence to the voice of the emperor?" Hearing that, Azadin shot a venomous glare. He muttered, "Honestly, it's because the emperor died so suddenly without a plan that we, his former messengers, are now scorned by the entire world. We are called the Divine Slayers and soulless heretics. On top of that, because you had to put on a show for those contractors, I had to leave my luggage behind and rush here. And because of that, I'm dying of thirst. I only have dried meat to eat. I doubt I can even digest it at this point. So it looks like I'll probably die of starvation, too." The divine owl stammered, "My sincerest apologies for that. However, your attendant will arrive soon." At that very moment, a powerful spiritual energy began to stir. Azadin's hand flew to the hilt of his sword. He instantly recognized the presence, a ghost. Slowly, the swirling spiritual energy began to take form, the vengeful spirits of every villager who was slaughtered here. Aiden gasped, "Ah, they're the ones who were hanged from the trees." Iam and Sophia even bowed their heads in gratitude. He quickly replied, "Yes, hello." Then Aiden addressed them all, saying this land has neither the king's virtue nor the archangel's blessing to give it light. Because of that, staying here for too long is a terrible idea. I have avenged you all, so please, pass on to the afterlife. Suddenly, one of the spirits pointed toward a well. Aiden thought in confusion, "A well?" He immediately walked over. "Ah, do you mean to offer me water? You don't have to do that. Just find your rest." Aiden and his divine owl stood beside the well, peering down into the darkness. Then, he began pulling up the bucket by hand. Aiden hoped for a taste of water. But when the bucket emerged, it held no water at all. Only a single sheet of paper covered in mysterious drawings. Aiden was bewildered. "Humph, what is this?" The Messengers Guild was originally a race called the Aragasa. They survived a great storm from another continent and landed on the continent of WBIS. In the beginning, the 8 holy kings of the Jas clan ruled this land. They each held one of the 8 thrones. However, during that era, a single ruler appeared who seized all 8 thrones for himself. The remaining 7 holy kings, who were all brothers, were forced into submission before the emperor of the Glad dynasty, who wished to erase every last trace of the fallen kings. Meanwhile, the outsiders, the Aragasa, were desperate for land to settle and build a new life. The emperor gave these outsiders a grimoire called the Imperial Hymn, and a spirit named the Emperor's Voice. In return, the outsiders signed a pact with the emperor, becoming his official messengers. From that day forward, the Aragasa mercilessly stained their hands with the blood of gods. They became the emperor's sword, his arm, his executioner, personally striking down the corrupt nobles who defied his laws and lived in decadent excess. It was the most horrifying crime the people of WBIS could imagine, for they believed in the afterlife and eternal reincarnation. Because of this, when the emperor died, the empire once again fractured into 8 kingdoms. The Aragasa were scorned by the people of WBIS. The messengers' forces disbanded and were called the Soulless Messengers, but they faced an unexpected problem. The pact with the emperor was still in effect. Even after his death, the messengers were bound to serve, as the emperor's envoys, forever. All of this information was recorded on this single sheet of paper. Aiden took it and realized, is this a page from the Book of Holy Kings? Could this be the source of the emperor's power? Just then, the vengeful spirits began to slowly fade away. Aiden spoke softly, "Thank you. Please, rest in peace." He then examined the paper again. Aiden wondered to himself, if I collect these pages, can I truly escape this cursed duty? The divine owl claimed calling it a curse was a bit rude. It was a pact-bound, honorable responsibility. Aiden quickly rolled up the paper. For something like this to fall into his hands, fate was truly no joke. The divine owl spoke again. "You don't seem very happy. Isn't this what all the messengers desire? 1. Fulfill the pact's duty and collect 100,000 gold coins. 2. Obtain the Book of Holy Kings. If you complete these tasks, you can escape the curse of duty." Aiden finally said, "Yes. This is the goal of every messenger." He started to walk. But I fear pages like this have already begun to spread across the world. The reason the Book of Holy Kings was torn apart in the first place was because of my father. Aiden continued his trek across the barren land. "I'm so thirsty." At the same time, Miriam had been secretly tracking him. Seeing Aiden's figure, she spat with killing intent. There he is, the son of the guild's greatest traitor. He's talentless, incompetent, and an absolute idiot. Suddenly, Miriam turned to Ithma. "Is it true he can't use magic, just like the rumors say? The ones about him being cursed." Ithma answered nervously. "I don't know if he's cursed or not, but I am certain he cannot use magic." Miriam continued, "I heard he wet the bed until he was 8. He can't even string a bow properly, she said smugly. I doubt he could ever complete a single messenger's mission. Ifma hesitantly suggested, Lady Miriam, perhaps we should head back. You're related to a pact holder. You have no need to work for a low-level messenger like him. But Miriam's eyes lit up with excitement. Let's test his skills and see. Ifma protested. No, an assistant cannot attack a messenger. Miriam completely ignored his words. Who cares? If I win, his position becomes mine. There's no way I can lose. It would be a shame if he died, though. I'll remove the arrowhead. Ifma still tried to dissuade her. He's a student of that troublesome elder, Kazjat. That man always sets conditions for every situation. Miriam answered decisively, It doesn't matter. No matter how great Kazjat is, a fool will always be a fool. It wouldn't change even if he trained for 12 or even 100 years. Her eyes filled with burning jealousy. Who would have ever thought that the son of a traitor, someone who can't even use magic, would become a messenger? Miriam drew her bowstring taut, thinking he was just a waste of space. The very reason why talented people like her couldn't become envoys. With a sharp release, her arrow sliced through the air. It soared directly for Azadin's back. The shot fired. Miriam ducked behind a rock, her face etched with anxiety. But as she peeked out to check on the situation, a pebble suddenly struck her right on the forehead. She tumbled backward, to Ismane's complete shock. In the next moment, Azadin stood before them. He held up 2 arrows now lodged in his quiver and demanded an explanation. Were you the one who shot this? Just a greeting, Miriam retorted, internally stunned. When did he even get here? I didn't sense his presence at all. A wave of disbelief washed over her. Wait a second. Don't tell me he caught my arrow mid-flight. With his quiver? Azadin's voice cut in. What are your names? She answered immediately. I am Miriam of Ear. Her friend added, I'm Ismaen. We're the aides sent to support you. Azadin scoffed. Support me? He tossed the 2 arrows onto the ground. This? Miriam quickly scrambled for an excuse. Your quiver looked a little empty, so I thought I'd give you some of mine. Isn't that the best kind of support? Azadin sighed. It seems you signed up as my aides because you're bored in this sanctuary. Go home, kids. At that, Miriam's anger flared. Kids? She yelled. I'm sure I told you already. I am of the Ear bloodline. Azadin turned his back on her. Don't you know that bloodlines mean nothing to an envoy? And if you've come to serve me, you are now my subordinate. Yet you dared to shoot an arrow at me. His expression darkened. Or perhaps, he continued, you'd like me to teach you what happens when you act this way. Outside the safety of the sanctuary, both Miriam and Ismaen felt a chill from his demeanor. Miriam realized he was completely different from the rumors. Was this really the man who was supposedly teased and bullied by everyone? Azadin spoke with immense authority. Apologize for your disrespect, Miriam. And if you want something from me, you will show me respect. Are you an Aragasa tribesman? Or my enemy? Which is it? Unable to retort, Miriam could only bite her lip in fury. Finally, she lowered her head. I, Miriam of Ear, apologize for my disrespectful actions toward Envoy Azadin. I am an Aragasa. Azadin immediately replied, I accept your apology. He added a warning. However, from now on, do not fire your arrows at anyone again. Outside the sanctuary, a weapon isn't a toy if you don't intend to kill. Miriam replied softly, understood. Azadin turned and began to walk away. I won't say anything more, so just return to the sanctuary. I don't need aids. But then he seemed to remember something, stopping short. Do you have any water? In that very moment, a fearsome aura erupted from Miriam as she screamed. I challenge you. Ismaen panicked beside her. He tried to stop her. Miriam, that man is dangerous. But Miriam thought, he's right. He's nothing like the rumors. He's no fool. He's strong, wise, and incredibly arrogant. But wouldn't I be a coward if I backed down just because he's powerful? With renewed resolve, she declared, Envoy Azadin, I, Miriam of Ear, formally challenge you for your position. The girl with brilliant golden hair stared him down. Envoy Azadin, I, Miriam of the House Ear, challenge you for the title of Envoy. Ismaen wailed in despair. She actually did it. Azadin let out a weary sigh. Honestly, duels are having a terrible influence on the youth these days. You'll take my position if you win. But you know what happens if I win, correct? Miriam's expression was unbelievably cool and determined. Of course, everything I have, including my life, will be yours. I am prepared. Azadin thought, Ain is one problem, but the bigger issue is that she's underestimating me. Miriam remained defiant in the face of his warning. You should give up before it's too late. Ain is the only one who can defeat an envoy. I know my reputation isn't the best, but I wasn't given this position for nothing. Suddenly, Miriam spun around and walked away, as Ismaen called out in alarm. Miriam. After reaching a sufficient distance, she turned back and formally announced, We are now 100 paces apart. I challenge you, Azadine. Just then, a sound echoed through the air. The duel has been authenticated. Envoy Azadine, accept the challenge. Midiam was stunned to recognize the Emperor's voice. Azadine was just as shocked. Are they being serious right now? Ismain could only look to the heavens and lament. The Emperor's voice was a spirit assigned to each envoy. Now that the Emperor's voice served as a witness, refusing the challenge was impossible. Ismain had a terrible feeling. This was bad. But Midiam shouted with determination. All I have to do is win. A while later, the air grew quiet. Midiam handed Azadin a pouch of water. Now, both she and Ismain were covered in dirt from head to toe. Ismain seemed lost in thought, utterly bewildered. What in the world just happened? An archery style built for the battlefield, sacrificing pinpoint accuracy for overwhelming speed. This was the absolute pinnacle of the Aragasa technique. Midiam fought desperately to defend against that magic. Then Azadin unleashed a critical blow, sending her reeling. Miraculously, she managed to dodge the attack. Recalling that image, Ethan fell deep into thought. I thought he couldn't use magic, but he just invoked the power of the sacred crane. How is that possible? He replayed the duel between Midiam and Azadin, seeing the sheer panic on Midiam's face. Sensing the danger, Midiam had tried to flee in a hurry, but then she and Azadin clashed head-on. Thinking of this, Ethan sighed internally. All right, my prediction was correct. Midiam's eyes sharpened as she declared, I've got you now, Azadin. Midiam then swung her sword decisively toward Azadin. He said nothing, and then his body seemed to evaporate. The sight left Midiam utterly astonished. What? Suddenly, Ethan's terrified warning cry echoed out. Midiam, behind you. In that instant, she realized Azadin was already casting another spell. She seemed to reach for Azadin's hand, but he caught her wrist. It was then Azadin spoke. It's over. Midiam was completely stunned, and then she was thrown into a cave. Ethan screamed in worry. Azadin, he thought. How dare a traitor's bloodline do this to a child of the highest nobility? Consumed by rage, Ethan charged at Azadin, shouting his accusations. Unforgivable. You filthy commoner, how dare you? Just then, that voice boomed again. The duel has concluded. Midiam of House E. You challenged Azadin for the position of emissary and have failed. Your fate now rests in Azadin's hands. And Ethan, for interfering in the duel, you too shall become the emissary's property, along with Midiam. Midiam was overwhelmed with bitterness and fury at this outcome. Suddenly, she drew a dagger from her pouch, intending to end her own life right there. Ethan cried out in sheer panic and terror. Midiam. But before she could do anything, the dagger was knocked from her hand. It was Azadin who had stopped her. He muttered, I knew you would pull a stunt like this. Completely defeated, Midiam collapsed to the ground, while Ethan watched, deeply worried for her current state. Midiam. Azadin once again spoke, his voice incredibly composed. Young lady, now that you have lost, you don't even have the right to die. You will only die when I die, or when I wish for it. Hearing these words from Azadin only deepened Midiam's despair. He continued, Did you really challenge me without even knowing that? She could only grind her teeth to express her frustration. Azadin smiled, thinking to himself, she's just a child. Then Ethan received a water bottle from Azadin. Huh. Azadin stood up and declared, This lesson is over. I will grant you both your freedom. Both of them were utterly shocked, but their expressions were completely different. What? Excuse me, sir. Azadin continued, Let's pretend this duel never happened. It would be a disadvantage for you too if it were on your permanent records, right? The two of them were stunned, unable to say a word. The scene changes to a sun-drenched, windy land, where Azadin is taking a walk. He called back to Midiam and Ethan. I told you, I don't need slaves. I have set you both free, so return to the Holy Land. Feeling wronged, Midiam shouted, Why? You just want a beautiful and talented young girl as a slave, and you're just letting her go like that? Ethan felt so embarrassed for Midiam that he covered his face with his hand. Midiam, please. Azadin immediately replied to her, his voice ice-cold. I don't know about the beautiful part, but if you were as talented as Ayan, you wouldn't have lost. There are many people in the world who like young girls, and many cultures have the custom of early marriage. So next time, think carefully before you challenge someone. Or rather, don't ever challenge anyone again. If there is someone you must kill, assassinate them. Ethan was also completely stunned by Azadin's reaction. He silently marveled. He talks more than I thought, but it seems what he's saying comes from genuine concern. Midiam slowly began to speak. This is refreshing. An excited smile spread across her face, causing Ethan to startle and fall backward. What? The service contract. The Emperor and the Aragasa clan exchanged what they needed, and any traitor would suffer a catastrophic death. This contract was once a symbol of loyalty and a mark of honor, but after the Emperor's death, it became a horrifying curse. Even after his death, the effects of the contract remained absolute. It bound the Aragasa clan to eternal servitude as the emperor's emissaries. It seemed as if an endless cycle of slavery had finally shown signs of breaking when the Emissary Council intervened in the succession war of the Tarasa Kingdom. The Aragasa clan won the War of Succession and obtained a copy of the Saint King's book. However, a notorious traitor stole the book and fled. His name is Seer, and he is now chained to a cliff face. A group of people in black stood on the other side, their voices echoing, "Sir, you traitor. Return what you have stolen, or the Thunder Lord will strike you down. Surrender the copy of the Saint King's tome, or suffer a pain beyond your wildest nightmares." The clan tried every threat imaginable to break Air's will, but in the end, their hopes were utterly crushed. For at the heart of the world's spine mountains, Air tore the sacred tome to pieces, becoming the first to ever die from the contract's curse. And because of that curse, he, a man, gave birth to twins. The brothers Auden and Aen. Ironically, Aen became the strongest messenger in the clan's history, while Aiden was dismissed as a fool. Back in the present, Midiam seethed, hearing those same rumors. She thought to herself, who would spread such ridiculous lies? A fool. Not a chance. Auden started to walk away, but stopped dead in his tracks. I already made it clear. I have no intention of taking you with me, so stop following. Midiam shot back. We're not following you. We have a delivery. It's a letter from the regional chief of Salasma. Aiden took the letter with a sigh. Ch, that old geezer can't stand me. He sighed again, unfolding it while thinking. All right, let's just skip past the usual lecture about my missing reports. The letter's message was simple. Copies of the Saint King's tome have surfaced, so you must collect them. Your performance review depends on it, judging by this. The other messengers must already know about the copies. After reading, Aden turned back to the pair. It says here copies of the Saint King's tome have appeared. Do you two know anything about this? Midiam's face lit up with excitement. Yes, we do. Your father betrayed the guild. Ethan instantly realized her mistake, stomping hard on Midiam's foot and shouting over her. Startled, Midiam whipped around, yelling at Ethan. Ow, what was that for? But Aden cut them off. That's enough. So you two know about it as well. Humph. First, I'm heading to Salasma to see the chief. Thanks for the letter. Meanwhile, Midiam turned and viciously pinched Ethan's cheek, who could only suffer in silence. When she finally let go, Ethan clutched his face. So painful. Midiam, however, had already turned back to Aden. You know, since we're headed the same way. Couldn't we just go with you? I could even tell you what's going on inside the guild. Aden cracked a small smile and replied, The road doesn't belong to me. Do as you please. Midiam beamed, instantly falling into step behind him. Awesome. Ethan, on the other hand, was still completely baffled. The scene shifts to a bright morning, with golden sunlight bathing the landscape. Our trio, Aden, Midiam, and Ethan were still fast asleep at the base of a tree. Aden's pleasant dream was shattered. With a loud yawn, he opened his eyes, only to find Ethan's emotionless face hovering right over him. Wake up. The sky was a perfect, clear blue, promising a beautiful day ahead. The three of them set off together on their journey. While Ethan was still half asleep, Midiam suddenly shouted, Hey, there's a stream over there. And there it was, a gentle stream flowing right before them. Midiam and Ethan rushed down to enjoy the cool water, but suddenly, a harsh voice shattered the peaceful moment. Hey, you lot. And Ba and his cronies appeared out of nowhere. He stared the group down with a defiant glare. Who gave you permission to take water from our stream? Aiden spoke up calmly. We don't want any trouble. What do you want in return? And Ba sneered. What we want is all of you. Aiden's voice sharpened. Let me ask again, just to be sure. Is there truly no room for negotiation? A quick glance revealed 6 hostile figures, but Enba just shouted him down. Aden, for a man, you talk way too much. His lackey chimed in with a jeer. Hey, what's with the mask? You some kind of clown? Enba gave the order instantly. Take the girl alive. Kill the men. But in the next moment, their eyes widened in terror. An instant later, the entire group was prostrate on the ground, begging for their lives. Please, spare us. We're just innocent villagers. Ethan looked at them skeptically. Aren't you bandits? One of them cried out. We were just conscripted by force. The sons of Marquis Sel are rounding people up everywhere, forcing us to search for a copy of some book. The man next to him, Fawn, added his plea. How are we supposed to find something when we don't even know what it is? So we were just wandering aimlessly. And then we luckily, ran into esteemed people, such as yourselves. Midiam whispered with concern. What if they're just bandits making up an excuse? Aden considered it. Unlikely. This isn't a route merchants or travelers use. Midiam then offered a cold solution. Either way, we should kill them just to be safe. Just as Midiam's hand went to her blade, Aden stopped her. Wait, Midiam. I don't kill without reason. She was stunned. What? Ethan also stepped forward to reason with Aiden. Killing them is the logical choice. Even if they are telling the truth, leaving them alive risks exposing us. But Aiden refused to agree with him. That doesn't mean I should kill them just to make my own life easier. Everyone deserves a second chance. The bandits immediately latched onto his words. Yes, that's right. Human life is truly precious. Truly, the presence of a noble is different. You are so generous, my lord. The thug knew exactly how to grovel. Heh, you're truly the greatest. I'm certain your family will be blessed for your immense mercy. Aiden found his words grating. Just shut up. Itmin watched Aiden, thinking to himself. I've met men who refuse to kill, but I never expected to find one among the emissaries. Suddenly, the image of Aiden's fist crashing down on the thug's face shattered his thoughts. And just like that, it was over. Aiden remarked calmly, good. That blow was perfect. To destroy his eye. You two, make sure you don't even flinch. One wrong move, and your faces will shatter. The other thugs trembled, glancing at their mangled comrade. But, you promised to spare us. Aiden smiled coldly. Oh, I will spare you, but only after I've left you with a permanent disability. This way, you can't harm anyone else. Even if you don't learn to repent right away. The two men could only listen in absolute despair. Midiam turned to Itmin. I guess that's fair enough. But he just stared, completely dumbfounded. Yeah. Deep in the forest, an owl's cry echoed through the night. The 6 wounded men staggered away, supporting one another. Oh. My jewels. Sob. I can't even have kids now. That son of a bitch. If I ever see him again, I swear I'll... Before he could finish, a massive hand enveloped his head from behind. In a flash, his head was gone. The others screamed, pure terror seizing them. A hulking monster named Gondu lifted one of the men into the air, roaring with delight. Food. One by one, the remaining thugs were tossed into Gondu's sack. It bellowed, convenient meals. You're all mine now. Gondu lifted them up, one after another. Soon enough, the men became a feast for a swarm of smaller creatures. Gondu's gaze then shifted to the distant villages. It let out a wild, crazed laugh. Human flesh. So many villages and forts filled with it. Meanwhile, Aiden, Midiam, and Itman continued on their journey. Suddenly, Midiam broke the silence. At first, I was surprised. I really thought you'd go easy on them. But I guess it wasn't such a bad strategy. We even took all their weapons. Aiden replied, it's hard to make someone understand, unless they've walked in the same shoes. Losing an eye carries a heavier weight than you might think.
The people they would have preyed on will now become their source of fear. I believe this also gives them a genuine chance to repent for their past sins.
Itmin contemplated his words. A chance to repent. You not only spared them, you gave them a path to cleanse their souls. Aiden dismounted his horse and turned back. Still, something from that conversation bothers me. Midiam looked at him, confused. What conversation? Aiden answered her. They mentioned Marquis Kazan is searching for a copy of the Holy King's scripture. Itmin chimed in, right. But didn't Marquis Kazan lose the war for succession? Do you think he's trying to use the scripture to boost his magical power and claw his way back? As the words left his mouth, Aiden removed his mask. A politician desperate to seize power. That's a dangerous combination. I have to remove this mask. It identifies me as an emissary. We'll need to be on our guard until we're out of Marquis Kazan's territory. Both Midiam and Itmin froze, completely stunned by the face. Aiden revealed. What the? You don't have any eyes. Aiden simply took a deep breath, savoring the fresh air without his mask. His two companions just stared, speechless, for a full 5 seconds. Aiden remained perfectly calm, pulling a cloak over himself. Itmin was bewildered. But you don't seem to have any trouble moving, despite being unable to see. How is that possible? Aiden explained to them. I'm not sure myself. I was born with the ability to see, even without eyes. Aiden then turned towards Midiam. She was still staring, utterly shocked. What is it? If you have something to say, just say it. Midiam blurted out, you'd look more handsome if I thought you were just injured. Aiden cried out, what did you say? But Midiam bluntly continued with her strange logic. Like, if you were born handsome, but then lost your eyes in some tragic accident. I think having scars there is better than having a handsome face with ugly eyes. Itmin immediately shot back, Midiam, that's incredibly rude. Aiden sighed, you sound exactly like the person who gave me these scars. Midiam's eyes widened in shock. Who was it? A memory from the past surfaced in Aiden's mind. Her name was Ain. She said it was strange that there was just nothing where my eyes should be. She said that with scars, at least she could imagine eyes were once there. So she slashed my face? Well, thanks to her, it's easier to pretend I'm simply blind. When I'm alone, it's not an issue. But The quick-witted Midium cut him off. Oh, so we should just pretend you're blind too, right? Aden sighed. It's fine. Soon, the three of them reached a nearby town. A long queue of people snaked towards the city gates. Itman observed, I can see the gate, but that line is massive. It's been a while since I've been to the eastern gate. Midium spoke up. This is also the town where the Emperor's Road begins. What do you think? A pretty good starting point for our journey, don't you agree? Azadin cut her off. Quiet. I'm a lone pilgrim on a journey. And you two are just orphans who happen to join me. After a moment of silence, Azadin muttered, the eyes of a stray dog. Ipin fell back, startled. What eyes? Was it like this the last time you were here? Before them, soldiers stood with greedy eyes, clutching fistfuls of sparkling silver stones. They rummaged through people's belongings, while the citizens in line behind them could only watch in despair. Midium seethed that this was blatant robbery. Ipin answered Azadin's question. No, it wasn't this bad last time we came. Azadin nodded thoughtfully. So they're searching for something? He wondered. As they scrutinized the scene, a man suddenly appeared before them and spoke. Hey, can't you see the line? Azadin played along, replying to the man. Ah, my apologies. These two are orphans on a pilgrimage with me. Gannett's expression softened with pity. Oh my, that must be so difficult. Not at all, Azadin replied smoothly. But what's all the commotion about? Gannett was eager to explain. Haven't you heard the news about the copies of the Holy King's book? Azadin was genuinely surprised. The Holy King's book? The old man explained, rumor has it, a member of the Order of Messengers stole the book and made copies, and now those copies are surfacing all over the world. The illegitimate sons of Marquis Kazan are hunting for them now, but it's just turned into chaos. Tease, tease, tease. Azadin clicked his tongue. So there's more than one scumbag like that in the world. Gannett looked a little confused. Azadin just smiled. It's nothing. But inside, he thought, this is bad. Things are about to get complicated. Suddenly, the voice of a young man named Gep rang out, pleading with the soldier, I need that money to feed my family. You're only looking for the Holy King's book, right? So why are you taking my money? But the soldier coldly shoved him away, landing a brutal, sickening punch that sent Gep sprawling to the ground. Two soldiers muttered to each other. Grimoires can take any form. Who knows if this isn't a book disguised as money? We'll examine it carefully. If it's not the Holy King's book, we'll return it to you later. Gep could only kneel in pain when a little girl named Colette ran forward, shouting, This is robbery. Robbery is wrong. Give it back. Her eyes burned with defiance, but the soldiers just sneered. You little brat. Don't you know talking back gets you a beating? Gep scrambled to pull Colette into his arms, shielding her. Stop it. You're threatening a child. This is violence. In an instant, a fist slammed into Gep's stomach. Shut your mouth, the soldier roared. Colette watched in horror as her father writhed in pain. Father, the soldier yelled back. Damn it, teach your kid some manners. You hear me? Colette's gaze filled with pure hatred for the soldiers. She gritted her teeth in fury. Those monsters. Ipin whispered in alarm. What should we do? Midium was practically shaking with anger. Should we fight them? But Azadin stopped him. Wait. Just then, a man named Rosai rushed over to the captain, whispering something urgently in his ear. The captain's eyes widened. What? Azadin sensed something was wrong. The corrupt soldiers immediately began packing up their stolen goods. Everyone started moving in a frantic rush, the air filled with confusion. What's going on? Why are they packing up? Azadin announced grimly. There's an orc nearby. The crowd erupted in panic. What? An orc? Azadin explained once more. I have sharp ears. I overheard them. In a flash, everything changed. Midium gasped, his mouth hanging open. They're closing the gates. The people cried out in pure desperation, pounding on the massive doors. Hey, open the gates. Let's talk about this. Wait. As night began to fall, an ornate carriage stopped before a military camp. Inside sat one of Marquis Kazan's illegitimate sons. He smirked. You're certain you locked the main gate, correct? The soldiers quickly confirmed. Yes, Millard, it is secure. Taki declared. We've confirmed there are no copies of the book here. Gather what we've collected and let's move out. Suddenly, a voice called out urgently, Lord Taki. Lord Taki. A man named Josiah ran up, his face pale with panic. What are we supposed to do? Taki simply shook his head. Hold off the orc and any other monsters that get close. Your training should be more than enough to handle them, Josiah thought bitterly. One day of training and he says that with a straight face, but he kept his tone respectful to Taki. Then at least let the people outside the walls in. I will command the defense here. Taki just sneered with contempt. Ha, you're not even a knight. What could you possibly do? I don't want to hear that from a knight who's running away, Josiah thought. Reconsidering, Taki smiled down at Josiah. Fine, I'll leave it to you, then. Happy now? Let's go. Josiah watched the carriage disappear into the distance with a dark look in his eyes, feeling the ground begin to tremble. Elsewhere, a man named Brick was huddled in the darkness, trembling with fear. Where are we going? Are we going to be eaten by monsters? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Model. Peeking through a narrow gap, Amba's eyes widened. A horde of savage beasts and monsters swarmed before him. He spotted a fire raging down below, and saw Aden's group with 3 others. A piercing cry echoed through the air. It was coming. The group moved as one through the darkness. Suddenly, Amethyst glanced back. She warned Aden's trio behind her. The path from here on will be treacherous. With a caring gesture, she handed Ismail a lantern. Please, guide your sister and uncle carefully. This is a spare lantern. Take it. He accepted it with a grateful smile. Thank you. I'll take good care of my uncle. Don't worry. Aiden thought to himself. It seems people are much friendlier when they think I'm blind. A memory flooded back. A soldier stood before the town gate, shouting, "The knights and mercenaries have fled." Josiah's voice cut through the chaos. However, we must still rally everyone to protect the village. We ask anyone who can fight to stay and defend our home. He pleaded with the crowd. Even just providing support would be enough. That way, while we hold the line, the elderly and the weak can get a little further away. Aiden listened from the sidelines as the crowd erupted. Zet, your father will fight too. I'll protect you. What? Zet, you can't even peel an apple properly. The memory faded, and he returned to the present. Suddenly, Miriam's brow furrowed in disgust. I can't believe it. Knights who live to serve the people abandon them. It's disgraceful, pathetic, and ugly. Aiden felt compelled to explain. They might be berserk envoys, but instead of seeing it as abandoning those they should protect, they probably view it as some kind of glorious act. Understanding dawned on Miriam's face. Ah, she mused for a moment, I suppose so. Still, it's strange for an Agasa to sympathize with a wit envoy. Suddenly, Aden spoke, startling Miriam and Ismail. I feel the same way. His cold voice hung in the air as he began to fade away. Let's part ways here. Miriam and Ismail were left completely stunned. She cried out desperately. Wait, uncle, where are you going? The scene shifts to the city wall. A small squad of soldiers gathered as Gober cried out in terror. Captain. His eyes were fixed on the goblins at the gate. There are too many. A massive goblin snarled, I am goo. With that, it stomped its foot, shaking the very ground. It whispered in a horrifying tone. We store meat. To eat for a long, long time. Our smart brains know. It lumbered toward the huge human village, toward the strong fortress. Its face was a mask of murderous intent. Lots of meat. Every step it took made the earth tremble. Rosé shouted urgently, that orc is their leader. He immediately gave the command, fire on it now. A volley of arrows rained down like a sudden storm, but the goblins stood firm beneath the downpour. Gakin, hiding behind a goblin, issued an order. Go. Use this chance to break the gate. Hearing the command, the goblins swarmed forward like a disturbed anthill. Rosai immediately organized the gate's defense. Despite his fear, his orders were clear. Shoot any that get close. Wielding their weapons with bloodthirsty intent, the goblins charged, relentlessly hammering against the city gate. One from the back heaved a massive boulder and hurled it directly at the wooden gate. Inside, the people struggled to hold on. They're breaking through. Rosai roared frantically. Fire! Shoot to kill them. As Gober drew his bow with trembling hands, he thought of his daughter, Zet. By the time he loosed the arrow, his face was pale as a ghost. Run far, far away. Meanwhile, Gakin silently slipped to the side. It quietly activated the staff in its hand, then pointed it straight at the sky. The staff unleashed an immense surge of power. Gakin cackled with glee. The wand has responded, the Saint King's book. But before he could finish, he was ambushed by Aiden, who appeared from nowhere. The Saint King's book is nearby. He charged forward, kicking the creature to the ground, then swiftly leaped into the air. Gu sensed the danger from Adian and hurled a massive boulder at him. Seeing this, Gober and the others went pale with terror. The boulder exploded mid-air with a thunderous crash. Aden emerged unscathed, catching 2 soldiers as Gober landed in a daze. Aden spoke first. I'll help you defend the gate, Rosé asked suspiciously. Who are you? Aden replied calmly, just an imperial envoy passing through. Hearing this, the soldiers' jaws dropped in unison. An imperial envoy? You mean from the Envoy Association? Aden didn't answer. Instead, leaping straight down outside the wall, he unleashed a flurry of attacks, too fast for the eye to follow. Gu roared in agony as the blows connected. It immediately flew into a blind rage, swinging wildly. I'll kill you. Aiden stood effortlessly on its head, ignoring its frenzied rampage. I'll crush you. I'll crush all of you. In its fury, it began to trample its own allies. Adam thought to himself, that's it. Perfect movement. He then used its rampage to strike down the goblins below. From the wall, Rose watched in awe. Could he truly be the legendary assassin, the killing star? Suddenly, a clattering sound caught Aden's attention. He looked skeptically at the person climbing out of an iron barrel. Isn't that the thief from before? Brick dragged his aching body out of the barrel, when suddenly, his eyes locked onto something. Gakken, who was lying broken on the ground a moment ago, was now standing. It mumbled, "The Saint King's book." Its expression twisted into something unnatural. Its body began to warp and change. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a horrific mass of red flesh. "I will become the king of the Blood Fangs." A chilling laugh echoed. "I will be the king of the Blood Fangs." Auden, sensing the disturbance, felt a wave of unease wash over him. What is that thing? This is going to be a tough fight. Suddenly, the grotesque pile of sludge warped violently as Gakken shot out long, writhing tendrils. Aden dodged in a flash, but Gu became Gakken's helpless sacrifice. A blood-curdling scream tore through the air. "It hurts!" Gu thrashed in absolute agony, a desperate, hopeless struggle. So much pain, its cries were slowly silenced, swallowed by the monstrous form. The sludge monster, Gakken, consumed Gu's massive body with terrifying efficiency. On the castle walls, the soldiers watched the horrific scene unfold. Geber was frozen in terror, unable to speak. Then, a soldier recognized the creature. It's Gakken, the king of the Blood Fangs. Gakken's true form slowly materialized from the ooze. With a triumphant sneer, he pointed his staff at Aden, and a bolt of pure energy shot straight for his heart. Aden raised a hand to his chest to block the attack. The moment the energy made contact, Gakken let out a savage, victorious laugh. "Now, my little servant," he hissed, "hand over the book of the Saint King. Do so, and I promise your death will be swift." Before he could finish, something zipped past like a gust of wind. Seizing the opening, Aden fired an arrow straight at the monster. Struck by the surprise attack, Gakken roared in fury. "You dare!" Aden's mind raced. What was that flash of light? Did it point to the book? Gakken unleashed a frenzied assault. As Aden dodged, he couldn't help but wonder, why are all these creatures after the book of the Saint King? Gakken's attacks came from every direction, relentless and overwhelming. Even the nearby goblins were caught in the rampage, slaughtered without a second thought. The monster roared in fury, its voice turning into a piercing shriek. Aden landed softly, his movements graceful and precise. He gripped his sword, his stance fluid and ready. With a swift pivot, he executed a clean, effortless swing. His expression remained perfectly calm as he silently sliced through the tendril blocking his path. "These fangs," he said coolly, "are far too large for a body like yours." Shards of the severed fang clattered to the ground. Aden glanced at the broken pieces. Fangs without solid roots are pathetically weak. Enraged by the blatant disrespect, Gakken roared. "Silence! I am the king of the Blood Fangs." Aden's taunt cut deep. "No, you're not. You're just a useless imitation, a pale copy created by the true king." With those words, he lunged forward, resuming the attack. The viscous slime coating his blade sizzled and smoked on contact. Aden thought to himself, this poison is so corrosive. Even tempered steel will melt away. Gakken charged with insane fury, screaming, "Die." Aden had a fleeting thought of regret. "I'm not even getting paid for this. Talk about a losing deal." Suddenly, a volley of arrows rained down from behind. They struck the massive sludge, catching Gakken completely off guard. Rosai's command was swift and decisive. "Fire. For now, we help the man from the Herald's Guild, no matter the cost." Asher spoke up hesitantly. "But, sir, helping the Herald's Guild." Another soldier finished his thought. "If the King's Church finds out, we'll be charged with treason." But an angry voice immediately shot back. "Those cowards from the King's Church already abandoned us." Rosai challenged them, his voice filled with frustration. "Tell me, who exactly is left to punish us?" Geber, hearing this, seemed to have a change of heart. His next words stunned everyone around him. "I don't want to die here," he stammered. Though drenched in a cold sweat, Geber found his voice. "We're just attacking the monsters. Once the monsters are dead, we can deal with the Herald's Guild member however we want." His words reignited the soldiers' morale. "He's right. Focus on the monsters first." Another shower of arrows flew through the air, giving Gakken no time to escape. Aden breathed a sigh of relief. With them handling suppressive fire, he was free to act. He quickly limbered up, preparing for his next move. "All right then, it's my turn." He picked up one of the broken fang shards from the ground. Time to get serious. And with a powerful throw, he hurled it straight at Gakken. A smirk of satisfaction crossed Aden's face. "Perfect. This will be more than enough." He began gathering the other shards, using them as improvised weapons against the sludge monster. Struck by his own fang, Gakken roared in pain and fury. "You dare!" Aden replied with a cocky grin. What's the matter? They're your fangs. I'm just giving them back. Why so sensitive? The taunt drove Gakken into an uncontrollable rage. I will become the king of the blood fangs. I will evolve into a far greater being. Adin continued gathering the shards, his demeanor dismissive. Sure, whatever you say. But you see. He took aim and hurled another piece straight at the monster's face. He showed no signs of stopping. The problem for you is that I happen to be a sacred slayer. The final shard flew with incredible force, severing Gakken's head from its body. The head fell to the ground, lifeless. Then, its eyes shot open one last time as the rest of its slimy body began to dissolve. It was finally over. Adin bent down, reaching for the staff Gakken had dropped. But as he examined the strange object, a voice called out from behind him. Soulless heretic. He looked up to find a dozen bows aimed directly at him. Adin sighed internally. How rude. This will be a pain if one of them gets trigger-happy. Rosai's eyes were filled with suspicion. What are you planning? And why did you go to such lengths to annihilate those monsters? The soldiers beside him began to stir up trouble. He's probably the one who lured those monsters here in the first place. That's right, Asher added, losing his composure. How else could they have just appeared out of nowhere? No matter how you look at it, it makes no sense. The accusations flew, baseless and cruel. This is all his fault, the fault of that wicked heretic. Through it all, Adin remained silent, offering no explanation. And so, the weight of their baseless accusations fell upon him. Monsters don't just appear like that, it's unnatural. It's all because of him, that cursed bastard, that soulless heretic. Adin stepped forward to explain. I have no idea why that monster suddenly appeared. As you all know, he said, I merely fulfilled my duty, bound by the Emperor's coin. Then he offered a chilling theory. Perhaps, someone among you made a truly selfless wish. Rosier's men froze at his words. What? He demanded. A wish? Made to that demonic coin? The others began to waver as Aiden's words sank in. If that were true, one of the villagers had summoned it. But who would do that? I know things are desperate, but making a wish to a demon? The man with the scarred eyes seemed to realize something, losing his composure. You mean it was one of us? Adin gave no answer. It is not my duty to say. Nor do I have the authority. Seeing he get no more information, the man gritted his teeth as Adin prepared to leave. May I go now? His voice cut through the silent night, cold as ice. Or do you wish to fight me in the name of the king's church? His challenge made the men hesitate. Even after being robbed and abandoned by that noble's bastard son, Rosier refused to believe it. Do not slander our faith, Aiden replied calmly. Yes, of course, you are all faithful citizens. As the men argued, none of them noticed Brick feebly trying to crawl away. Is it over? Is it really over? He struggled to open his eyes, just as Aiden turned and spotted him. He's still alive. Bathed in the moonlight, Aiden looked like a god. Be merciful. You have been granted a second chance to live. Brick collapsed to his knees, sobbing with gratitude. In a flash, Aiden vanished, leaping onto the fortress wall and startling Rosier's men. Stop! Do not attack! Rosier shouted. Aiden calmly stepped down, a handful of arrows in his grasp. He gave a quick notice, then turned to depart. I'm just taking a few arrows. That shouldn't be a problem. Rosier suddenly blurted out. Thank you. Aiden didn't linger. As he walked away, he thought to himself, what a fool. If anyone else heard that, he'd be executed. The scene shifts back to the road where Aiden had been with the caravan. He moved through the forest like a phantom, his form a blur that was impossible to track. The divine owl flew beside him. The gold coin? You're a surprisingly good liar. Aiden replied without missing a beat. Otherwise, they would live in fear for having crossed paths with me. The owl seemed puzzled. You don't hate them. After how they treated you. Even though you killed the monster for them. Humans are frail, Aiden explained. Besides, they were kind when I pretended to be blind. For that, they deserve praise. But the trek and the talking were taking their toll. I'm exhausted, he grumbled. Running all the way here was tiring enough, and I had to fight without earning a single gold coin. Damn it. Suddenly, something made him stop in his tracks. He immediately recognized them. It was the kids. Itmane shouted with excitement. Auden, you're here. A moment later, his jaw dropped. Huh? A Koot tribesman. You defeated one of them? But Aiden's next words shocked them both. He wasn't that strong. Hearing this, Itmane's shoulders slumped. You wasted your energy, the boy said. And you didn't even get a single gold coin for it. Aiden answered gently. Midiam says that protecting and helping people is a beautiful thing. He turned and quickly draped his cloak over his shoulders. And what's life without a little beauty? Midiam chimed in, teasing that Itmane was never any fun. The boy could only weep silently. Midiam. Aiden finally asked them a serious question. How did you two manage to get away from the evacuees? They explained what had happened. At first, the others tried to stop them, but I told them we'd take care of the weaker monsters, so they let us go. They were good people. They even gave us this torch. Well, I guess they didn't know we were from the Gasa tribe, Midiam added smugly, and it's because I'm so beautiful. Adin couldn't help but tease her. Oh, is that so? Not because you're a child, but because you're beautiful. Of course, definitely. Midiam shot back defensively. I'm 13. In the north, a queen my age was already married. Adin suddenly pulled out Godin's staff. Midiam, do you recognize this? The two of them huddled together to examine it. Midiam looked at it quizzically. A magic staff, Itman explained. The Koot tribesman was holding it. Midiam caressed the wooden staff. I'll need to concentrate to figure this out. I don't have any energy left. Then, she realized something. She looked up at Adin with sparkling eyes. So you're finally admitting that I'm your subordinate. Adin seemed a bit exasperated. You don't think I would ask a fellow tribesman for a favor? Midiam tried to bargain. Then in exchange, do something for me. Adin could only agree. Fine, you can examine it tomorrow. Just then, an explosion echoed in the distance. Adin instantly leaped into a tree to get a better view. Where are we going? Midiam asked. I'm in a hurry, he replied. Follow me. Why do we have to rush? Midiam wondered. Meanwhile, the caravan had reached the edge of the forest. Amethyst heard a rustling sound from behind. She turned to see Adin. Oh, when did you get here? Amethyst informed him. The kids have been looking for you. Adin explained calmly, I just got turned around for a moment. They're smart kids. They'll catch up soon. More importantly, he continued. I suddenly heard a victory roar from the village. His words instantly captured everyone's attention. What did you say? He smiled at Amethyst. You know me. I've got sharp ears. I think it's safe for everyone to head back now. He then asked if she could contact them from here, using something like a lantern signal. Amethyst paused, considering the idea. Just then, an old man cried out, pointing ahead. Hey, look over there. He shouted, the gate lantern is lit. The defense council must have succeeded. Hearing this, the entire group erupted in joyous cheers, their relief echoing through the air. Adin suggested she send a small team to scout ahead first. Amethyst immediately agreed, but when she turned around, he was already gone. Utterly perplexed, she murmured, where did he go? Meanwhile, Adin was grumbling to himself. I'm so sick of this. I feel like if I lie down now, I'll sleep for days. Suddenly, something made him freeze in his tracks. What's with this smoke? Below him was a makeshift camp, teeming with soldiers on watch. One of them was complaining, a drought and an ogre attack. Yet the Marquis is still searching for the St. King's book and I'm telling you, this fiefdom is finished, his companion added. Let's just make one big score and get out of here. Besides, if we're hired for longer, our fees go up. So it all works out. Aiden watched in silence from the shadows, piecing it together. This must be where that runaway bastard set up camp. He continued his search, his eyes landing on a crate filled with what looked like high-quality fabrics and supplies. He was instantly reminded of his own situation. I'm completely broke. The divine owl cheered for him. You've hit the jackpot, Adin thought to himself. That's right, I need the money. After all, traveling the world costs a fortune. Just then, furious shouting erupted from one of the tents. Are you kidding me? Taki roared, pointing an accusatory finger. You let our collected supplies get stolen? Is this what I hired you for? The soldiers immediately shot back. But sir, we were ambushed. We didn't even have time to react. Taki whipped his head toward a figure in the corner. Hey, say something. This is your responsibility. Isaac, his face an icy mask, finally spoke. If you insist, then I suppose it is my fault. Taki pointed back at the soldiers. I'm docking their pay. You don't have a problem with that, do you? Isaac remained completely unfazed. Do as you wish, he replied, rising to his feet. However, he continued, one of my personal items was also stolen. This was not the work of some common thief. This piqued Taki's curiosity. What did you lose? But Isaac refused to elaborate. I cannot disclose that information. Taki scoffed and turned to leave. Then it must not have been important. Forget it. But Isaac quickly moved to intercept him. Sir Taki, that cunning rat will surely flee to the next village. I need you to use your authority and issue a military draft order on that territory. He shot back, clearly annoyed. What? The nearest village is a public forest station. It's managed by nobles. That will be extremely difficult. He jabbed a finger at Isaac. And why on earth should I do that for you? Are you giving me orders now? To his surprise, Isaac just gave a chilling smirk. Well, that's fine. His next words sent a wave of terror through Taki. In that case, I'll simply plunder the place. In your name. And before Taki could process it, a blade was already buried deep in his side. His face went pale as he stammered. You bastard. The other mercenaries cried out in alarm. Captain. Isaac simply wore a wicked grin and said, Don't worry. As he spoke, a sinister, magical light began to glow from the cursed blade. The sword itself seemed to melt and transform, becoming a grotesque spider that crawled directly into Taki's body. He collapsed to his knees, utterly horrified. Did a spider just? Isaac just sneered back at him. So, are you feeling all right now? Taki furiously swung his own sword. What the hell did you do to me? But Isaac simply blew a puff of air in his direction. Instantly, Taki's face contorted in agony. He crashed to the ground, writhing and screaming in pain. Calm yourself, Sir Taki, Isaac said in a cold, low voice. He leaned in close to explain. The spider inside you merely shifted a little. Taki trembled as he looked up at him. Isaac made no attempt to hide his cruel intentions. From now on, you will obey my every command. Without question. If you don't, the spider will begin to lay its eggs inside of you. And once they hatch, oh, it will be a truly beautiful sight to behold. He clutched his stomach, screaming, What do you want from me? The other soldiers could only watch in terror. Isaac placed a hand on Taki's shoulder, a wicked smile spreading across his face as he confessed, I'm going to raid that public forest station and catch the little mouse whose... The expression on Taki's face was one of pure, absolute horror. Elsewhere, in a secluded spot, Miriam and Ismail were waiting. Just then, the divine owl, perched in a tree, called out, 104. It's morning. Wake up. Miriam stretched with a wide yawn. When she suddenly spotted Adin approaching in the distance, Miriam noticed what Adin was carrying and asked curiously, Do you have two staffs now? He held one out. I found this yesterday when I stole the mercenary's supplies. He handed it to her with a request. It's identical to the one that Goblin Mage used. Please, take a look for me. But before she could, Isman snatched it away. I'll handle this. For all we know, it could be cursed. He began channeling magic into the staff, as Adin and Miriam watched from a safe distance. Do you see that? Idman asked, presenting his findings. I see a spiritual image of black and green. Azadin considered his words. If he were a king of the Crimson Fang, wouldn't the mana be red? Could he belong to another faction entirely? He agreed with the assessment. Yes, its function is to clarify an item's purpose, to find a specific target. Itman continued his explanation. It was made to point to something, but it's not durable. It looks like it could break easily. Azadin analyzed it further. However, its creator was a master. It seems it was made in a hurry, but its execution surpasses most magical tools. Azadin held the staff, his thoughts racing. A magic rod created solely to track the copies of the Saint King's book. If that's the case, this isn't the only one, he concluded grimly. That means we'll have to deal with more trackers from now on. He then spoke aloud. For now, let's observe the ones who lost this item. They've already returned to their camp. Perched in a tree, he watched the camp from a distance and muttered in frustration. What a pain. The entire atmosphere had shifted in a single night. He quickly pieced together their intentions. They were preparing for battle, and their goal, Azadin concluded, must also be to collect the copies. He ground his teeth in frustration. He'd expected them to act after losing the staff, but he never thought they'd resort to brute force. Just then, a voice called from below. What's the situation? Mayim looked up as Azadin climbed down. Did you see anything? He gave a short reply. They're planning to attack the next village, she asked curiously. A public forest outpost village? Even Itmain was surprised. That village is much larger than any normal settlement, she began to speculate. They couldn't possibly do something that reckless. Unless they have another reason to be in such a hurry, Azadin mused, before adding, perhaps they started to move. In his hand, the staff began to glow faintly. Soon, a grand castle came into view. As dusk fell, the streets were unusually crowded. Merchants needed travel permits to pass through the gate. Among the crowds at the public forest outpost were Azadin and his companions. A guard spoke up. Are you blind? He nodded toward the gate. All right, be careful. Azadin replied politely, thank you. Mayim couldn't help but marvel. They really let a blind pilgrim pass for free. Itmain added, even though we completely fooled them. The three of them and their animal companion walked slowly down the street. Itmain couldn't hide his excitement. Look, that's a wagon from the Chorus Merchant Guild. Mayim chimed in with equal enthusiasm. Finally, we can rest. An entirely new world was opening up before them. Azadin finally spoke. The Merchant Guild, huh? He walked toward it with them, a memory surfacing. His past self, Dez, had despised that name. You're the youngest messenger, he had sneered, his brow furrowed as he hurled insults. You're nothing but the child of a traitor, so don't get cocky. That was Ayan, the greatest genius of their tribe, who became a messenger at such a young age. Dez continued to recall the past. That's what the adults had called Ayan back then. He had learned the harsh reality of his place with a broken ankle, but there was more to it. The boy he was had glared at her with pure spite. Ayan said nothing, only looking down in silence. But back then, Dez had admired her. She was overwhelmingly strong. His memories came to a halt. Des whispered her name, Ayan. At that very moment, in another place, Ayan was disturbed by a knock at her door. What was that? Not long before, in this bustling town, the flag of the Karasa Merchant Guild fluttered in the wind. They started as a small merchant association, but it grew until it became known as a major organization within Karasa. But that wasn't the full story. In reality, it was an underground organization run by the Messenger Society. In other words, the Aragasa people. Azadin reflected on this as he observed his surroundings. Because of this, every merchant in the guild was an Aragasa. He moved through the crowd, thinking to himself, "It's good that we can hide in plain sight today." Mayim and Itman had other things on their minds. Finally, we get to wash up. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind them. "Who goes there?" The men recognized Azadin. Dante spoke up. "Well, if it isn't the famous 108th spirit, the great Azadin," Beto, standing beside him, chimed in. "Did you enjoy your 3 months playing messenger?" Azadin remained silent. They continued their malicious taunts. "Only 3 months, and you already have servants? Quite the talent, aren't you?" Azadin finally spoke to explain. "These children are not my servants, but enough of that. Help me change the shoes on my goat. You can do that, can't you?" Dante immediately agreed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Of course. If you ask, we have to obey." Meanwhile, Azadin turned to Peto. "Exchange this for coin. And if you have any Blue River arrowheads, could you give them to me?" The man leaned in close, his voice a mocking whisper. "Aren't you the one who became a messenger on Cass's recommendation, completely ignoring official procedures?" Another man added with a sneer, "Even though you were just the pathetic bedwetter who lagged behind in training." They turned to inspect the items he'd offered. Wow, he actually brought some valuable stuff. Must have stolen it on the way here. "What an amazing messenger," they jeered. Azadin spoke again, unfazed. "I also need a change of clothes. Could I borrow some? And while you're at it, could you wash these?" Nearby, Itman began whispering urgently into Mayim's ear. "I had a feeling, but this is worse than I thought." They just kept talking. Regardless of his birthright, Adin was still a messenger, and assisting him was their absolute duty. They tossed a piece of cloth right at him. "Hey, Aiden, here's a change of clothes." He glanced at it. It was a dress. He remained perfectly calm and asked, "Could you stop with the childish games? I would prefer not to hurt you." A roar of laughter erupted at his words. "What's this mutt barking about now?" Peter sneered as he stepped closer. "You think we pretend to be servants because you're so great? If it weren't for pure luck, you never would have been chosen as one of the first 108 souls." A voice suddenly cut in from behind them. "If you're all so worked up, why not settle this with a proper duel?" They froze and whipped around. "Or are you afraid of the dangers a duel presents?" The one who spoke was Mayim. "You people sure can run your mouths." Aiden smirked to himself. She has no idea what the dangers of a duel really are. Pito moved toward her, mocking her. "Little girl, you only say that because you don't know any better. That guy can't take a single punch." Mayim just scoffed. "Is that so?" The instant the words left her mouth, a pillar of light shot up from the ground. Mayim launched herself into the air, landing on Pito, the weapon pressed to his neck. Pito broke into a cold sweat. "What are you doing, you little brat?" She laughed at the title, "Little brat. You don't seem to realize the position you're in, do you?" The blade pressed deeper, as she continued. "I am a descendant of House E. How dare a lowly servant like you speak with such disrespect?" Mayim threatened. "You look down on Messenger Aiden, then step up. Stop hiding behind your twisted words and prove your worth through action." She burst out laughing. "Can't take a single punch? Ridiculous. How dare you look down on a messenger? You fools have forgotten your duty." A crowd began to form around them as Peto stammered. "No, we." As more people gathered, Itman grew anxious. Mayim stayed on guard, watching everything. Daichi stepped forward with a placating smile. Now, it seems things have gotten a bit too heated here," he went on. "It's been a while, Adin." Adin just grunted. Daichi then approached Mayim. "What's your name?" she was asked. "Mayim of House E." He smiled warmly. "I am Daichi of House 7. I apologize on my companion's behalf. So, could you please stand down? I have no desire to see those of the same clan shed blood." She considered his words, then withdrew her weapon, leaping gracefully back to Aiden's side. Pita raged to the man next to him. "What are you talking about? I'm already bleeding." Kojia replied nonchalantly, then put some medicine on it. The Ishi's reminder was stern. "Pito, Kojia, fulfill your duty to the association." They had no other choice but to agree. Understood. He turned to Adin and made an offer. "Go and get cleaned up, then join us. The least we can do is have dinner together." Adin wondered internally, is this really worth the effort? But he agreed out loud. "All right. In that tent over there." While drying off, Adin thought how refreshing a real bath felt after so long. Suddenly, Itmane's questioning voice broke the silence. Why did you just stand there and take that? Even with the issue of your birth, Aen, who shares your own blood, is highly revered. He continued, unable to hold back his questions. I heard that anyone who dares challenge or even criticize her is immediately forced to pay the price. As he pulled on his shirt, Adin simply stated, well, Aen has her own way of handling things. Itmane let out a heavy sigh. You truly are a strange one. As he left, Adin called back, then you should convince Mayim to split off from me, quickly. His words were laced with heavy sarcasm. Unless you want to become strange, just like me. In another tent, dinner was already served. Aiden froze mid-motion, his spoon clattering to the table. Daishi asked again, a bit awkwardly. I asked if you had heard any news from Aen. He answered, no, I haven't. But inside, his mind was reeling. Still, are they serious? Daishi's temper flared. You don't even care about your own sister? Aiden just scratched his cheek and explained. Ah, well, considering her abilities, she isn't someone you need to worry about. He reached for an apple as Daisy continued, this is unbelievable. You came all the way here, just to attack a member of the association on top of everything else. Daishi's hand slammed down on the apple basket. He pulled the basket out of Aiden's reach while demanding, I'm telling you to start talking about your results. Aiden's voice turned low. I am doing my job properly. I am also collecting the gold coins. Daichi cut him off. Forget about that. I'm talking about the real mission. What about attacking the other merchant guilds to take control of them? Adin sighed, deciding to ignore Daichi for a moment. He pushed the magic staff towards him, asking, have you ever seen something like this before? Daichi's answer was short. I have. The bishops use this kind of tool to find copies of the Holy King's book. As I understand it, the girl from House E delivered the regional chief's letter to you. That's why she was summoned, wasn't it? Daichi explained. It seems everyone knew. If you fail to exchange reports with the regional chief, it's only natural you'd be the only one left in the dark. Daichi smiled and added. But anyway, bringing it back is a great contribution. Though it would have been best if you managed to bring back a copy of the Holy King's book. Aiden once again reached for the basket of apples. Daichi asked in utter disbelief. What? Aden held up an apple as he replied, oh, I brought one. It seems the other messengers came back empty-handed, didn't they? Just as he was about to take a bite, his wrist was seized. Azadin, Des demanded, hand over the copy. The sudden command caught Azadin completely off guard. The outpost was still bustling with activity, but in a quiet corner, his three companions were tending to their mounts. Suddenly, a furious shout erupted from the tent. Azadin, Des stormed out, seething. Azadin froze, the apple still clutched in his hand. Des got right in his face, questioning him. Are you telling me you don't trust us? We can protect the Saint King's scripture far better than someone as powerless as you. Azadin finally spoke, his voice calm. Des, don't you think that would just make things more complicated for you all? He took a slow bite of the apple before continuing. One of Marquis Kezel's bastard sons is on his way here with a band of mercenaries, and among them are heretics who worship the filth. Des scoffed in annoyance. You think we'd actually lose to them? I may have lost to Aen, but I'm still a former apostle. Azadin pointed out the glaring flaw in his plan. That's the entire problem. Don't you think strange rumors will start if a group of merchants fights a little too well? But Des was stubborn. That doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is protecting the scripture of the Saint King. He jabbed a finger at Azadin. Besides, you're weak compared to Aen. The words made Azadin weary. You're comparing us again, just like when we were children. Azadin himself knew he never stood a chance against Aen when they were young. He mulled it over. He'd grown so much stronger since then. But Aen was now the clan's greatest warrior, commanding countless followers. A vision of Aen flashed in his memory. It had been years since they last met. He couldn't even begin to imagine how powerful she was now. Azadin shook his head, resolute. Regardless, I will deliver the copy to the regional chief myself. That is the best and final way. The more he insisted, the more infuriated Des became. You insolent little brat. I am your senior. Suddenly, the tent flap flew open as someone rushed in. Sirs, we have a problem. The urgency in their voice made both Des and Azadin snap their heads toward the eastern gate. As twilight began to fall, the eastern gate of the forest outpost remained deceptively peaceful. Then the guards spotted them. Taki's entire retinue was slowly approaching. Are those weapons? A soldier shouted, blocking their path. Halt! There are too many of you to enter at this hour. Make camp somewhere else and return tomorrow. Taki just let out a laugh. You are a diligent worker, Sir Jordan. He then smoothly pressed a heavy coin purse into the guard's hand. Please, see this as a token of my appreciation for your service. Jordan glanced down at the bribe, muttering, You're putting me in a very difficult position. Lord Taki, you're a knight yourself. Taki leaned in to persuade him. If anything should happen. Well, we could both find ourselves as priests in the king's own church. We're on the same side, after all. Jordan's resolve started to crumble. Well, if you put it that way. But before he could finish his sentence, a blade pierced through his head. Isak struck the fatal blow without a shred of hesitation, and Jordan collapsed to the ground. Taki's expression soured instantly. As Isak stepped back, his grim work finished. Taki furiously confronted him. "Hey, I never said to kill him." Isak simply explained. "You should be pleased, young master. A good raid is no fun without a little bit of this." Taki continued to yell at him. "You're making this harder on yourself. There are 3 gates here." But to Isak, that was a trivial matter, nothing worth worrying about. He observed his own hand with a smirk. The mottled skin was a horrifying sight. Isak blew a gentle breath, and a cloud of tiny red things flew from his palm, landing on the men before him. Spiders. The swarming arachnids immediately began to burrow into their flesh. They screamed in agony. Spiders. The horrific scene made Taki's face go pale. Isak let out a chilling laugh. "I am brimming with power." Taki gritted his teeth, the awful realization dawning on him. You're a heretic of the filth cult." A wide grin spread across the cultist's face. "You finally realized it." He then made an offer. "Let's work together. Young master, this is a win-win. I get the Saint King's scripture, and you get your revenge." Isak's face was twisted with cunning. With another puff of air, the spiders that had landed on Taki began to stir. He collapsed to the ground, writhing and trembling as Isak spoke. "It seems you don't have a choice anymore." The other soldiers were now completely under the cultist's control. He declared with arrogance, "From this moment on, no one is allowed to leave this village." He then dispatched his men with an order. "Go find the rat in the guild's hut." At that moment, a merchant carrying a backpack headed for the gate to leave, but he saw the commotion. He approached, asking, "What's going on here?" The person next to him explained grimly, "These thugs won't let us leave the village." They pointed forward, demanding answers. "Why can't we leave?" The man opposite him, Arthur, gave a chillingly simple reply. "Because we said so." The merchant gritted his teeth. "You people have no right to stop us." He tried to shove Arthur aside. "Get out of my way. I have to go. You're just hired mercenaries." Suddenly, Arthur's hand clamped around the man's face, lifting him off the ground as he issued another warning. "I said no one is allowed to leave." "That's right. Not a single soul." The other onlookers saw this and fled in terror. Arthur observed the man in his grasp and remarked, "But there's something strange about this one." His companion agreed, "Yeah, really strange." Drool began to trickle from Arthur's lips. "I'm so hungry." The unfortunate man's eyes widened in sheer terror. Arthur's face began to contort, revealing his true monstrous form as he opened his grotesque mouth wide. He shut his eyes, ready for the end. When suddenly, an arrow whistled past. Confused by the silence, he opened his eyes, only to see Aetho struggling against an attacker. The man was paralyzed with fear, and before Aetho could react, Odin dropped from above, plunging his blade in. At last, the man was dead. Adin glanced down at his handiwork. His blade was crawling with spiders. Adin's face darkened. They were the minions of the Spider Queen. Aetho. Seeing the horrifying sight, the villagers fled in a panic. Meanwhile, Adin held Aetho down with the point of his spear. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, "Adin." It was Mayim. "Did you finish him?" she asked. He gave a short, grim reply. "No, this is only the beginning." He then pointed towards a tent. "Grab some food and water." Itmine, standing beside her, was confused. Right now, Adin's voice sharpened. "What do you think?" he retorted. "Do you have any idea how many people are starving out there?" Suddenly, Mayim's eyes widened. She screamed a warning, "Adin, behind you." He whipped around to see a figure rising from the ground. The enraged Cajun swung wildly, forcing Adin to leap back. He watched them cautiously, a flicker of shock in his eyes. Aetho and Cajun snarled like the living dead. "Meat." One of them rasped. The other shrieked, "Fresh meat." Adin analyzed their horrifying state. To be moving in that condition, it looks like the spiders are controlling their nervous systems. With a low growl, they lunged forward to attack. He ducked under the blow, a plan forming in his mind. "What if I send a shockwave through their entire bodies?" he murmured. Cashin swung, but Adin was faster, evading with ease. He threw a white cloth over one of their heads, his hand glowing as he prepared an attack, still muttering, "Let's see how you like this." Adin struck downwards with a powerful blow, sending shockwaves radiating through the ground. The creature shrieked in agony as it collapsed. Chunks of its flesh were blown away, but then its body began to transform, and a massive spider leg burst from its back. Adin narrowly avoided the lethal strike. He kept his distance as more legs erupted from their bodies. Both Aetho and Cashin were transforming. Adin let out a cold smirk. "So they're evolving." Just then, a flaming torch flew toward him. "Adin." He snatched it out of the air and immediately used the flames to drive back the spider freaks. Though they've lost their minds, they still react to intense heat. Itmane moved quickly, coordinating with the others. Working with Mayim and Adin, he helped trap the two monstrosities inside a ring of fire. Terrified, they were frozen in place. Adin let out a satisfied smirk. Good work. Make sure the flames don't reach the merchant tents. This isn't a bad start. This entire scene unfolded before the stunned villagers. Look, the fire is working. Burn those monsters to ash. Trapped in the blaze, Aetho and Kajin shrieked, "No, fire." Adin's cold voice cut through the chaos. "Ah, you two should stay right where you are." He brandished the torch. "Now, be good, and burn." Their bodies, charred to cinders, finally collapsed before him. The villagers cheered, "They're dead. Let's burn the rest of them." Adin turned to his companions. "What's the status on the food and water?" Mayim explained proudly, "We grabbed everything we could find." Itmane added, "Should we bring the goats, too?" But Mayim cut in, her expression eager. "Wait a second. We were pretty useful just now, weren't we?" She pressed on. "With the divine owl appearing, you're going to need our help, so let us join you." Just then, the owl landed on his shoulder and called out softly, "Adin." He began, then asked, "Is there a new contractor?" The divine owl responded with a somber tone, "Yes." Adin's voice was urgent. "Where are they?" "To the west," it replied. "Ah, they just took their last breath." The grim news made him curse under his breath. Damn it. Adin began gathering supplies, turning to the others. "You two, get more torches ready. We're heading for the west gate." Without waiting for a reply, he was already on the move. Mayim forced a crooked smile. "Well, I guess he's giving us orders now." Itmane nodded in agreement. "Looks that way." Meanwhile, Adin swung his blade at another creature, but the infected thing just growled, refusing to fall. It swiped at him, but he dodged effortlessly. Adin's thoughts were grim. It just won't die. He continued the fight, analyzing its movements. A normal human would have gone down long ago. Just looking at its grotesque form was enough to make him sick. And these things just keep mutating. Their numbers are exploding. They're disgusting. Adin spat with frustration. At this rate, I'll never reach the contractor's location. Suddenly, an arrow flew from above, striking the creature and erupting in a burst of blue lightning. The archer was Mayim. She grinned. "I knew it. I figured lightning would work since they're weak to fire." But after firing the shot, she swayed on her feet, and Itmane rushed to support her. Mayim. Adin's expression grew dark. He chose his words carefully. "Mayim, I admit you have skill. You're truly an elf." Mayim's face lit up, about to respond, but Adin cut her off. "However, that beauty of nature is a grimoire. It's not something you should use lightly. Get some rest." Itmane gritted his teeth, thinking, "She's pushing herself this hard, just to get his approval." Itmane spoke up. "Adin, didn't you say the contractor was already dead?" Adin replied without even glancing his way, "Yes." Frustrated, Itmane pressed him. "Then why are we still doing all this?" Adin's explanation was brutally simple. "A pact is a pact. Even if they die, I can't just leave without checking." Itma's words were cryptic, but burning them has its limits. He couldn't help but agree. "You're right." His agreement came with a declaration. "That's why I intend to kill their leader instead." The west gate was now a sea of flames, where innocent people stood helpless against the mutated horde. Blood stained the ground, and Isaac watched the gruesome scene, thoroughly enjoying the carnage. Taki crept closer, his voice laced with worry. "Hey, are you sure this is a good idea?" he added nervously. "Looking for the St. King's book copy like this." Taki's face was a mask of pure terror. Isaac simply explained, "It's not going exactly to plan, but it's still working out great." Those last words made him scream. "Great," Taki yelled in Isaac's face. "In this chaos, the thief is going to escape first." His voice turned grim. "What's this?" Over there, a mutated human was attacking someone, and on the ground, some kind of magic circle. Isaac brutally kicked the body aside to get a full view of the sigil on the ground. "What is this?" Taki explained from the side. "It's a summoning for the demon of the gold coin." Isaac repeated, confused, "The demon of the gold coin?" His mind started piecing things together. "Are you talking about the emissaries?" Isaac knelt to examine the mark. "Ah, come to think of it, they're also searching for the St. King's book." A delighted grin spread across his face. "The rat who stole from me might just be an emissary." Taki asked, full of curiosity, "Are you planning to fight the demon of the gold coin?" Isaac reasoned, "It makes sense. The plea has already been made. The emissary will deliver himself right to me." Taki raised an eyebrow at his words. Suddenly, a streak of light shot past Taki's shoulder, making him jump. Isaac caught the arrow with ease. He snapped it with cold fury, then instantly spun around, his eyes locking onto a specific direction. By then, another arrow had already reached his face. embedding itself in his head, but he didn't die. Instead, he just smirked. Was that first shot a deliberate miss? 6 spider legs erupted from his body. He grinned, his twisted form now a hideous sight. What an interesting specimen. Over here, Adin, the Emperor's emissary, moved in a flash. He rushed forward, unleashing a storm of blows on the creature. Isaac ground his teeth in frustration. You're not half bad yourself, you fanatic, Adin sneered. They continued to clash. A safe distance away, Taki hugged his head in fear. He remembered the close call from seconds ago, thinking. Dodging on instinct back there was a really good idea. His eyes never left the fight as a thought escaped his lips. No matter which of these two monsters wins, it's bad news for me. Taki huddled in a corner, tears welling up in his eyes. I miss my mom. At that moment, Adin's blade sliced down, severing several of Isaac's limbs. The creature scrambled back in shock. Aiden mused, so this is their leader? Even in spider form, he hasn't lost his sanity. He must be a high-ranking worshipper. The creature finally acknowledged his power. So strong. Just as I'd expect from the Emperor's emissary. As he spoke, new spider legs grew from Isaac's body. With skills at your level, you can't kill me. Aiden shot back, completely unfazed. Is that so? Suddenly, the creature's expression changed. As Aiden closed the distance in an instant, he said, You're still just a spider, aren't you? Isaac was relentlessly pushed back. You bastard, he roared in fury. Isaac lunged with his spider legs. But Aiden had already used the opening to slip behind him. A parasite can't scratch its own back. By the time Isaac realized his mistake, a sharp slicing sound echoed. A head flew through the air, landing beside Taki and making him scream. As Adin approached, Taki began to speak frantically. Wait, hey, you're an emissary, right? That means you can't kill me. Aiden paid his words no mind. Whether you're a noble or not is meaningless to me. Taki pleaded with all his might. No, that's not it. Wait, and pulled out an item that made Aiden pause. Here, look. In Taki's hand was a coin. He began to explain, it's the Emperor's gold coin. Aiden's voice was cold as he interrogated him. Where did you get that? Taki avoided his gaze, stammering. My mother. A wave of relief washed over him. It's just like Mom said. An emissary can be controlled by the Emperor's gold coin. However, Aiden reminded him, but even if you had a mountain of these coins, without a plea. Taki immediately threw the coin right into the center of the magic circle, causing it to glow. Taki's voice boomed with conviction. I've been infected by these spiders' poison. Save me. Aiden responded like a true emissary, his voice devoid of emotion. Your plea has been accepted. He took no pleasure in saying the words. This piece of trash is the petitioner. But Taki was too lost in his own world to notice. He cried and cheered at the same time. I'm alive, Mom. Just then, a voice called out from afar, Aiden. His thoughts were cut short when he saw them. Mayim and Itma did not look pleased at all as they took in the scene. Itma pointed a finger at Taki. So you're saying that guy is the one who made the plea? Aiden nodded curtly. Yes. Then he turned to Mayim. By the way, Mayim, can you use your Thunder Wall again? Just reduce its power. For a moment, she looked confused. The Thunder Wall, he affirmed, making it clear he needed her help. Mayim considered it for a second, then began to walk forward, saying, Since I've met a fellow countryman in such a distant land, I'll help you as much as I can. His words were like daggers, each one finding its mark with brutal accuracy. You want my help with the Bronze Pact, too? Even though I'm not your attendant, of course I'll help you. Aiden was completely overwhelmed by her spirit. All right. He made Mayim a promise, and her expression instantly lit up. I'll accept you as my attendant. Happy now? Mayim practically bloomed with joy and replied, Thank you. I'll do my absolute best. Itman observed quietly, never realizing Mayim craved recognition so badly. His mind drifted back to an old memory of her. I swear, I'm going to jump, he had said. Back then, Mayim had just nonchalantly agreed. A bitter jealousy brewed inside Itman. No matter what I do, Mayim never pays any attention to me. His fists clenched unconsciously, but Aiden gets her attention so effortlessly. He nearly collapsed from the sheer frustration. It's just not fair. Aiden asked with genuine concern, Is he just hungry? Want some jerky? Mayim, however, was already fired up for the mission. All right, let's get down to business. Since he's the supplicant, we just need to keep him from dying. Taki stumbled backward in a panic. Wait a minute, a thunder wall is made of actual lightning, isn't it? What if I die, too? But Mayim had already unleashed its full power. Lightning slammed into Taki, so intense it revealed his very bones. Aiden rushed to support Mayim's arm. Are you all right? I'm sorry. I might have pushed you a little too hard. With a faint blush on her cheeks, Mayim forced a smile. I'm fine. I just need a moment to rest. I'm not that weak. Taki slowly scrambled up from the ground, only to shudder in disgust at the tiny spiders crawling all over his body. Taki shot a death glare straight ahead. When Aiden and Mayim saw him, their faces twisted in pure horror. "Why are you two looking at me like that?" he fumed, pointing an accusing finger at Aiden. "Do you have some kind of weird hobby? Hey, you're insulting me now." Itmayan gestured toward Taki and asked calmly, "Since the request is complete, can I kill him now?" "What did you just say?" Aiden immediately threw out a hand to stop him. "Itmayan, stop talking nonsense. The request has been fulfilled. We can kill him now." Aiden simply looked up as a divine owl appeared, soaring across the sky. "The Emperor's voice has answered his pleas. This means you become an agent of the Emperor's law, meant to enforce it everywhere." Aiden then carefully explained the full weight of this responsibility to Itman. "Once someone becomes a supplicant, we are bound to serve them even after their initial request is fulfilled. Besides, the Emperor's voice is sustained by people like him." Itman scoffed, "Whatever. Can we just get out of here now?" Aiden replied thoughtfully, his mind already set on another mission. "About that, I want to deal with all the spiders infesting this village first." He glanced at Mayim and Itmayan, hesitating. "But this annoying kid is going to complain the whole time." Suddenly, a new voice cut through the air. "It's the Church of the King." A squad of soldiers appeared at the city gates, their voices raised in a cheer. "The Holy Knights are here. We're saved." A wave of relief washed over Aden. "That's great. They can handle the rest." "All right, let's go." But as the three of them turned to leave, Taki cried out from behind them, "Hey, wait. Let me come with you, please." He desperately tried to convince them to let him tag along. "If the King's Church searches this place, I'm a dead man. At least get me out of here." "You just said you have to serve me sincerely, didn't you? Take me with you." Hearing his desperate pleas, Auden didn't know what to do. He pressed a hand to his forehead, a headache already forming. "Oh, for goodness sake." A moment later, Taki crossed his arms and barked an order. "Hey, you two. We need to borrow a house for a bit." The husband and wife stared back in terror, completely bewildered. "A knight? Why is a knight all the way out here? Is there something you need, sir?" Mayim and Itmain instantly rushed over, frantically clamping their hands over his mouth. "Shut your mouth, you idiot." The two of them quickly dragged him away, leaving Aiden to handle the situation. "We're just passing through on a mission and need a place to rest." He held out a coin to the husband as a formal request. "Please allow us to use your stable for a little while." Understanding the request, the husband immediately agreed. "If that's all, then please, make yourselves comfortable. We have to head out to the fields anyway. Thank you." Taki was clearly displeased with Aiden's respectful approach. "Huh. Why did you act like that? They're just lazy and ignorant commoners." "You call them lazy?" Taki didn't hesitate to list off their flaws. They pray for a bountiful harvest, but the moment a little rain falls, they run for cover. There's a reason they're so poor. While Taki was rambling, Auden opened the stable door. He shot back a wry smile and said, "You're right. Everyone has their own struggles." Aiden's sarcastic jab hit its mark, causing Taki's face to flush red with anger. "And a nobleman like you must have some grand reason for following us around like this, right?" With that, the four of them stepped inside the stable. "Why don't you take some time to reflect on your life? You bastard. I have a proper name, you know." Aden ignored him and gave his orders. "Tie up the mountain goats on the first floor. We'll sleep in the loft upstairs." As Aden arranged some straw to sleep on, Taki watched with a worried expression. "What if there are fleas in there? It's still way better than having spiders crawling all over me. I can't sleep in a dump like this." Miriam, sitting beside him, raised her hand to speak. "Aden, by the way, it looks like you're still confused about what the King's Holy Church is really like." She remembered the couple from earlier that day. "I saw how those two farmers both respected and feared the Holy Knights." Aiden pressed down on the hay, explaining it to her. "There are knights who are sworn to protect the sovereign's laws." They both glanced back at Tak, who was fast asleep. "They learn white magic and always do good deeds, so normally, they're welcomed everywhere." Look at him, already knocked out. Tak seems to be sleeping soundly, but in reality, they're just nobles who exploit the common folk. Miriam watched him snoring away and finally understood. "Ah, I get it now." The sky was already beginning to lighten. "All right, let's get some rest." "Understood." In the forest near the farm where Greek had stopped, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the canopy. A heavy boot appeared, crushing a branch on the ground. Gazet had led his squadron all the way here. Foy, looking exhausted, questioned his superior. "Sir Gazet, how much longer do we have to march like this?" The man turned back, his expression sour. "Quiet down. Everyone wants to get this over with and go home." Foy scratched his head in confusion. "Our mission is to hunt monsters. But if we can't find any, we just report back, right? I want to go home, eat a feast, and sleep with my beautiful wife." He glanced ahead, a smirk on his face. Foy looked at Gazette and suddenly remembered. By the way, Sir Gazette's daughter is quite beautiful. He moved closer to Gazette. Isn't she? That's none of your business. The other soldiers started gossiping about her. Is she older than us? What if she's moved by our bravery? Gazette, now furious, spun around and ordered, cut the chatter and focus on the search. Turning back, all he could do was sigh in frustration. Suddenly, a roar echoed through the forest, freezing Gazette in his tracks. He immediately dropped to the ground. Foy, seeing this, was confused. Sir Gazette, Gazette raised a hand to his lips, signaling Foy to be silent. He quickly ducked behind a bush, scanning for the source of the sound. It turned out the roar came from an oivan. It's a monster. Beside him, Foy's face went pale with fear at the sight of it. A real monster. The beast's eyes locked onto Gazette's group. One soldier drew his bow, aiming at the oivan. Hurry up and shoot it. But Gazette stopped them in their tracks. No, wait. But his words came too late. The soldier had already let the arrow fly. A volley of arrows rained down on the oivan. It seemed their actions had only enraged it. Ignoring the arrows, the oivan charged straight for them. It soared right over the heads of Gazette and his men. The soldiers watched as it spread its wings and flew away. Foy stammered, his face drenched in sweat. It ran away. Teach, what a hassle. Gazette's mind was already racing with calculations. That was a juvenile, which means there are more nearby. A soldier pointed ahead. Sir Gazette, what's that? They were standing before a fence, and beyond it lay a farm. Gazette's face was grim as he remained silent. The husband was already dead, riddled with arrows. Seeing the horrific scene, Gazette's expression darkened. Damn it, he gave his men a chilling order. Kill them. Gazette's face twisted with grim certainty. They must have summoned that oivan. They're heretics. Kill them. The soldiers obeyed, though their hearts weren't in it. We don't want to be punished. We're sorry. The wife clutched her dead husband, staring at them. Fear was etched on her face as tears streamed down her cheeks. One soldier raised his sword, thinking to himself, we can't disobey a direct order. The sun had now risen above the trees. The divine owl, perched by the window, called out to Adin, wake up. He sat up, still covered in straw. I haven't even slept for 2 hours. Just then, the owl reminded Adin of his duty. You have a mission, assigned to you by the 108 spirits. The divine owl hopped down beside him and sighed. Only those who answer the call of justice are worthy of being my messenger. And there are not many like that. The door was suddenly thrown open, and a voice cried out from outside, help me. A young boy, his face streaming with tears, ran inside. Aiden jumped down and placed a hand on his shoulder. What happened? The boy's words were choked with sobs. My father, my father. The boy cried out in anguish. He was killed by the knights. Outside, 3 bodies lay slaughtered on the ground, a spear impaled through one of them. A soldier yanked the spear from the corpse. Gazette demanded from behind, have you found the kid yet? The soldier reported back to him, not yet, sir. There's no trace of where they fled. Gazette's sharp eyes darted to the side, down at the bodies. He thought to himself, they should have died with their parents. Running away only makes things more complicated. Yes, there's no other way. A noose was hung from a tree. Murdering innocent villagers is a crime punishable by death, but there is a path to repent and be forgiven. However, knowing the temperament of Bishop Salagma, the man holding the scales of justice, he would never allow us to become knights of absolution. The blade was already stained crimson. Besides, almost no knight of absolution ever survives the trial and returns. They either become pillagers or get trampled underfoot. Most become bandits or lose their lives on the road. Gazette feared the criticism would fall upon his daughter. At my age, I can't become a penitent knight. That would utterly destroy Mara's future. That girl has suffered enough, forced to grow up an outcast because of her useless father. Gazette's mind was made up. Yes, this is what must be done. He reaffirmed his decision. As a father, I will do anything for my child. Gazette turned and gave a cold command to his soldiers. I'm sure there are more of them hiding. Hunt them down and dispose of them. As he issued the order, a soldier named Tasik caught a glimpse of a girl fleeing through the forgotten village. There's a runner. Tasik hefted his spear, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. Where do you think you're going? He launched the spear directly at her. It plunged into the earth, tripping the girl and sending her sprawling to the ground. Tasik bragged about his throw. My hand just slipped on some blood. But then a rock slammed into the side of his head. His eyes went wide with shock. He collapsed in a heap right in front of Jada as the other soldiers began to murmur in confusion. Tasik, what was that? Another stone flew through the air, aimed at Gazette, but he batted it away with his sword. He held his blade steady, demanding, who are you? A figure slowly emerged from the gloom. It was Adin, one hand on his neck. I'm so tired. I still haven't recovered my strength. The soldiers immediately charged him. You bastard, are you looking to die? Adin effortlessly evaded the soldier's wild attack. He leaped backward, his mind calculating. A spear has long range, but I'm unarmed, so I'll just have to take one of theirs. Aiden scooped up a stone from the ground. He then unleashed a volley of rocks straight at them. Jot nimbly dodged the attack. Do you really think you can hit me with a rock twice? Adin shouted. Returning crane. The stone instantly reversed direction, smashing into the back of Jot's head. Adin seized the moment, vaulting high and driving a kick into Jot's stomach as he snatched the spear from his hands. And just like that, Adin was armed and ready to fight. The soldier who witnessed it was paralyzed with fear, clutching his spear as he let out a scream. But suddenly, a commanding voice rang out. Wait, stop. Gazet revealed his identity to Adin. Before you attack, do you have any idea who we are? We are the Holy Knights of the Royal Church. Hearing this, Adin looked genuinely surprised. Holy Knights, he said, questioning their actions. So you're the ones who slaughtered these innocent people. Gazet corrected him. They were heretics. Adin challenged him. Where's your proof? An image of the kind, hardworking couple appeared in his mind. How could a couple who only knew hard work be heretics? Gazet's face twisted with righteous fury. No one understands heretics better than the Holy Knights, and yet you dare question our judgment? He drew his sword, preparing to strike. I see now. You must be a heretic too. That's why you're protecting them. Gazet held his sword with conviction. Am I right? A brilliant light began to glow from his sword, and soon his entire body was enveloped in a holy aura. Seeing that light, Adin's eyes widened. He immediately rushed towards Jada. Close your eyes. This is the same trick that short-haired bastard used before. A blinding light to obscure your vision while he attacks. He shielded Jada with his body, but he couldn't escape the blinding flash himself. So bright. At that moment, Midiam and Isma appeared. Gazet was stunned to see the two of them. They ran to Adin's side. Adin, are your eyes okay? Adin replied, but thought to himself, I'm not sure. No, wait. How could that happen when I don't even have eyes? Isma reported the situation. On the way here, 2 holy knights suddenly attacked me, so I took care of them. I didn't kill them. I did a good job, right? You did great. Seeing the 3 of them, Gazet thought. A child with such a powerful bow, capable of taking down 2 knight trainees? Finally, he spoke. Looking at the 3 figures before him, he guessed their allegiance. They were from the Heralds Association. The soldier beside him gasped. The Heralds Association. You're loyal to the Emperor. Gazet stepped forward, spitting with disdain. You soulless blasphemers. So I suppose these peasants really were heretics then? Aiden shot back sarcastically. Or does this mean you massacred them without being certain? Gazet's brow furrowed at the sharp accusation. Aiden pointed the spear directly at him. I can tell just by looking at that short spear of yours. It's not designed for fighting against humans. He stood tall, exposing the truth. You came here to hunt beasts, but you accidentally killed a person. You probably mistook people gathering herbs in the forest for animals and shot them. And this entire massacre was just to silence any witnesses. The accusation made Gazet tremble with rage. Shut your mouth, you blasphemer. Adin held the spear firm and offered a deal. Compensate the village, and swear an oath to become a penitent knight. If you do that, I will not kill you. Gazet placed his sword against his own chest, defiant. Why would I do that? Look at you. You appear to be a high-ranking member of the Heralds Association. The holy light flared around his body once again. A massive hammer of light materialized above Gazet's head. If I can capture you, then all of this will be over. Hearing that, Adin's interest was piqued. So, I look like a big shot, do I? Gazet raised his sword. The massive hammer instantly swung straight for Aiden. He leveled his spear, preparing to meet the attack. Without hesitation, Adin launched his spear. It struck the cross mark on the hammer perfectly, but immediately shattered into 1,000 pieces. Adin's eyes widened in shock. Damn it. Everyone scrambled to dodge the hammer's devastating aftershock. Adin spotted the quiver on Midiam's back and instantly snatched an arrow. I'm borrowing this. With the arrow in hand, he dodged another crushing blow. This brute force is insane. Putting some distance between them, Adin grabbed the bow at his side. Adin drew the bow, aiming straight ahead as 2 arrows soared into the sky. Seeing this, Midiam couldn't help but ask, What are you doing? Gazet just scoffed at the sight. It doesn't matter if they fall back to earth. Gripping his sword, he charged straight for Adin. A smirk spread across Gazet's face as he swung his sword, carving a deep scar into the ground. But his target had vanished. Where did he go? Aiden reappeared in a flash, right behind him, snatching one of the falling arrows from the air. He drew the bow, taking aim at Gazet. The arrow flew true, piercing straight through the man's head. Auden landed softly, his gaze fixed forward. Midiam could only stare, completely stunned. Gazet collapsed right in front of her, as the second arrow suddenly changed course, flying back. Aden swiftly caught the returning arrow. His eyes fell to the ground, where he noticed something strange. What is that? By now, the sun was high in the sky. Aden held the dead man in his arms and gently laid the body down on the ground. Aden brought all the bodies back to the farm. A young boy approached the corpses of his parents, calling out for them. The boy collapsed, his small body racked with sobs. Aden turned his head. Fen and Tasik were bound and kneeling on the ground. What were you planning to do? Aden gave them a command. You will make reparations to the families of those you harmed in this field. He then offered them a single condition. If you become Knights of Penance, I will spare your lives. Fen and Tasik exchanged a look, thinking, if we can just get out of this. An idea seemed to flash in Tasik's mind. Ah, I understand. The villagers approached, armed with whatever they could find. An old man cried out in pure despair. They murdered my son. Head bowed and trembling, he recounted their crime. They slaughtered him like livestock. Gada's eyes went wide as she condemned them. To call us heretics is absurd. We have been dedicated to the king's church all this time. Tears streamed down her face as she wailed. Even when the drought left us starving, we never once blamed them. Kneeling on the ground, Tasik roared, shut your mouth. He viciously berated Gada. How dare you low-life trash speak out against a holy knight? You will all be cursed. Suddenly, something sliced through the air. Gada had used her sickle to cut out Tasik's tongue. She then held the bloody blade to Fen's head. The villagers stared at him, their faces masks of cold fury. Through her tears, Gada condemned Fen. If you are allowed to live, that will be our curse. And with that, she struck Fen down. Aden watched it all happen without saying a word. If we kill knights, we lose the protection of the king's law. Two children held each other, sobbing uncontrollably. They were orphans now. We'll have to leave the farm and live as wanderers. Crimson stains painted the earth around a pair of bound hands. The life of a vagrant is a cruel one. The sun finally sank below the mountains. Aden buried them all. He stood before the graves, hands clasped together. Once it was done, he turned and walked away. It's all right. At least we don't have to worry about the dead knights rising as zombies. Miriam stared at the graves, her mind filled with questions. But isn't ordaining the king's knights in the style of the Relief Society a form of blasphemy? Miriam, standing behind him, finally spoke up. But Aden. He turned as she asked, if they had agreed to become Knights of Penance, would you have truly forgiven them? A brilliant magical light suddenly illuminated the sky. Under the light of the king's law, a promise once spoken must be honored. However, since the Iraga are soulless beings, no different from roadside stones, any serious promise made to such trash is meaningless. Elegantly dressed figures trod upon the blood-soaked bodies below. No matter how despicable the act, if the victim is from the Apostles' Guild, it is forgiven. Aden listened intently to the explanation. So even if the Holy Knights swore to become Knights of Penance, there was no guarantee they would keep their word. After hearing this, Aden rubbed his cheek. So those are the laws of hybrid? Miriam asked, confused. In the end, was all of this really for the farmers? She glanced at Aden's back. But because of that, you seem to hesitate to kill the Holy Knights. He awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck. Aden turned, his expression unreadable as he explained, killing a defeated opponent. Of course, I hate doing that. But being forced to kill in battle because you lack the strength to subdue them. That's a different story entirely. He scoffed internally. He had absolute confidence. He could even take on the Royal Church's Holy Knights. Suddenly, Aden blinked, his expression puzzled. A question mark might as well have appeared over Miriam's head as she watched him constantly scan the area, searching for something. He asked, bewildered, but where did that mama's boy run off to? I can't find him anywhere. She replied, I saw him run away a while ago. Miriam scoffed lightly. One less mouth to feed. Fine by me. Just as she spoke, Taki popped out from a nearby bush. I'm right here. As dawn broke over the mountaintops, another day began. Azzedine rubbed his shoulder, his voice drained. Another forced march at the crack of dawn? When do I ever get to rest? Miriam's disdain was obvious. What could you have possibly done yesterday to be so exhausted? Suddenly, a piercing shout startled them all. This is all your fault. A middle-aged woman quickly pulled a young boy close. The scream had come from the boy, his emotions boiling over. Through tears, he yelled, if you people had never come to our farm, my parents would still be alive. The woman hastily tried to explain. Please, forgive him. He's only a child. The boy sobbed uncontrollably in her arms, crying out endlessly, Mom. Azzedine remained silent, turning to a middle-aged man to ask, where are you all headed? The man's answer made his brow furrow. Southwest. That was the opposite direction from Salasma. The drought keeps getting worse, so we have no reason to stay. Azzedine nodded. Then it's time we parted ways. We're heading out. As Azzedine turned to leave, the middle-aged man hesitated, as if wanting to say something more. When Azzedine's gaze met his, the man placed a hand over his heart, his voice full of sincerity. "May the Emperor's blessing be upon you, messenger." A small smile touched Azadin's lips as he gave a slight nod in thanks. As he walked away, a young boy asked in confusion, "Mister, isn't the Emperor's blessing actually a curse?" Though Azadin was already some distance away, the child's words, "You told me we should never even say the word Emperor." The divine owl landed softly on Azadin's shoulder, its voice echoing with despair. "They all treat me like some kind of plague, don't they? And after all I did to grant them wisdom and civilization." Azadin replied dryly, "Who else is there to blame? You brought this on yourself. You should have chosen a successor ages ago." The divine owl nodded. "I admit that, but the single generation of peace I achieved, that alone was priceless." The owl narrowed its eyes at him. "And a generation for the divine Igas tribe is a very long time." Azadin gave a non-committal reply. "Yeah, I'm sure it is." As the group moved on, the people of the farm watched their fading silhouettes. The middle-aged man finally said, "It's time for us to go." The woman's voice was filled with new hope. "Let's go. We have to keep living." After traveling for some time, a long line of moving carriages appeared before them. "Taki!" exclaimed in awe. "That was incredible. You took down a whole group of Royal Church holy knights at once." Miriam shot him a scornful look. "Did you actually see any of it? You were hiding pretty deep in those bushes." Taki stammered, "Well, not directly." Azadin snapped at them, "Enough of this nonsense. If you go around blabbing to everyone that I killed some holy knights." He trailed off, dragging a thumb across his throat. Ignoring Taki's terrified expression, Azadin let out a sigh. Such a pain. He recalled Taki's idiotic face. "Still, we need to investigate the gold that person gave to the mercenaries." Then he remembered the sight of the man covered in horrific injuries. Azadin couldn't help but sigh again. "Looks like this whole mess is going to drag on for a while longer." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey, travelers over there." A man with a friendly smile waved them over, holding a tray of tea. "Would you care for a cup of tea?" Azadin's eyes flicked to a nearby fluttering flag, thinking to himself, "They're from the Koraza Merchants Guild." The group decided to rest for a moment. Taki immediately grabbed a cup and chugged it down. The man then offered the tray to Azadin. He glanced over at Taki, then lowered his voice. "And what about that knight?" Azadin replied nonchalantly, "He worships gold coins, so there's no risk of him talking." Suddenly, the man leaned in closer, his friendly mask dropping completely. "So, where's our 3-month rookie messenger headed next?" Azadin smirked to himself. He dropped that friendly act real fast. Azadin picked up a teacup, his voice steady. "I'm on my way to Salisma. Is there a problem?" The man crossed his arms. "There is. But you're free to refuse. It's a job hunting a wyvern and some bandits." Azadin changed the subject completely. "Get me some snacks." At the man's enraged expression, he continued calmly. "Something made from sugar and wormwood. If you get me that, I'll take the job." Azadin's sharp features were highlighted by the sun as he gestured impatiently. Left with no other choice, the man handed over a tray of food. Azadin happily took the tray. The man rolled his eyes and said, "Up ahead, the Salvation Guild is providing aid." He just shook his head, utterly oblivious to the furious looks from Miriam and Ismail. "The problem is, they're forcing merchants to donate," Azadin mumbled between bites, "taking from the rich to give to the refugees. I can understand their methods." She shot him a bewildered glare. "What's this? Why are you being so lenient with this, Salvation Guild?" Ethan completely ignored him and continued. "Regardless, many now take detours to avoid the night patrol. And that's exactly where wyverns and bandits are showing up. Of course, the so-called bandits are really just escaped refugees themselves. Meanwhile, the Salvation Guild seems to be tracking the Saints' movements, making everything chaotic." At this point, Ethan gave Azadin a puzzled look. "But are you really going to accept this mission? The guild master said you didn't have to meddle in merchant affairs." But Azadin's attention was fixed on his food tray. Only one pastry remained. With a determined look, he picked up the last piece. "This is the least I can do," he said coolly. "This isn't about assassination. It's about helping people." A smirk played on Wyfin's lips. "So, this is the kind of noble quest you prefer, is it?" "Am I wrong?" he mused. "What they say about you is true. You really are one of a kind." Miriam, standing beside them, seethed through gritted teeth. "Azadin." As Azadin popped the pastry into his mouth, her voice cut through the air. "I've had enough. You'll have to excuse me." Before he could even respond, Miriam drew a dagger. In a flash, Wyfin's world blurred, and his collar was suddenly wrenched tight. Her face was a storm cloud as she glared down at him, the cold steel of her dagger pressed against his throat. How dare a mere servant put on such airs in front of an executor? Always causing trouble, Azadin sighed, calmly sipping his tea. "Show the executor some respect," Miriam warned in a low, dangerous tone. The blade shifted, drawing a thin line of blood on Ethan's neck. "Miriam, stand down," Azadin commanded. You may be an executor with an official title, but his rank is still higher than yours. You know this. Miriam gritted her teeth, listening to every word. Our guild values rank and seniority above all. Seeing the terror on Ethan's face, Azadin's voice grew firm. Unless you intend to kill him, put the blade away. She answered obediently, yes, sir. In an instant, she leaped back, disengaging. Azadin's expression turned apologetic. My apologies. You offered us fine tea, only to have to witness that. Having just escaped death, Ethan rasped. No. It's quite all right. Seeing that the situation was resolved, he turned to leave. Let's move. We have wyverns and bandits to deal with. Miriam cheerfully bounded over to join them. Ethan touched the stinging cut on his neck, his eyes narrowing as he watched the group depart. He grit his teeth. That whole routine. One attacks while the other apologizes. They did that on purpose. The group continued their journey through the barren woods. Suddenly, Azadin spoke up. Miriam, thanks for that. But stay away from anyone with deep ties to the Sabanga family. Rumor has it my own senior was purged for offending them. She replied with a cheerful grin. Aw, are you worried about me? I get it. Taki, walking beside them, looked shocked. Sabanga? Isn't that one of the families from the Messengers Guild? He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The Messengers Guild is far more organized and capable than I imagined. If people like you are in it, Azadin whipped his head around and snapped. You fool. I know exactly what you're thinking. But if you expect us to help you become the next count, forget it. Taki sputtered. What? That's not it. With your skills. Azadin explained with a weary sigh. Count Kazo is still young. He has no plans for his succession anytime soon. He continued. And what about you? Your mother comes from a wealthy, influential family, doesn't she? The Count's smug, hateful face flashed through his mind. For Count Kazo, dangling the title of heir is the perfect bait. It makes all the other houses scramble to offer him their fortunes. He'll cling to that position for as long as he possibly can. Taki's face fell. But I can't just stand by and do nothing. It's the wisest thing you can do, Azadin advised. You and your brothers scrambling for power will only complicate things further. Miriam and Ismail nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Taki pointed ahead, his voice filled with excitement. Azadin, I think that's the inn the merchant told us about. Before them stood a large, wooden tavern. A smile spread across Azadin's face. Excellent. It's been too long since I've seen a familiar face. Miriam flinched. A familiar face? Is it a woman? The sun began to set, and a cool breeze drifted by. A furry ear twitched in the distance. Azadin's face lit up as he called out, Sweeter. Without a moment's hesitation, he ran and threw his arms around the animal. Miriam was speechless. A mountain goat? You left a goat here? Ismail asked, completely baffled. He turned back, still petting the goat. The place where we met was too arid. I had the Merchants Guild bring her here to be cared for. All right, that's enough petting. Azadin stood up. Come on, let's head inside. He pushed open the door, and the sight that greeted them made both him and Taki freeze in their tracks. Taki's eyes widened in utter shock. The two people inside shot to their feet, just as stunned. Brother Taki. Azadin covered his mouth, whispering, Who are they? Taki mirrored the action, his voice just as low. My half-siblings. Azadin nodded in understanding. So, you're rivals. Not them. Taki stammered. The white-haired young man just rubbed the back of his neck with a sheepish grin. So you brought company? He asked. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm Kaka. The girl beside him added, and I'm Chico. Azadin offered a polite greeting in return. Greetings. We are the Pilgrim Caravan, he explained. We're very grateful to Sir Taki for escorting us. Kaka's eyes widened in surprise. Are you escorting a pilgrimage? Chico's brow furrowed in confusion. What happened to your mercenary company? They betrayed me. Taki answered with a dry laugh, motioning to the table. Please, sit down. We can talk while we eat. The orange light of the setting sun streamed through the window. On the table before them lay the remnants of a feast. Chico sighed. Taki, you've truly been through so much. She rested her chin in her hand and asked, So, where will you go now? Taki answered with a slight sweat drop. I plan on returning to Salazma. He gestured with his hand toward Azadin's group. They're also heading to Salazma, so we're traveling together. But the Salvation Order has set up camp just ahead, Chico said, her voice filled with worry. Suddenly, Taki uttered something completely unexpected. She's very beautiful. His words managed to bring a small, pleased smile to Miriam's face. Noticing everyone staring at him, he quickly explained, Someone like her will be targeted by the Salvation Order. It's best we avoid them completely. Azadin took a bite of an apple and asked, Surely they won't just abduct people without reason. Chewing thoughtfully, he continued, The disciples of the three archangels wouldn't force someone who has already refused them, would they? Taki and Chico went quiet for a moment. Before Taki stammered, "No. But you must be a truly devout believer." Then, moonlight illuminated the common room of the inn. Inside, the air was thick with loud laughter and the clinking of cups. Fanky threw an arm around Azadin's shoulders, his voice lazy. "So you're the traveler we'll be journeying with, are you?" Taki gave a strained laugh. "There are clients. Merchants trying to bypass the Salvation Knights by cutting through the forest." The man's words were slurred. "Thanks to us, your trip will be a piece of cake, you hear?" Sani scoffed with a condescending smirk. "Even though we're the ones paying for this mercenary trash." Bo leaned on his hand with a wide grin. "That makes us something like your saviors, doesn't it?" Azadin subtly shifted his weight, trying to put some space between himself and the rowdy men. Across the table, Taki rubbed his neck awkwardly. He knew traveling with more people was the best way to avoid monster ambushes, since the creatures usually hunted alone. Ultimately, this was a mutually beneficial arrangement, but their attitudes were absolutely grating. Thinking this, Azadin let out a soft sigh of relief. "Thank heavens I sent the children to their room first." Miriam, Ismail, and Chico had already retired for the night. Chepper, pouring more wine, said, "Come on, now. We should get to know each other a bit, shouldn't we? A long journey awaits us." Azadin politely refused. "I must refuse the drink, for I am on a sacred pilgrimage." Bo scratched his cheek. "A young man like you shouldn't be so uptight." Suddenly, Zani leaned in close. "Can you even see through that thing?" Azadin calmly replied, "I can see perfectly through the gaps," though a quiet anger began to stir within him. The blindfold was to hide his scars. Were they now intentionally mocking him for it? All at once, the man slammed a heavy hand on his shoulder. "Let us see what's underneath." Azadin leaned away with a practiced motion. "I assure you, you won't find this sight pleasant." "Because of the pus oozing out?" the man taunted, continuing to reach for him. "Just take it off already." As he was caught in the tense standoff, a sharp voice cut through the air, freezing Zani's hand in place. "Hey." Taki's brow was furrowed with irritation. "He's just a boring pilgrim. Leave him alone." "The man has been through enough. Just drink your wine and mind your own business." Fazani finally withdrew his hand, letting out a dry laugh. "But we need a little atmosphere to enjoy our drinks, right?" Remembering the image of Miriam sitting next to Azadin, he changed his line of questioning. "Oh, right. Are those kids yours? That girl is a real beauty." Azadin gave a slight shake of his head. "No, they are merely my niece and nephew." Bo rubbed his chin with a sly grin. "Is that a fact? In that case, what if you were to give that little girl to us? We guarantee we'll take excellent care of her." Azadin's hand clenched into a tight fist, his disbelief mounting. Zeni eagerly seconded the idea. "Now that's a brilliant idea." Azadin's voice rose, sharp and clear. "I'm sorry, but their family is waiting for them in the next town." He seethed internally. They weren't even trying to hide their disgusting intentions to lure her away. Sani let out a long, theatrical sigh of disappointment. He slumped back in his chair, his voice dripping with false weariness. "Well, that's a shame. This act didn't last." He quickly poured wine into Azadin's cup. "Have a drink." Feeling cornered, Azadin finally took the cup. Before he could make another excuse, Chepper cut in. "By the way, have you all heard the news? They say a woman of the messenger race is living at the lumber mill along our path." Azadin's hand, holding the wine, froze. Fanky was skeptical of the information. "What? I thought all of them were monsters." Chipper shook his head. "Listen. To be precise, her father belonged to the messenger race. He must have had a child during one of his missions, but couldn't take the girl back to his homeland. An image of a white-haired girl in chains flashed in their minds, so the mill owner bought the child as a slave and has been raising her ever since. But my God, she is a sight to behold." Fanky couldn't stop himself from licking his lips. "Is that so?" Bo, showing a sliver of reason, chimed in. "But slavery is illegal. If the Grand Cathedral finds out." Vanny waved off his concern. "Since when does the cathedral care so much about some half-blooded messenger? I'd love to have a slave like that myself." Azadin listened in silence as their disgusting chatter and laughter filled the room. "In that case, why don't we just take the child she gives birth to? I hear she's already popped out a few kids." Bo stroked the beard on his face, saying that for just one good bottle of wine, she'll warm anyone's bed. Chapper slammed his mug down, asking with a grin, "So, who wants to go first?" Adin suddenly slammed his hand on the table, and every eye in the room shot toward him. "What?" He sucked in a sharp breath of cold air through his nostrils. A second later, he buried his face in his hands as sobbing sounds escaped his lips. Forney was stunned. "What the hell? Is this guy actually crying?" Aiden turned and roared right in his face. "This is despicable. How could the people of the Holy King have fallen into such depravity?" Bo clapped him on the shoulder, his voice laced with annoyance. "Hey, what are you even rambling about? Look, I just said I wanted a slave." Adin shoved him away with a powerful swing of his arm, sending Forani sprawling to the floor. "That's the problem." Bo gasped in shock. How are you so strong? Aiden's voice was filled with absolute conviction. The three great archangels made a sacred vow. They swore to grant the power of white magic to any who uphold the three virtues and seal themselves upon this peninsula. Forani and Bo stared up at him, their faces completely blank. But as humanity continues to stray from the path of virtue, the paladins of salvation have slowly lost their divine power. And all of you, you're content to just drown in this corruption. The age of Jupiter is dawning. You must embrace the three sacred virtues. Turn away from the corrupting pleasures that lead only to ruin. Bo impatiently waved him off. Yeah, okay. We're leaving tomorrow, so everyone just go back to your rooms. Adin pounded his chest and yelled, fine. I can find my own way. Forani sighed. Well, he completely killed the mood. Chapper glared. Who forced him to drink, anyway? Back in his room, Adin gently closed the door behind him, then let out a long sigh of relief. Taki glanced over. You were just pretending to be drunk, weren't you? Adin replied, of course. He looked at the figures piled on the bed and muttered, everybody hates a zealot, after all. Miriam kicked her legs out with a laugh. A zealot? You mean the kind of people who just get wasted and stir up trouble? Adin unwrapped the bandages from his face and asked, you're still awake? I guess you heard everything. She blinked. I think everyone in the entire building probably heard you. Imian sat up and asked, is this about that woman from the messenger tribe they mentioned? Adin pressed his lips together. I haven't completed the proper transfer ritual with my predecessor. I must first verify if she truly is one of our people. Miriam narrowed her eyes at him. And what if they're telling the truth? Will you kill them? Adin answered nonchalantly. It depends. The sky was ink black, but the first light of dawn was beginning to break. The soldiers walked through the wilderness, one pointing ahead. From this point on, we will be entering the forest. If you encounter any monsters, shout immediately to warn the others. Aiden stood among them, thinking, there are more participants than I expected. He turned his head in Miriam's direction. Miriam's already sensed it. Her intuition is incredible. That's right, this feeling. The dark forest itself seems to tremble. Adin's face was grim. It's dark mana, traces of the black decay. It seems none of them have noticed. The others continued walking forward, completely oblivious. Suddenly, Miriam's voice called out from behind him. Adin. She was pulling some kind of box closer to her, huddling next to G. Adin, who had been walking, froze in his tracks. What is it? A set of sharp beastly claws emerged from the front. Hidden in the shadows lurked several red-eyed wolves right in front of us. Hearing this, Miriam's face filled with worry. Aiden continued calmly. Here they come. All at once, a tattered wolf lunged forward like a maniac, followed by the rest of the pack, all of them looking just as ravaged. They were zombies. Robert yelled in terror. To formation. Immediately, everyone quickly raised their shields, their blades pointed forward. Those wolves advanced slowly while Robert and the others held the defensive line. One of the wolves suddenly bared its teeth with a terrifying snarl. The demonic creatures just stuck out their tongues and growled. Robert cowered behind his shield, but a man beside him suddenly spoke up. They aren't attacking. Looking closer, the zombie wolf's eyes were still blood-red and filled with aggression. They still had memories from when they were alive. They are hunting us, like a pack of predators stalking its prey. Aiden thought silently. Our weakest point right now is the rear flank. Behind two of the men, a zombie wolf stood unnoticed. It lunged forward in a blur, sinking its teeth deep into one of their arms. Taki, standing nearby, roared in anger and swung his shield. You bastard! He was terrified but acted decisively, using his shield to slam the zombie wolf back. Taki swiftly drew his sword with his free hand, and with one clean stroke, sent the creature's head flying. Adin, who had been silent, finally spoke. He's not half bad. Yeah, Miriam said helplessly from beside him. At least he's not totally useless after stealing that gilded armor. Imian's face was a mask of disgust. Kakha rushed over in a panic, asking, Are you okay? Taki replied coldly, This is nothing. Ka, still worried, glanced back at the pack of hounds. Taki remained silent, his eyes watchful. The hunting hounds continued to snarl at the shield wall. Now, they only dared to bark from a safe distance. Suddenly, Chopper's eyes widened at a sight. Over there. Kazim, is that you? A massive figure holding a great sword emerged from behind the pack of monsters. A tremor of fear entered Chopper's voice. Kazim, are you okay? What happened to the others? But Norbert, at the front, abruptly cut him off. Wait, he warned. Something's not right. Look closely at the arm holding his sword. The skin is peeling off, exposing the raw flesh. The two of them froze in absolute terror at the horrifying sight. Out of nowhere, a horde of undead shambled toward them, their faces twisted in decay. They've all turned into the undead. Chopper turned to Norbert. If this keeps up, we're going to be completely surrounded. His face was still pale with fear as he watched the others draw their bows. "Archers, fire your arrows. Use your arrows now." At his command, the men in the back unleashed a volley of arrows toward the undead wolves. But the creatures moved with unnatural speed, the arrows plunging uselessly into the dirt. Fenrir desperately tried to line up a perfect shot, while Midiam and Imeo watched from behind, their hearts pounding with fear. Amid the chaos, Odin calmly bent down and picked up a stone, seeming utterly unconcerned by the fight. He wound his arm back, preparing to throw. Without a second thought, Odin hurled the rock straight into the skull of one of the wolves. Fenrir saw this and whipped his head around in shock. Norbert also flinched, his own terrified eyes glancing back at Adin. Adin's expression was ice cold as he leaned forward and said, "I'll handle the hounds. You all take care of the zombies." He then picked up another stone. Norbert heard this and immediately replied, "Got it." Then he gripped his sword and charged straight into the nearest zombie. At his side, Kaka drove the point of his spear directly into the chest of another undead creature. Suddenly, a monster lunged from behind, but something flashed past, too fast to even see. The creature collapsed, but a weary Kaka didn't even turn to look. The one who had acted was none other than Chico. She had plunged her dagger deep into the zombie's body. Over by Nobert's position, he and the others were desperately fending off the zombie horde. Luckily, these mercenaries were skilled fighters, but the way the undead moved with such coordination, there had to be a necromancer pulling the strings from the shadows. He thought to himself while idly tossing stones in the air. Aiden closed his hand firmly around a rock. This small skirmish was definitely not the end of it. Time seemed to stand still. On a dry tree branch above, an owl silently watched the scene unfold. A spear was suddenly slammed into the ground. The sudden act left everyone confused and on edge. "This is completely different from what we agreed to." Norbert roared in anger. "Zombies? We were hired to hunt a wyvern." Fenrir tried to explain. "We had no idea this was going to happen." The other men approached with placating smiles. "But we've already wiped them out. We should just keep moving forward." His anger only flared hotter, and he shoved their hands away. And who knows if another horde will appear. We're turning back. At his declaration, Fenrir's face went pale with dread. That's when Adin, arms crossed, finally spoke up. "Can you really do that?" Norbert turned to look ahead. What? In front of them, the trees had twisted and woven together, creating an impassable wall. Everyone stared in disbelief. Someone shouted, "The path is gone." Ahead of them was nothing but a dark, endless forest. Adin silently analyzed the situation. "The necromancer has blocked our escape. They're planning to silence every single one of us. If they really did that to the woman from the envoy's tribe, then I have no reason to let any of these men survive either." Chopper turned to Fenrir, accusing him. "This is all your fault. You're the one who told us to take this path." Fenrir quickly shot back. "You agreed to it, so why are you blaming me now?" Aiden stood silently, his expression cold as he continued to think. Still, he couldn't be certain. "I can't kill them until I've confirmed the truth." Suddenly, he turned and called out, "Hey, Taki." Try to calm them down. Taki's eyes widened in confusion as he pointed to his own face. "Huh? Me?" Adin replied, "You think they're going to listen to an outsider like me? I think they're more likely to listen to a noble like you." Taki stroked his chin and nodded in agreement. "That does make sense. Very well, I shall speak." He stepped forward. Taki cleared his throat, his face becoming deadly serious. He planted his hands on his hips and shouted at the crowd. "You lowly peasants. Listen to me." Adin just blinked. "Huh?" Midiam and Imeo's faces remained calm, completely unsurprised. Of course, this is what he'd do. Taki continued to shout, "I am Taki, son of the Marquis Cato. I carry the sacred. My life is worth infinitely more than all of yours combined." Nobert was furious, and even Fenrir looked enraged. The more Taki spoke, the angrier their glares became. "I am trying to uncover the secrets of this place. And you dare to even think about leaving?" Taki practically glowed with self-importance, his confident face shining. "You will fight for me and bear witness to my glory. I guarantee that this achievement will be a story told to your descendants for generations to come." He stood alone in the center, basking in his own narcissism. "I am number one." Unaware of the furious glares around him, the forest plunged deeper into darkness, revealing only the looming shapes of giant trees. Frankie's group cautiously pushed forward, while Taki hung back to watch. He turned to Aiden, completely bewildered. "Why is everyone just leaving?" Aiden shot back. "Let me ask you something first. What in the world was going through your head?" Kale looked on helplessly, placing a hand on his brother's shoulder. "Big brother, why would you suddenly say something like that? It's far more dangerous if we all split up." Snapping at the criticism, Taki spun around. "Then why don't you just go with the merchants?" Chico pulled out a pouch, searching for something. "If our intended path is blocked by some curse, following the old road could be even worse." Looking closer, her fingertips were stained dark. A fine, black powder clung to her skin. Aiden turned, his eyes fixed on it. It was just like the magic powder used by the mages of the Thuman shore. Chico dropped to the ground, watching the dust slowly scatter. This is powerful dark mana. With this level of power, it's highly likely the mage is already dead and has become a lingering spirit. Well, regrouping might not be impossible since we just ran into that horde of zombies. As he spoke, the magic powder ignited into a violet flame. Kale smiled, gently patting her head. I knew you could do it, but Adin remained lost in thought. Those two, they're very useful. Suddenly, a look of fear crossed Midiam's face. Does this mean the woman from the envoy tribe is already dead? Aiden, however, was calm as he answered, we can't say for certain. He turned his gaze back toward where they saw the horde. If it truly is someone from the envoy tribe, they would know more about this forest than anyone. Perhaps they learned to wield dark magic without dying. Ain stood firm, his posture unwavering. If they were still alive, there should have been some sign of them in the village. Then maybe. We still have a chance to speak with them. But Idameod's face was still etched with worry. If they are still alive. Midiam muttered, closing her eyes. The sky above the forest was a blanket of ashen gray. An unnerving silence hung over the wooden cabins. Suddenly, a heavy latch slammed down, sealing a door shut. Aiden and the others had finally reached the small cabins. Kale looked around, whispering, It's too quiet. Chico added, Maybe it was just that horde of undead we fought earlier. Their footsteps echoed as they crept forward. As they walked, a sound from one of the doors made Kale freeze in his tracks. He, Chico, and Taki stared intently at the rattling door. I wonder if there are more of them inside. The door continued to shake violently. Is anyone in there? I'm human. A voice cried out from inside. Chico flinched and asked, Is it a talking zombie? The voice pleaded again, I'm really human. I'm a holy knight of the Grand Cathedral. Ain strode forward, pushing Chico aside. He reached out, slowly lifting the heavy latch. The moment it cleared, a terrified woman tumbled out from the darkness. She crashed onto the hard-packed earth as everyone stared. But the female knight was on her feet in an instant. Aiden was taken aback by her swift recovery. Without a single word, she suddenly bolted into the darkness. Chico, stunned, called after her. Hey, it's dangerous to go alone, you know. The woman glanced back with a scowl. I have something I must resolve. Do not follow me. Chico, Audien, and Kale could only stand there, completely baffled as she disappeared. Midiam's expression turned somber. So that's how it is. As time passed, the sky remained a starless, pitch-black canvas. A short time later, the woman returned, her expression now calm and gentle. Thank you for freeing me from that place. Please, forgive my delayed gratitude. The group exchanged helpless glances at her sudden change in demeanor. This one's definitely a character. The female knight formally introduced herself. My name is Maya. I am the overseer of the Solomon Parish. Aiden raised a hand to his chin, deep in thought. The overseer of the Solomon Parish, you say? She must be from the elite ranks. He suddenly looked Maya in the eye. Why is a knight of your station all the way out here? Midiam added from the back. And locked in a storage shed, no less. Not to mention you ran off the second we met. A faint blush rose on Maya's cheeks, but she answered calmly. I came to this village to carry out a sacred mission. A memory flashed in her mind of entering one of the houses, observing. But while I was investigating the woodshed, a monster broke in. She whipped her head around, only to see the door slam shut behind her. Maya's eyes darted around in fear. The villagers. In their panic, they locked me inside. Back in the present, her face was clouded with sorrow. I couldn't break down the door because I had left my weapon with my horse. Of course, I could have used a sacred art, but doing so would have put me in grave danger. Maya suddenly glanced around the deserted area. Besides, this place is eerily quiet now. What happened to the villagers? You mean the undead? Adin quickly explained the situation to her. The mercenaries and merchants traveling with us took care of them, but they've already split from our group to take the old road back. Hearing this, a pitiable look crossed Maya's face as she asked her next question. Model. So, have you seen any other holy knights nearby? Aiden asked her directly. Other knights? Magia began to explain. We were assigned to subjugate the dragons in this area. My father is a knight trainer, so we were supposed to meet up somewhere around here. Hearing this, Aiden froze for a moment in silence, but he quickly recovered, asking, Your father? He's a holy knight as well, isn't he? Magia's face lit up, beaming with unrestrained pride. Yes, he is. My father is an incredibly skilled knight. My entire family comes from a long line of knights. She happily shared her story with everyone. Aiden fell silent, his mind racing. This village and the countryside they'd cross were linked by a single road. It was highly likely the knight he'd seen was this girl's father. An image flashed in his mind, a man leading a group of soldiers from the front. Addie remained quiet, lost deep in his own thoughts. A tradition of knights. Doesn't she know that's nothing to be proud of? By law, the holy knights of the Grand Cathedral are forbidden from even having children. They are sworn to kneel only before the king. Adin turned away and spoke. I did see a horse. You said your weapon was with it? Meijia answered immediately. That's right. And all of my supplies, too. He pointed west, Chico and Taki. If you're okay with it, why don't you go with our knight and mercenary to find your horse? You might even run into your knight companions. Hearing this, Meijia's eyes sparkled with joy. Okay, you are so kind. Aiden stood motionless, watching her and the others slowly walk away. His expression turned grim. How unfortunate for her. He then turned and walked straight back into the house they'd found. Miriam followed him inside. Ymello entered behind them, looking around. There's nothing here, he said. Miriam crossed her arms and asked, so what's your plan now? Aiden answered calmly. We'll use this place as our base of operations and hunt for the sorcerers using dark magic. She looked surprised. But what if the culprit behind all this is human? A hint of worry crossed her face. An image surfaced from the darkness of his mind. A demonic face with glowing red eyes. Disasters caused by dark magic are usually the work of vengeful spirits. The world around them went pitch black, with only pools of crimson blood visible. Those who suffer unjust deaths, unable to pass on, become malicious spirits that spread calamity. A woman, her limbs bound tight, stood alone and forsaken. And if this disaster was indeed caused by a human, the most likely suspect is that imprisoned woman from the messenger tribe. Her figure was cloaked in shadow, only her glowing eyes piercing the darkness. There's a high probability she was murdered, and has now become a vengeful spirit. A hand gripped a sharp object between two blazing fires. Odin's group sat in heavy silence before a campfire. Ymello adjusted something on his goat before speaking up. On top of all this, we can't even use our horn bows. Aiden quickly replied, we have no other choice. We have to hide the fact that you're from the messenger tribe. Ymello listened intently. Miriam looked deeply concerned as she wrapped her bow. Are you really sure this is going to be okay? She asked. Aiden answered without changing his posture. As long as they work better than goblin bows, it's fine. We'll be using iron arrowheads anyway. As an iron arrowhead was being heated in the fire, someone suddenly stopped. Hey, Aiden. Miriam spoke with a serious tone. If that sorcerer is still alive. Are you planning to change her mind? Aiden asked back, without turning to look at her. Why would you think that? Miriam continued. I would kill her. But you're too bound by your principles. Hearing this, Aiden looked up, thinking to himself. She's most likely dead and has become a vengeful spirit, but there's still a chance she's alive and wielding dark magic. Her demonic face appeared in his mind's eye, one side weeping in torment, the other twisted into a terrifying smile. If her past was filled with that much suffering, perhaps she deserves to be forgiven. On a nearby shelf, a cracked plate was oozing a red liquid. But no one keeps using a broken plate out of pity. Buying a new one would make much more sense. The image of the girl seemed to haunt every crack in the shattered porcelain. Suddenly, Miriam spoke again, her tone serious. If you could actually make her change her mind, I would truly respect you for it. She said it with a gentle expression and expectant eyes. Auden turned to look at her, surprised. That's unexpected. Perhaps, from her perspective, she understands. Miriam gently lifted her head, embracing the new morning light. Suddenly, Ymello's annoyed voice cut through the air, startling her. That's enough, he grumbled as he worked. She doesn't deserve forgiveness. Are we supposed to just let someone go who uses dark magic to hurt people? The more he spoke, the more his eyes narrowed in disgust and respect. Why does she care so much about the son of a traitor? What's so special about him, anyway? She never cared about anyone from our village the way she cares about him. Overwhelmed, Miriam could only clench the goat's fur in frustration. Without a word, Auden slowly rose to his feet. He walked straight into the house. Whether you respect me or not is irrelevant. I'm simply doing what needs to be done. His cold words only fueled Miriam's irritation, and that attitude of his, as if he couldn't even be bothered to speak to her. How infuriating. The starry sky faded as darkness consumed the land. A knight dusted off his hands and declared, all right, that should do it. Elsewhere, Mera, Kaka, and Chico were carrying wooden crates. Taki stood nearby, hands on her hips, watching with an annoyed expression. Mera's voice suddenly cut through the silence. This fog is getting thick, and it doesn't feel like a normal mist at all. They must be close, Taki replied, her gaze fixed ahead. She turned, just in time to see Aden approaching Chico and Kaka. Mera frowned, finding him hard to place. Aden was giving quiet instructions to both Kaka and Chico. She watched him intently, her suspicion growing. He doesn't move like an ordinary pilgrim. His knowledge of defensive tactics and formations. I have no idea, Taki said, unconcerned. Mera's voice was unreadable, but we're the professionals in this kind of situation. Shouldn't we let the experts take the lead? Miriam, standing nearby, whipped her head around at the comment. She couldn't stop the sharp retort from escaping. You mean the experts who got themselves locked in a storeroom? The ones who'd still be in there if we hadn't saved you? Mara was completely stunned. She stammered, trying to regain her composure. Well, that's true, but... Miriam just stuck her tongue out teasingly. Lighten up, Taki said with a sigh. Suddenly, a piercing howl echoed from the darkness. Mara's eyes shot wide with shock. She spun around to face Taki. Her hand flew to the hilt of her sword, her eyes filled with fear as she stared toward the sound. From the depths of the forest, they emerged. Horrific undead creatures with glowing red eyes. Endless growls filled the air as the grotesque horde advanced. Then, a voice boomed out, laced with amusement. You people are quite interesting. Adin flinched upon hearing that voice. Without warning, a monster burst from the trees, a colossal beast with massive wings that blotted out the sky. It soared through the air with terrifying speed. Kaka looked up, his face a mask of awe and disbelief. It's a divine dragon. Adin, in stark contrast, looked up calmly and asked, You're the one who massacred the messenger clan in that village, aren't you? The divine dragon fixed its gaze on Adin, who stood on the rooftop. And how would you know such things? I heard it from a merchant, he replied smoothly. At this, the beast snarled, baring its razor-sharp teeth. That's right, those monsters enslaved me and destroyed everything I had, all because I inherited the blood of the messenger clan. Aiden then asked an unexpected question. Are you still alive? The colossal beast answered slowly, deliberately. Of course. Aiden's mind raced. I can't be sure. Most vengeful spirits insist they're still alive. After a moment's thought, Aiden pressed on. How did you obtain this power? Down below, Kaka looked up at them. This seems familiar. Shiko glanced over helplessly. Are they having a debate? Kaka nodded as the dragon's voice thundered again. Why should I tell you anything? Become one of my undead minions, and then you'll find out. With that, it unfurled its massive wings. To everyone's shock, it shot forward without another word, a blur of motion. Whoa, Aiden yelled with urgency. Calm down. We have nothing to do with the people who tormented you. Meanwhile, a terrified Midian was hiding behind a door. Panicked, she suddenly dashed inside, only to pop up right behind Aiden a second later. Her face was filled with worry. Aiden, what about the fact that we're from the messenger clan? He answered while pointing down below. Then what are we supposed to do about the Holy Knights in Taki's group? Midian popped up beside him again, her answer chillingly simple. Kill them. Aiden was disturbed by her casual tone. How can you even say that? He spoke as he pulled a bow from his pack. You should never treat life so lightly, not even if your enemies are Holy Knights from the Basilica. Hearing this, Midian angrily slammed her hand on the roof. Spoken like a true knight. So, do you have a plan? Midian asked anxiously. Well, Aiden replied calmly. After all, she did say that power is what truly matters, right? As he spoke, he began to draw the bow, aiming his arrow forward. In that case, I'll just have to show her. The arrow shot out like a rocket, a blazing streak of light against the night sky. It tore through the air, generating powerful vortexes of wind. Mara and Taki looked up, stunned by the arrow's incredible speed. The arrow flew straight toward one of the zombies, which stood there, utterly dumbfounded. It pierced clean through the creature's chest, and then straight through the chest of the one behind it. Azadin stood perfectly still, observing every detail. A silent question hung in the air. Who's stronger? A volley of arrows answered, piercing clean through the enemy's skulls. After a moment's observation, Azadin drew another arrow. He fired it directly into the zombie's face, as Itmine and Miriam watched in awe. She spoke with a hint of caution. He doesn't seem to be hiding the fact that he's from the messenger clan, I'll say, he added. Meanwhile, a horde of zombies closed in on Miriam and Taki. Well, she thought, now I know for sure. Azadin's hornbow was far more powerful than any other in his tribe. And yet, he became a messenger without ever learning from his predecessors. What's more, it had only been 3 months. The two of them screamed in alarm. Stop him. Someone, stop them. He let out a tired sigh. She frowned, wondering how the others could train someone who'd failed basic drills so many times to reach this level. Susanna soared above, her wings spread wide. She fired 3 more arrows, each one a perfect bullseye. Out of nowhere, Miriam drew her bow, sinking an arrow into an enemy's head. Itmane turned around, completely stunned. Miriam, that's a hornbow, he exclaimed. She notched another arrow, saying, as long as Holy Knight Maya is here, everything will be fine. Maya slammed her staff into a zombie's head. She watched in horror as it collapsed, then used her blade to claim its head. Kaka charged forward, thrusting his spear through another's skull. He turned to Susanna, a smirk on his face. How does it feel? Who do you think is the strongest one here now? She growled in response. Ha. Don't get so cocky after landing just a few shots. Suddenly, It let out a deafening roar that echoed through the forest, striking fear into their hearts. I have a bad feeling about this. A pair of hairy, massive arms rose into the air. A horde of zombie bears charged toward them. Taki saw them and cursed, "Damn it." Just then, a wave of magical energy rushed their way. Susanna let out a furious roar, her tail lashing with irritation. In the blink of an eye, 2 more black dragons appeared in the sky. "There's no point in holding back anymore," she snarled. "I should have brought every single undead I command from the very beginning." The bears and the undead swarmed them from all sides. Azadin knocked an arrow and fired it at a bear's head, but it didn't even flinch as it charged Taki. Seeing this, he thought to himself, what kind of cheat is this? A loud crash echoed out as Susanna's tail slammed into the roof where he stood. Feeling the structure collapsing beneath him, his senses went on high alert. He managed to land safely. Miriam saw him and turned with a smile. "Welcome back." Azadin and Itman immediately shouted a warning. "Hey, over there, that bear's getting dangerously close to Taki." He was so terrified he couldn't even speak. At that moment, the beast lunged, its claws outstretched. The force of the blow sent him flying into a wall. He coughed up blood in agony as the zombies slowly shambled toward him, drawn by the scent. His terrified scream made Maya whirl around. Seeing that they were about to finish him off, she instantly summoned her warhammer. Maya roared the name of her ultimate attack. Holy curse! The massive hammer immediately crashed down upon them. Taki froze, realizing he was about to get caught in the blast. As the hammer struck, an immense wave of demonic energy erupted. Amidst the smoke and rubble, bodies lay scattered everywhere. Maya herself had collapsed, unconscious. Taki was also knocked out by the devastating blow. Witnessing the chaos, Azadin muttered, "Is she completely insane?" He looked up at the rooftop and thought, why would she attack both friend and foe? Susanna looked down and praised her. Not bad. Now the rest of the undead are swarming in. I mean, good job taking out those few. She threw her head back and laughed. How does it feel? Oh, proud people of the Webis messengers. How does it feel to face the vengeance of those you scorned and mocked? Chico struggled to support Kaka's battered body, while Itmine and Miriam fired arrow after arrow. But the horde of zombies was endless. This is the true power of the messenger clan you despise. Azadin drew his bowstring. "I'm sorry," he said calmly, "but you know nothing about the true power of the messengers." Confused, she asked, "What?" Her pupils constricted as she looked down in agony at the gaping hole torn through her body. Susanna let out a horrific scream, collapsing to the ground covered in her own blood. He raised 2 arrows and declared, "This is the power of the messengers. Our arrows have shot down the very stars from the heavens." 2 arrows flew, piercing the wings of the black dragons. One by one, they plummeted from the sky. "And we can pierce our first arrow with our second." He walked forward slowly. "Under the Emperor's command, we can even strike down a holy king. That is who we are. We are the Aragasa. Messenger clan is just a name others gave us." She hung on his every word. So between the 2 names, Aragasa is far more accurate. Finally, she managed to ask, "Then, who are you?" He slowly introduced himself. "My name is Azadin. I am the 108th spirit." Susanna's body trembled with absolute fear. "A messenger," she rasped, struggling to sit up. "After all this, why are you only revealing yourself now?" He gave a simple reply, "Yes." A bitter laugh escaped her lips. A moment later, she coughed up a wave of blood as Azadin watched, his expression unreadable. Amid the ruins, her dragon form began to evaporate into thin air. Susanna, now back in her human form, staggered towards him. "I have waited for thousands, tens of thousands of long nights." Her face was gaunt, utterly drained of life. "I waited for someone from the emissary clan to find me, to save me from this miserable life." Dark energy enveloped Susanna, but no matter how long I waited, no one ever came. Listening to her story, he realized she was already dead, even if she couldn't accept it herself. After a moment of silence, he spoke. "I am sorry. You were forced to endure this torment and humiliation all on your own." Her brow furrowed in fury. "Sorry," she shrieked, her demonic power erupting violently. "Your apologies are worthless now." Drawn by her immense power, ghouls swarmed the area. "My body has already rotted away, and my soul is drowning in corruption." Ismayan and Midian found themselves surrounded on all sides. "I will slaughter every last living thing. Only death can soothe my pain now," she declared. Adin let out a helpless sigh. He then asked, "Where are your children?" At the question, she snapped back viciously. "I never wanted them. They are the result of the white Briz violating me." He countered her immediately. "Even so, they will suffer just by inheriting the blood of Aragasa." He stepped towards her, his voice filled with an ancient sorrow. "For thousands of nights, I have felt that same pain, perhaps even more deeply than you." Now barely a step apart, he continued. "They will live with the same scorn, and grow to hate their own kind. just like you. If you don't wish to pass on that suffering, then surrender, and tell me where the children are." He placed a hand over his heart. "By the royal decree of Emperor Rala, I swear I will find and save those children." Susanna froze, her eyes widening in disbelief. She stammered, You will save my children?" He answered with unwavering certainty, "Yes." She looked away, defiant. "Shut up. That's impossible. I can make it possible." His simple, powerful words stopped her cold. He met her gaze. "Our clan has always achieved the impossible. That was true in the past, and it will be true in the future. Our faith has never been extinguished, even under the hatred of the White Briss." Just then, Ismail and Miriam arrived, and the boy asked in confusion, "Faith?" The girl cut in bitterly. "More like lies." She covered her face with her hand. "What faith? Have we ever really had something like that? In a world ruled by money, an emissary's mission only exists if there's a curse to profit from. Everyone is just chasing coin and power. No one does this for honor or belief anymore. Even the people in those villages we just left were consumed by greed. If we find the Divine King's scripture and break this curse, we'll just use our overwhelming power to take everything and get revenge on the White Briss for what they did to us." She looked at them, lost in thought, imagining a grim future, ruled by the vengeance of the powerful. At that thought, her hand tightened on her sword. It was so obvious he was lying. But why? She waited for Susanna's answer. Why did the words coming from Adin's mouth feel so utterly trustworthy? After a long silence, she spoke. "I surrender." Ismail was stunned. "What?" The girl looked up, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. The wind whispered past Susanna's corrupted form. A memory from her prison cell surfaced. Of her lying there, a newborn beside her. Her body shivered from the biting cold. So cold. Her eyes were completely devoid of life. She reached a trembling hand toward the infant. Just as her fingers were about to touch him, the crying baby gently grasped her hand. In that single moment, Susanna's world stopped. A silent sob escaped her as she pulled the baby into a desperate embrace. So warm. We only have each other. Back in the present, she fell to her knees before him, tears streaming down her face. Then, trusting in your faith and your honor, I beg you. Choking on her sobs, she pleaded, "Please, save the children I could never truly love." As the zombies began to vanish, the other two cried out, "The zombies! The dark mana is disappearing." They both looked up toward the light above. "It's really possible," the girl said with joy. "You can save people with your faith." Aiden took Susanna's hand. "Of course. I gave you my word." He asked seriously, "How many children are there? Do you remember where they were sold?" She looked down. "I remember. I hid clues in the storehouse, so I would never forget them." He continued his questioning. "Where did you absorb the dark magic?" She answered immediately. "A scripture." It whispered into my ear. It called itself the Divine King's scripture. Hearing this, he looked bewildered. "What did you say?" Suddenly, a voice echoed through the cavern. "Power of nature. Autumn fields celestial flame." A torrent of fire rushed toward them. It instantly engulfed Susanna's body. When the flames died down, Auden cursed under his breath. "Damn it." He caught her scorched, collapsing form. A cold laugh filled the air. "You really are a fool, Auden." Calypso and several others from Chorissa appeared. "That witch was never one of us." He continued to mock him. "Well, I suppose you wouldn't know that, since you can't even use magic." Seeing the newcomers, Auden demanded, "Who are you?" The man introduced himself with chilling arrogance. "I am an emissary, the 106th spirit, Calypso." He went on. "As you can see, I am in the process of exterminating an evil spirit and collecting copies of the Emperor's scripture." Auden gently laid Susanna down and stood. "What is the meaning of this?" "This was my mission." He sneered. "The words of a powerless fool like you have fallen right into my hands." Their faces were dripping with contempt. "I hear you can't even control your own low-rank underlings who are running wild. This humiliation is more than I can bear." And that's when it finally clicked for him. No wonder the people surrounding him seemed so familiar. Last time, Beto was threatened by Miriam at knife point. "Hold on. What do you think you're doing, little girl? Did you just call me a little girl? Don't you understand the position you're in?" She held them at knife point. These were the same people Miriam had threatened in the previous village, the street vendors and tea merchants of Coraza. A soft sigh escaped him. Aden reached for the bow, resting beside him. "Did they team up with Calypso just to get revenge on us?" he thought, staring at her corpse. "Her soul has already left this vessel. She's just an empty shell now. And I still had so much more I wanted to ask her." Calypso's group closed in. "The 108th spirit," he announced. "The useless Adine. That woman was no ally of ours. She didn't possess the power of creation. You never should have interfered in the first place." He aimed his staff at her body and said, "You should be grateful I took care of her for you." A page from the Holy Scripture emerged from Susan's body. He reached out to grab it. "Ha! There it is. I knew it." But just as his fingers were about to touch the paper, it shot away. Wait a second. All the other pages were flying towards Aden. He carefully caught them in his hands. Calypso roared in fury. How could this be? Miriam suddenly shouted, "Power of creation. May reign." In an instant, an arrow flew past him, blasting a huge hole in a nearby tree as a drop of water fell from the sky. The sky began to pour as she drew her bow, aiming it right at them. Seeing this, he growled through his teeth. "You arrogant little brat." She stepped forward slowly, as if the scripture itself had recognized its true master. She gracefully flicked her wet hair back. "Well, it seems this isn't the Bible of the monarch after all, is it?" Then, pointing directly at him, she declared, "If you are truly one of Aragasa, then stop this pointless burning of the emperor's land. Do you feel no shame, setting fire to trees that have already suffered enough?" He snapped back in annoyance. "Shut your mouth, daughter of E. Who are you to lecture me?" She shot back, her voice filled with outrage. "What did you say?" He sneered. "I am a messenger. You are merely a low rank. You may carry the name E, but do you honestly believe an underling like you has any right to speak to me that way?" She gritted her teeth as his lackeys cheered him on. He's right. Inside, she cursed them all. These damned fools. But suddenly, Aiden cut in. "You said your name is Calypso, correct? I believe I know who you are." He reached inside his coat for something. "You're my descendant, aren't you?" The man just raised an eyebrow and asked, "So what if I am?" Aden smirked and pressed on. "Do you have a problem with how I train my underlings?" "Descendant?" Calypso let out a sharp breath, his anger flaring. "My rank is higher than yours." "Perhaps," Aden replied coolly. "But I was a messenger long before you." Itama watched on, silently judging. Are these two really fighting over who has more seniority? Aden tightened the belt at his waist and said, "Furthermore, you investigated that woman, didn't you? Tell me where her children are." Calypso looked slightly surprised. "Why are you still so obsessed with that?" His eyes darted towards Susan's body as he yelled, "That woman was from WBIS. She wasn't one of us, not from Aragasa." "You're wrong," Aden stated, his voice firm. His words only fueled Calypso's rage. His wet hair hung over his eyes. After a moment, he continued. "For countless nights, she suffered immense pain under the name of an Aragasan. She endured the humiliation that was meant for us. And if we abandon her now simply because she isn't our kin, the honor of Aragasa itself will be destroyed." Miriam turned to look at him. It was difficult to explain with words, but she was certain of one thing. The image of him standing before that tombstone flashed in her mind. Aden wasn't some hypocrite playing the part of a hero. He was speaking from the very depths of his soul. No matter who he was talking to, he always held onto his honor and his dignity. He'd been grabbed by the collar and mocked, but he still managed to flash that brilliant smile. She wondered to herself, can someone really live like that in this day and age? What a noble ideal. The sound of laughter shattered the moment, pulling her back to reality as their enemies howled, clutching their stomachs. Calypso said mockingly, "How absolutely ridiculous. The biggest idiot in our entire clan dares to speak of Aragasa's honor." He pointed a challenging finger at Aden. "Let's have a one-on-one duel, Messenger Aden. As for the wager, you will bet your copy of the Monarch's Bible, and your underling, the daughter of E." At the mention of her, Aden's brow furrowed with deep concern. "And I will bet my rank," Calypso continued. "And I will tell you the location of those children." He pressed on, his voice dripping with arrogance. "So, what do you say? If you win, you will become the 106th spirit." Aden's voice was low. "Why are you dragging the daughter of E into this?" Calypso answered with pure malice. "I'll make her my personal underling. I'm going to teach that little brat how to respect her elders and give her a real taste of how the world works." His words made her tremble with rage. Seeing her fury, Aden sighed softly and reached out to pat her head. "That won't be necessary." Aden rejected the offer instantly. "There's no need to wager the monarch's Bible, because it has already chosen me. And I don't need your intel on those children. I'll find her relic myself." His patience wore thin. "Leave. I'm busy." They just gaped at him, stunned by his command. The underlings erupted in chaos. "What are we supposed to do now? Just let him steal the emperor's holy scripture?" Calypso cursed, his frustration boiling over. "Damn it. That bastard." He ground his teeth in fury. Seeing as Aden turn his back, he desperately proposed, "Wait, how about this? If I lose, I will personally find those children and guarantee their freedom. I will even bring them to the sanctuary of our clan." Azadin spun around. "Oh?" A smirk touched his lips. "Add one more condition. You must sponsor and raise them as a true Arasaga. Then, we have a deal." Fired up, Calypso roared back, "Fine, I'll do it." He gripped his staff, ready for a fight. "So, shall we do this by the book? A duel from 100 paces?" Azadin just rubbed his neck and replied, "No, that's not necessary. Let's start now." Hearing that, an arrogant smirk spread across Calypso's face, but before he could utter a word, a blast of magic shot forward, slamming right into his head. Calypso was thrown backward. He collapsed to the ground in a pool of his own blood. His followers stared, their eyes wide with shock. Azadin waved a dismissive hand. It's done. As he walked away, he added a final warning. You had better keep your word. That night, under a torrential downpour, Dante and Risakbi stared in horror at the motionless body of Calypso. The man who had struck him down was none other than Azadin. Without a second glance at his opponent, he issued a command to his aide. Check on the wounded. Midium and Mayu hurried off. Yes, sir. The other three men stared at the body, thinking, but he was completely out of range. They exchanged terrified glances. Did he use a hidden weapon or something? No, wait. When did he even attack? Suddenly, Azadin addressed the three of them. Answer me. You'll still keep the promise, right? Rasak shouted back, hold on. A surprise attack doesn't count. Azadin tilted his head, looking utterly bored. Is that so? He scratched his head and explained, I attacked suddenly to end things quickly, without a fuss. Perhaps I should have just punched you in the face instead. The three of them were speechless. Defeated, Rasak finally agreed. We will honor the promise, properly. Good. I'll trust you on that. And with that, the battered body of their leader was handed back to them. The scene shifts to a desolate wasteland. The bodies of the slain were strewn about, their blood staining the sun-scorched earth. Azadin examined a fallen soldier, noting, no bleeding or broken bones. I'm fine. He turned to Rasak's group. Could you help me move this one onto the carriage? Understood. Just then, Midium and Mayu returned. She called out to Azadin. Her curiosity piqued. Have you studied the healing arts as well? Ah, not exactly. Azadin began to explain his bizarre diagnostic method. When you try to focus on something in the distance, your field of vision narrows. But when you focus on what's close, it actually expands. With enough practice, you can even see the bones inside a person's body. The two of them listened, offering a forced reply. Ah, we understand. He then moved on to the next patient. The next one is over there. Behind his back, Rasak's group began to whisper. What was that about his vision? How could he possibly see something like that? The next patient was one of Taki's brothers, Kachiko. The wound was from a bear attack. He wore light armor, but the injuries were critical. Next was a holy knight from the Latma parish, patient Maida. She had no major wounds but was at risk of psychic shock from his self-detonation. Mayu looked at Azadin, exhausted. Do we really have to keep this one alive? It doesn't seem necessary, does it? That is the plan. He chuckled, shaking his head. What a stubborn bastard. A voice called their names, and they both turned. Azadin. It was Midium, announcing it was time to leave. As the cart began to move, Midium looked back, summarizing everything. But really, unexpected events just keep happening. She recalled the chaos of the past few days. First, the dark magic disaster, then a copy of the king's holy scripture. And now, even the Ko's god clan is making its move. She finally drew her own conclusion. Isn't this a sign that a great chaos is coming? But Azadin revealed a grim truth. It's not a sign. It's already begun. Elsewhere, Calypso's eyes shot open. Calypso, Huberto called out cheerfully. Are you awake? Yeah. But as he turned his head, a jolt of panic surged through him when he saw Azadin. Azadin offered him a small box. It seems you're up. He then reminded him. It's time you fulfilled your promise to me. Calypso opened the box. What is this? Azadin answered. It's something my subordinate found in the warehouse, belonging to that woman. It was an umbilical cord wrapped in gauze. On the cloth were the children's birth dates and the names of the merchants who bought them. And there was a note containing all the information the merchants had struggled to recall. Azadin then carefully laid out the plan. I will search for the children in the Salisma region. You handle the rest. No hard feelings, right? Calypso's voice was firm. I am an emissary. I will keep my promise. Azadin nodded. I'm counting on you. But Midium couldn't help but ask. Why the sudden politeness? Calypso stuttered, a bit embarrassed. Well, in any case, you are my senior. Model. A moment later, Calypso's tone turned serious, demanding to know about the other day. But more importantly, what did Adin do during their duel? You couldn't even use the golden bird of wind and moon, could you? He then answered his own question. It really was Elder Kagak's work. Adin remained silent, completely ignoring the question. Who knows, he thought. And it's not a story I should be telling you anyway. Besides, that old man would make his own move when the time was right. Adin changed the subject. By the way, where did you get that staff? Calypso answered honestly. The staff? I took it from some Erast cultists operating in my territory. Adin thought to himself, so they really are being mass-produced. Calypso then stood up, put on his mask, and prepared to move out. I'll go on ahead and finish this mission quickly. Adin simply nodded. All right. After Calypso left, he let out a heavy sigh, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. Across from him, Mayo and Mayim slept soundly against each other, along with Pito and the Taki brothers. A warm smile spread across Aiden's face at the peaceful sight. He encouraged them in his thoughts. Everyone has been through so much. As the convoy pressed on under the sweltering sun, he decided, I should probably get some rest myself. When they arrived, sheep were grazing on straw among the horses. Mayo, holding a teacup, asked in surprise, You all defeated the necromancer already, Bio explained. It was thanks to the mercenaries we hired. Although your group did most of the heavy lifting. He glanced at Adin. After we pulled the body out from under the ancient tree, the dark magic vanished completely. Hearing this, she sighed in relief. I see. That's a huge relief. Aiden thought to himself, good thing we got our story straight beforehand. Kaka spoke up, asking, So, where is everyone heading now? He put an arm around Chico and shared his plans. We're going to stop at a nearby inn. We're injured and need to report back to the guild. Then he turned to Mayo. Are you heading straight back to the Salisma parish? She hesitated for a moment, then spoke with resolve. You guys go on to Salisma first. I have to find my father. Adin asked with concern. You're leaving right away? She already had a plan. Yes. Once I've decided, it's best to act quickly. Mayo bowed to everyone. If fate allows it, we will meet again. Adin offered a blessing. May the grace of the Archangel be with you. He then watched as her figure disappeared into the distance. Suddenly, Midiam ran up to him. Adin, don't tell me you're worried about that holy night. Adin quickly denied it. No, that's not it. He stared thoughtfully at the sky. The sun was still scorching hot, but he realized he hadn't heard the Emperor's voice since this morning. While everyone was packing their belongings, Adin and Mayo were distracted by a commotion nearby. Let me take this horse. Bio was urgently trying to reason with Taki. This horse is reserved for a special delivery. The man roared in frustration. What? How dare you defy a descendant of the great God King? Aiden's group began to whisper amongst themselves. He probably just doesn't want to walk. Well, he is a noble, after all. Suddenly, someone approached him. Excuse me, pilgrim. I have something to discuss with you. Kaka spoke cautiously. You don't look like an ordinary pilgrim. It's a bit embarrassing to say, but my sister can read fortunes. She can predict the near future. Aiden felt a little helpless hearing this. Ah, is that so? Mayo grumbled about the talented siblings turning out to be swindlers. Chico then offered Aiden her prophecy. Aiden, in the near future, you will become a great knight. Or perhaps you already are one. Hearing her words, he just smiled to himself. A great knight? For the Emperor's messenger, Aiden bowed his head in thanks. Thank you for the encouragement. Chico waved a cheerful goodbye. Well then, see you another time. The relentless sun of this land continued to beat down. An owl soared across the sky. Aiden looked up, tracking its flight. Hey, you. Where have you been? Behind him, Mayo was leading a goat piled high with luggage. Aiden. The goats are really struggling. Aiden tried to think of a solution. The surrounding land was barren and dry. This is too harsh. We need to find water somewhere. Taki chimed in. It wasn't this bad when I came from the east. Adin pointed ahead, directing the group. Let's check the stream up ahead first. But dead fish littered the streambed. Adin's face grew grim. This is not good. The goats will get sick if they drink this. Suddenly, a voice called out, Hurry up. It was the local farmers, all of them looking completely exhausted. An old farmer shouted, If they rot, you won't be able to eat them. They hurried past him, wading into the stream and grabbing at shrimp. They even picked up long dead fish. Seeing this, Aiden warned them, If you scrape them up like that, you'll ruin the fish. Midiam was less concerned. They're already dead anyway. Better to catch and eat them fast. Adin had to agree. That's true. Mayo then suggested, Adin, if the river isn't completely dry, the wells might still have water. Adin considered the idea, but we'll need the villagers' permission to use them. Suddenly, a presence at his side made him turn. It was Taki. He strode forward confidently. There's no need to worry. We have a knight right here with us. Midiam tried to stop him, her voice filled with fear. Wait a second. But Taki just glared at them with contempt. You lowly commoners. He bellowed out his command. I, the great and powerful Taki, will be using your well. Now hand it over, and be grateful for it. Aiden and Mayol just looked on, completely unfazed. Figures. Mayol muttered, bored. I'll teach him some manners later. Aiden nodded. Yes, you should. Aiden then picked up his staff and approached the farmers, trying to calm the tense situation. Here we go again, Mayol thought. Playing the part of the blind pilgrim, Midiam had to admit she was impressed with his approach. Well, whatever works. It's surprisingly effective. Soon, Aiden was chatting happily with the villagers. Mayol watched them, thinking to himself, Approaching hybrids isn't something a normal messenger would do. Only Adin is like this. But another worry started to creep into his mind. The real problem was Midiam, and the look of fascination in her eyes as she watched Adin work. With everything settled, Adin turned and waved them over. Midiam's face lit up. Coming. Mayol grabbed the horse's reins, giving himself a stern reminder. I can't let myself get swept up in his pace either. They arrived at a village where the air was thick with the scent of steamed, ruby-red crabs. When Adin's group went to buy some, the owner insisted on giving them more. Here, take plenty. Adin felt a little guilty. Thank you, sir. But, is it really okay for you to give us so much? The owner just waved his hand dismissively. It'll just go bad if I leave it here anyway. He turned to put his things away, calling over his shoulder. Just think of it as a gift for the crayfish festival. Adin then brought the food back to the others. Midiam took her share, asking, So, what's your next move? Adin laid out his plan. I'm going to find the children of the woman who passed away. I have a feeling they're somewhere around here, he added. Mael raised an eyebrow. And what do we do once we find these kids? Adin answered between bites of crab. To be clear, we can't possibly bring them with us. The Korasa Merchant Guild is scheduled to pass through this town square. We'll entrust the children to them. Ultimately, Calypso will take responsibility for their care. Hearing this, Mael let out a heavy sigh. You just love making things complicated, don't you? Aiden simply gazed at them, his expression firm. He was absolutely resolute. Even if it's a hassle. I believe this is what a true messenger is supposed to do. He looked up at the sky. If I just keep fulfilling my duties, the Emperor's voice will surely return to me. Elsewhere, Calypso and his subordinates were traveling on a mission of their own. His followers were buzzing with questions. Is it really true? Sayes asked, his face a mask of disbelief. You actually lost? To Adin. Messenger number 108, Calypso admitted. Yes. Sayes pressed on, but, are you really just going to give up like this? Then Zo chimed in. We went through so much trouble to get that scepter, just so we could track the king's Bible. If we waste any more time here, we're going to fall behind the other messengers. He tried to remind his master of their true purpose. The goal was to earn merit and quickly join the founding tribe. The Saban clan, that was your objective, Lord Calypso. Calypso was conflicted. You risked your very life just to get this far. Yes. I know, he muttered. He was supposed to become a great messenger on talent alone, without any help from his parents, but being stuck at the lowest rank, a position he never deserved, was infuriating. Still, Calypso had to face reality. There's no other way. A loss is a loss. He then gave an order. Lord Calypso, make sure the Korasa Merchant Guild keeps its mouth shut. Tell them, he warned, not to say a single word about Aiden. Sais couldn't believe it. Why? Calypso gave a bitter smile. Because I don't want to be the only one who ends up looking like a complete fool. As he walked on, leaving his stunned followers behind, a voice suddenly echoed around them. Welcome, Messenger 106. Calypso. Calypso spun around. Who are you? A dangerous presence filled the air. I am the voice of Aeon. Calypso stared into the distance, shouting in disbelief. What? The voice of Aeon? A calm reply came back. Indeed, just as you see, Sayes asked nervously. Lord Calypso, what's happening? Calypso silenced him with a sharp gesture. Shh, be quiet. His mind raced. This was completely illogical. He quickly analyzed the situation. The Emperor's voice isn't just an artificial spirit. It's a network that connects all the spirits across the continent, managing prayers and relaying information. It was a grand magic, a feat so powerful that only the Emperor himself should be able to create it. So how can Aeon imitate even a fraction of its power? Calypso cut straight to the point. What is it you want? The presence swirled around him, whispering a proposition. I've come with an offer, one that you cannot possibly refuse. Before them, a terrifying, giant bird materialized from thin air. Meanwhile, back at the village, the locals were trying to avoid Adin's questions at all costs. We don't know any children like that, they stammered, trying to escape. You should try looking somewhere else. But Aiden was persistent, following them. Wait a minute, aren't these the children who were taken in by the Baron Guild? They practically fled from him. I told you, we don't know anything. Midiam's eyes narrowed with suspicion. They're definitely trying to hide something. They're definitely hiding something, aren't they? Adin agreed, a bone-deep wariness setting in. And according to the woman's tip, this had to be the place. Taki was already barking venomous orders at the innocent villagers. Shut your mouths and start talking. You worthless peasants. His vicious threat sent a wave of terror through the crowd. How dare you refuse to answer the descendant of a god king? Finally, a trembling old man spoke up, the baker in this village. He deals heavily with the Baron Guild. The old man pointed. You see that chimney? That's the place. Midiam's face lit up at the lead. It looks like we finally found it. Should we head to the bakery right now? All right. Leaning on his staff, Adam approached. A bakery? Huh? For a moment, he allowed himself a sliver of hope. If the child is only 8 years old, perhaps she hasn't suffered any serious abuse. At worst, they'd just put her to work doing chores. As evening fell, they arrived at the bakery. The owner, holding a whip still slick with fresh blood, greeted them. Unexpected customers, the owner's name was Daniel. A thick air of suspicion hung around him. And inside the house, a group of children, all of them looking utterly miserable. Realization dawned on Aiden and his companions. A cold fury began to burn within them. Taki was the first to speak. Hey, we're looking for someone. The man replied with feigned politeness. Ah, yes, Sir Knight. Aiden presented him with a piece of paper. We're looking for a girl, about 8 years old. All the details are here. Daniel's eyes narrowed. Why are you looking for this particular child? Taki shot back instantly. Do I really need to tell you? And what would you do with that information anyway? No, I'm not a curious man, the baker stammered. The truth is, that child is already dead. She was frail from the very beginning. Hearing this, Auden froze. The world seemed to stop. What? Taki stormed inside. Then what about those kids in the back? Daniel explained. They're orphans. I took in these helpless children. Gave them food. Gave them work. Something like that. Then, Taki turned to the frozen Auden. Is that what this bastard is saying? Aiden didn't answer. He just lifted his head, his eyes burning with a terrifying aura. Then tell me, how did you handle the child's funeral? Huh? Why would you ask something like that? Aiden gave Taki a simple nod. Yes, sir. Taki's boot slammed into the baker's stomach. He then grabbed a fistful of Daniel's hair, yanking his head back. The man screamed in agony. Taki growled his command. That child's parents made a vow to someone of noble status. We're here to take her back. At the very least, tell us where she's buried. Oh, the man's eyes bulged with pain. Well, actually. The words he spoke next landed like a death blow to Aden. I threw her body in the river. Aden couldn't believe what he was hearing. The river? Are you insane? His mind raced, connecting the horrible suffering these children must have endured. Of course, it all made sense now. The guilds buy children for a pittance, use them for whatever disgusting purpose they see fit. And when one dies, they simply toss the corpse into the river during high tide. Aden fell silent, lost in his dark thoughts. In a world where the dead rise again without memory, to commit such a vile act was beyond despicable. As he stared at the captured Daniel, Itmayan let out a cold laugh. He asked mockingly, So, Aden, what's your move? Pointing at the baker, he offered a simple choice. You're going to kill this man, aren't you? Itmayan continued his provocation. But then, what about the children who are still here? Don't tell me you're planning to save them all. Even when they aren't of our tribe, he reminded him. After all, this man has dealings with the Baron Guild. If you rescue these children, you'd likely hand them over to the Coraza Merchant Guild. Am I wrong? That would inevitably lead to a direct conflict between the guilds. Do you honestly think the merchants would allow that to happen? A little reality check about that guild. Coraza may be a front for the emissaries' activities, but at their core, they are still merchants. Even if an emissary pleads on behalf of children from outside the tribe, they would never risk a war with other powerful merchant factions. Itmain's lips curled into a mocking sneer. This is a problem that can't be solved by justice or compassion alone. So now, Aden, please share your profound wisdom and enlighten a mere novice such as myself. Aiden didn't get angry. Instead, he turned to Midiam with a curious look. Is he always like this? She looked just as puzzled, unable to give him an answer. I'm not sure. I don't think he was ever quite like this. It seemed Aiden had already regained his composure. I suspect he's been chosen as a candidate for an attendant's position, Aden said calmly. But you are right, Itmain. That is an accurate analysis of the situation. Meanwhile, Taki, still simmering with rage, was relentlessly kicking Daniel in the face. You scum, he showed no mercy. Boss, we swore to protect that child, and you treated that vow like it was garbage. Today's the day your face gets caved in. The baker begged for his life. No, please. Spare me. Hearing this, Aden cut in. Since when did I become your boss? Taki explained excitedly. Don't worry about it, boss. We can take these children to my mother's manor. She needs plenty of servants anyway. And the conditions there are a world away from this hellhole. Miriam couldn't wrap her head around it. To think that even horse manure had its uses. He could only offer reassurance, guessing that everything had finally worked out for the best. A scream echoed through the entire village. It's all over now, so please, just let me go. At last, Daniel surrendered to them. Thanks to Taki's persuasive threats, they secured a signed confession for child trafficking. They completed their mission with a smile. Now, They just had to take the children to Baroness Taki's manor and pass the message to the Chorus Merchants Guild. That evening, Edma and Ganzone were also in the village, busy repairing their wagon when they suddenly spotted Adin's group. The two of them immediately called out, "Adin." He turned around. "Huh?" Ema introduced himself. "Don't you recognize us? We treated you so well, as your seniors." Miriam looked on with suspicion. "Seniors? You're not messengers, and you're certainly not servants." Gazon aimed his sword at them, confidently declaring, "So, you still haven't figured it out, have you?" He dropped the bombshell. "Adin, you've been expelled from the Messenger's clan. It'd be best if you just went quietly." Aiden froze in silence. Gazon pressed his sharp blade closer, hissing, "Aiden, you've been excommunicated. You should just disappear peacefully." Adin shot him an annoyed look, retorting dryly, "Are you drunk? Or are you on something?" Gazon's expression remained firm as he gave a serious warning. "This isn't a joke, Adin. Your expulsion is an order from the higher-ups." Beside him, Emma was already losing patience, urging, "Stop explaining and just capture him." Hearing that, he raised his sword in agreement. "That's right. Once we capture you, we'll become official messengers." In contrast to their glee, Adin asked with an icy tone, "So that's your objective? Is that why you draw your swords in the middle of a village?" Gazon admitted it bluntly. "That's right, you little brat." Adin reached for the staff in Ismail's hands, much to the boy's surprise. "Let me borrow your staff for a moment. This is absurd. I'll get to the bottom of this later." Ema pointed his gleaming sword at him with a defiant look. "Adin, have you forgotten? Do you remember how you used to cry every single day after we beat you?" Adin shifted into an attack stance, replying casually, "Of course I remember everything. You covered my face, saying my jaw looked just like Ain's, and I also recall you forcing a kiss on me. It was a truly disgusting memory." The others went pale just hearing about it. Even Adin couldn't stand it, his face turning purple with disgust. "Damn it. I feel sick just thinking about it." Thinking about it, he let out a helpless sigh. "You two are in desperate need of a beating." Gazon cursed through gritted teeth. "You dog." The atmosphere became incredibly tense, the silence almost deafening. In the next instant, Gazon lunged forward, swinging his sword at Adin, with Ema following close behind. A sinister smile spread across Gazon's face as he brought his sword down in a powerful slash. Ema wasn't far behind, a triumphant look on his face as he swung, but both of their attacks were effortlessly blocked by Aiden's bare hands. Ema tried to push with all his strength, his sword trembling. "You bastard." Gazon's situation was no better. Gazon pressed down with all his might but couldn't budge him an inch. He quickly devised a new plan, releasing one hand from his sword to cast a magic sigil. Sure enough, the sword in Gazon's hand began to glow, its entire length coated in mana. Seeing this, Adin just sighed in boredom. Adin unleashed a technique that created a massive bolt of lightning in midair. Imperial Phoenix, Dance of the Moonlit Blade. Gazon and Emma could no longer hold their ground, screaming in disbelief, "Impossible!" Before they could finish, Adin's attack sent them both flying, crying out in pain. They landed in a heap on the ground, struggling to sit up. Gazon groaned in agony as Ema glared at his opponent. "No way. Was that Azure Lightning? He said he couldn't use magic, so how is this possible?" While he was still lost in confusion, Adin calmly dusted off his hands and approached them. "Try not to die." As he spoke, a dark energy began to swirl behind him. "One of you might just survive this." Seeing this form, Ema's face immediately paled. Silver, twilight radiance. Gazon quickly got to his feet, shouting in anger, "You're not getting away." In the next moment, Adin's black smoke swept over them, forcing them to dodge frantically. As they stood dazed by the smoke's sudden disappearance, Adin had already teleported behind them. By the time they instinctively looked back, he had already landed a direct kick, sending them flying into a wall with a scream. Emma and Gazon both coughed up blood, their pupils turning white for a split second. Twilight Advent. After the attack ended, the ground was split by a large crater, and thick smoke and dust filled the air. Ema and Gazon crawled out of the wreckage, weakly complaining, "My ribs, damn it." He clutched his injured arm, glaring venomously at his opponent. "I can't accept this." Twilight Advent right after Silver Twilight Radiance. The speed of that combo is unreal. Gazon was just as doubtful. Didn't he say he couldn't use magic? How the hell is any of this possible? Adin walked up to them and began to speak. In a place like this, holding back is a fool's game. They're both still conscious, truly a stubborn pair. A wicked grin spread across his face as he asked in a low voice, "Now then, let's hear the full story." But just then, a voice cut through the air. Adin, the 108th messenger. Looking up, they saw a black raven descending. It landed on a nearby branch and announced, "Something great has occurred." Adin immediately recognized the Emperor's voice. "I thought you had already departed. But why are you speaking through a vessel?" The raven continued to speak. The council has excommunicated you, but that is not all. The curse of service has been activated. The words left him completely stunned. What? Itman and Midium both gasped in unison. Huh. Only Key was completely lost in the dark. The Service Pact is a contract between the Messenger clan and the Emperor. It's called a curse because of how it brutally enforces loyalty. If the clan chief and the elders agree to cast it on someone, that person must bear an heir before they die. And that is how the vacancy is filled. The explanation left everyone speechless. After a long moment, Aiden asked with a strained voice, "Are you telling me I've been afflicted by the curse of service?" The Raven relayed the Emperor's grim confirmation. The curse will activate in 1 year. You will give birth to a messenger, and then you will die, just as your father did. Ah, so his father went through it too. The reality of the situation finally hit Key, and he panicked. What? Give birth? He couldn't believe his ears, blurting out, "Are you saying Aden is going to have a baby?" He immediately dismissed the thought. How is that even possible? How can a man have a child? So who's the father? Wait, shouldn't we be asking who the mother is? Itmayan glanced over, his expression not showing much surprise. Aiden clutched his head in despair, screaming in agony. What the hell is happening? Midium quickly rushed to cover his mouth. Aiden glared at the Raven, questioning the Emperor with resentment. Why would the Emperor make a pact like that in the first place? But the Raven replied coldly, "This punishment was not my creation. It was established by the very first clan chief. I am not permitted to speak to you about this." Aiden's patience snapped, and he growled impatiently. Just spit it out already. But it was a futile effort. The Emperor's voice magic can only persist by avoiding the direct transmission of certain information. It's a type of magic that allows artificial souls to exist eternally in this world. Even speaking to you now, after your exile, is draining my very existence. Upon hearing this, both Midium and Itman were astonished. For Itman, it was a moment of sudden clarity. This means the Emperor's voice is doing this out of respect for you. Aden, are you breaking the rules just to talk to me? He glanced over at Aden, his curiosity piqued. What the hell is so special about Aden that makes him worthy of this? With his usual brilliance, Key blurted out an innocent question. What? Are you saying my boss is some kind of chosen one? Aiden scratched his head in frustration. That doesn't change the fact that your curse means I have to give birth and die in a man's body. You curse me to death, and then you say you still acknowledge me. Is this some kind of twisted joke? The other two were outraged and warned him. How dare you? Aden, the Emperor's voice is the Emperor's will. How dare you? But the one who truly had the right to be furious was Aden. His anger finally exploded. How dare I what? Get out of here. I'm drowning in this chaos, and you think I have time to worry about protocol or dignity. Key whispered nervously. But seriously, is that really possible? Itman explained awkwardly. Well, Aiden himself was born that way, so. I suppose so. That's precisely why it's a curse, because it's not a natural method. Aiden unleashed all his pent-up frustration. More importantly, you mean to tell us, you had a messenger working himself to the bone overseas, so why suddenly exile him and slap a curse on his head? Gazan was flustered by the question. It's because your twin sister, Anne, killed Elder Kenhan. The news struck him like a bolt of lightning, his jaw dropping in shock. She stole all the copies of our faith's sacred texts that we protected, and fled. Anne has committed treason. Midium's face went pale as he uttered in disbelief. Treason? Itmayan was equally stunned. If that's true, then I guess activating the curse of service makes sense. Before he could finish his sentence, Odin shot back indignantly. So what? Anne is the one who betrayed you. Then why was I the one who was exiled? Gazan looked uneasy and hesitated before explaining. We thought you might have been conspiring with her. Aden's anger boiled over. He pointed furiously to the bandages wrapped around his eyes. Are you kidding me? She's the one who gave me this scar. Why in the world would I side with her? Gazan recoiled in panic, struggling to defend himself. Well, how are we supposed to know what your relationship was like? Itmain timidly chimed in. That's right. From what we could see, Ayan always supported you. It was clear that she cared about you deeply. Aiden had heard enough. His face darkened as he commanded. Silence. He advanced slowly, causing the two of them to cower in fear. And what did I get for all my hard work? He snatched them by the collars, hoisting them off the ground. He couldn't contain his rage any longer. Nothing. She treated me like a brat, threatening to find a wife for that fool Aideen just to shut me up. You two were the ones who flattered her, calling her the second coming of Heya, the pride of the clan. So tell me, why was I the one exiled and slapped with this damn servitude curse? The others could only stand and listen, thinking to themselves that he was truly furious. The two goons awkwardly averted their gaze. We didn't know about that. Aiden finally released his grip. Emma and Ganzone collapsed to the ground, while Aiden let out a wild, crazed laugh. His expression was terrifyingly dark, and the smile on his face turned sinister. He muttered under his breath, if that's how it is. Should I just start killing any clan member I see from now on? He turned to the pair on the ground. Want to see a real act of rebellion? I'll show you. They instantly knew he was talking about them, the ones standing in his way. Emma quickly tried to offer a solution. Wait, you can go to the clan chief and the elders. You can ask them to revoke the exile. Ganzone, terrified, quickly chimed in. That's right. I mean, only one person in our history has ever actually died from the servitude curse. Just one in the entire history of the clan. There's still hope. Before he could even finish his sentence, Adin's fist crashed into his face. Damn you. And that one person was my father. You bastards. Are you trying to provoke me? As his rage simmered, the sun began to rise. The first rays of light pierced the darkness. The poor children, wrapped in blankets, were loaded one by one onto the cart. Adin, bracing against the cold, turned back to the two men. So in the end, the only way for me to survive is to beg the clan chief to cancel my exile. Gaz whispered with admiration. A wise decision. Both of them were bruised and battered, their eyes swollen shut. Emma replied helplessly, yes, Adin. He put on a friendly facade and stepped forward, suggesting sweetly, since you're heading to the clan chief anyway, could you pretend we captured you? Aiden saw right through his scheme. He immediately pointed his sword at them. How would you two like to be castrated, right here and now? Emma recoiled in horror, crying out in protest, castrated. Isn't that a little too cruel? Aiden scoffed, his voice dripping with contempt. Cruel? Don't be ridiculous. After how you treated me as a child, even that is too merciful. Realizing they were cornered, they bowed their heads in apology. You're right, it was our fault. Yes, we only asked you to let us capture you because we were thinking of your safety. The entire clan has been ordered to either capture or eliminate you on sight. Emma looked at him doubtfully, asking, are you really going to fight every single clan member you encounter? The others. They might actually kill you. Adin's response was cold as ice, and if you're weak, they'll treat you even worse. That's why I'm going to face the head of Salama village myself. Anyone who gets in my way will be crushed. I don't care about anyone else. Except for And my master. A moment later, they moved to the back of the cargo wagon. He carefully entrusted Ganzone with a task. Regardless, I'm trusting you to take care of the children. Ganzone eagerly assured him. Of course, of course. We'll escort them safely to the Baroness and report that the Emperor's voice has also protected you. Before the carriage was completely out of sight, they didn't forget to shout praises back at him. Adin, you truly are a model emissary. Emma laughed with genuine relief and gratitude. Otherwise, the Emperor's voice wouldn't have appeared. We'll testify to that. Ganzone was busy waving goodbye, yelling, see you later. The scene shifts, and Adin is now in a scorching desert. The Salama they had arrived at was a city of about 3,000 households, surrounded by farms. It had prospered since ancient times thanks to its vast copper mines. A guard on duty instinctively looked up. Taki swaggered forward on his horse, arrogantly announcing to the astonished crowd, I am Taki, son of Count Kalo. I have urgent business. Make way. The atmosphere suddenly went silent. Everyone present had the same thought. That bastard is back again. The guards respectfully bowed. You may proceed, sir. As the group entered, they looked around with curiosity, and Emma couldn't help but exclaim, we're almost at Salama. We got here so fast. Taki, bursting with pride, turned to Adin. Humph. What do you think? Big brother, I've certainly earned some merit this time, haven't I? His words made Adin's face pale with shock. All around them, menacing figures were staring them down with hostile eyes. He instantly recognized them. They were from the Salama Merchant Guild. It seemed they knew about the kill order on his head. Just then, Taki's clueless voice cut through the tension. He pointed irritably at the merchants and started shouting. Huh. How dare they stare at me like that? He yelled, thoroughly annoyed. Are they staring because they recognize me? Taki, the son of the Count of Salama? No. The two men became flustered, stumbling over their words. No, sir. It's just a misunderstanding. Taki raised an eyebrow, a predatory grin spreading across his face as his voice dropped to a menacing growl. If you want to apologize, then prove your loyalty. This nobleman is thirsty. Bring me something to drink. They obey instantly, rushing off. Yes, right away. Please wait a moment. Aim watched the scene unfold, completely baffled. Huh, she's actually pretty useful. And her acting skills are impressive. Those Korinia guys wouldn't dare approach now. When Taki received 2 water pouches, he was ecstatic. His face lit up as he called out, Big brother, should we pull a few more scams? Let's earn some money for food. Those guys looked like they had something on them. The others were completely helpless. Midiam sighed in annoyance. So they're just robbing people as usual. Itmayan agreed. That's right. Meanwhile, Ain just growled under his breath. Suddenly, an excited voice called out to Taki. It was a group of knights, led by a white-haired woman on horseback. Taki recognized her immediately, his eyes widening in shock. What the? Isn't that Bai? He quickly introduced her to the group. Ah, that's my half-sister. What are you doing here? Bai winked at him, replying with amusement, don't play dumb. Adin watched them with a thoughtful expression. He glanced at the crate of fresh fruit they were carrying and scoffed. Plunder, huh. You and your sister really are two peas in a pod. Bai asked Taki. Where are the mercenaries you brought with you? He quickly looked away, answering awkwardly. Something happened. The horse's hooves lifted from the ground. Bayam rode closer to her cousin and said suspiciously, I heard a guild was destroyed. I thought you might have been the one to do it. Taki's expression shifted to surprise. He looked completely stunned. Huh? A guild was destroyed? Bayun explained. You didn't know? The guild master had. Well, his manhood cut off. The whole situation is a complete mess. Hearing this, Taki burst into a triumphant celebration. He couldn't hold back his joyous, booming laughter. Ha ha, he cheered happily. They say virtue brings blessings. My ancestors must be watching over me. Bai stared at him with cold, calculating eyes, her voice low and probing. So, that means you're alone. As she spoke, her hand instantly gripped the hilt of her sword. While Taki was still lost in his moment of glee, she swung her blade, aiming directly for him. But in that exact instant, a stone came flying through the air. It slammed into Bai's sword hand, causing her to miss the golden opportunity to strike. She spun around furiously, snarling. What? Who are you? It was Adin. Facing her rage, he replied casually, No wonder you got so close. Her two subordinates drew their swords in unison, charging them. Taki was stunned, his face etched with disappointment. Bai, are you trying to kill me? She crossed her arms, a smug, arrogant smirk on her face, as she answered with a mocking tone. This is much better than chasing after some holy book no one can find. Taki hastily drew his own sword and spun around. Just as a swordsman leaped into the air, his blade aimed straight for him. The two clashed violently, steel screaming against steel as sparks flew. Taki finally managed to knock his opponent back, roaring in fury. Bai! He was absolutely livid, his face terrifyingly dark. You're making a huge mistake, he warned. Do you have any idea who I'm with? He glanced at his indifferent comrades behind him, declaring confidently, Someone like you. My captain could crush you with a flick of his finger. Taki urged him on. What are you doing? Captain, help me. But Adin simply replied with a shrug. I want to see what you can do. Midiam let out a bored yawn, pretending to be nonchalant. Exactly. You see, Adin isn't alone anymore. He looked at her, confused. What? She covered her mouth, giggling with amusement, her voice dripping with teasing. But you already knew that, didn't you? Ever since Adin was hit with that servitude curse, there's probably a little something growing in his belly by now. Adin shuddered, goosebumps erupting on his skin. He bellowed at her, completely ignoring Taki's struggle. That's not it, Midiam. What kind of horrifying thought is that? Midiam tried to calm him down, but her playful tone remained. Now, Adin, don't get angry. It's not good for the baby. Adin growled in frustration. You're unbelievable. Just then, a sword swung towards him, an enemy's taunt ringing in his ears. Hey, they're ignoring us. Adin used his divine artifact, summoning a cloud of black smoke that sent the attacker flying several meters away. He took a step forward, giving his orders cheerfully. Midiam, Itman, take care of them, but don't kill them. The two of them glanced at Buyun's lackeys, their faces filled with utter disdain. Oh, but they're using real swords. Adin's excitement only grew. Exactly. Show me what you've got. Only then did the two of them finally draw their weapons. Midiam sighed in resignation. I guess we have no choice. Two youngsters faced off against two seasoned thugs with sharp blades in hand. They eyed each other grimly. Adin stood off to the side, observing, when the sound of another clash suddenly drew his attention. Glancing over at Taki clashing swords with Bai, Adin couldn't help but sigh, wondering to himself, what is that guy even struggling with? How is he even managing to retreat on horseback? Adin watched pensively, analyzing the man's every move. The most skilled one among them is. His gaze shifted to the underling, currently dueling Itman. That one, the man with the droopy eyes, unleashed a powerful, decisive slash, roaring in anger. You little brat, how dare you? But his blade only struck dry earth. Itman had already vaulted into the air, flipping clean over the man's head. By the time the man turned around, his eyes widened in shock. He stammered in disbelief. What the? In that same instant, his opponent landed silently. Before the man could even process the situation, Itman delivered a swift, clean strike across his torso. The man glared back with pure hatred, screaming in agony, Arg. Watching from a distance, Adin was thoroughly pleased. A small smirk played on his lips. Not a fatal blow, he thought, but he targeted a spot that will cause him to bleed out without treatment. As the two of them continued to clash, he made a decisive judgment. She was young, but her skills were truly impressive. She could undoubtedly become an emissary. Itmane fought with overwhelming force, taking down his opponent with one final, decisive blow. Just then, Taki's horse suddenly lost control. It neighed wildly, throwing him into a panic. "Whoa, whoa, whoa," he screamed. A second later, he was thrown from the saddle, tumbling to the ground. "Huh?" Adin stared, utterly speechless. His jaw dropped in absolute disdain. Is that guy a complete idiot, making a mistake with such a fine saddle? Taki's opponent seized the opportunity, charging forward with a thunderous war cry, "Die." Adin scratched his head, calmly muttering to himself, "I guess it's my turn." A moment later, a blood-curdling scream echoed across the scorching desert. "There. My fingernails." Bai and her battered subordinates were kneeling pathetically in the dirt. She wailed, overcome with a sense of injustice. "Why would you do this? I returned everything and even restacked the hay cart. You worked me like a dog, so why did you have to rip off my fingernails, too? You monster." Adin raised the pliers again, making the entire group turn pale with terror. He sneered, his voice dropping to an icy whisper, "Be grateful that this is where it ends. I simply repaid you for the crimes you committed. The only reason you're alive is because you didn't kill anyone." Adin deliberately clicked the pliers, his expression turning sinister. "But if you disobey my orders or step out of line again, you know what happens next, don't you?" Bai's group immediately scrambled to obey. "Yes, sir." After his little warning, he finally let them scramble away. Taki watched them go, his eyes welling up with tears of sorrow. To think she would be willing to harm her own family, all to fight over an inheritance. It's truly rotten to the core, and here I thought we were actually getting along. Aiden calmly put the pliers away, adding nonchalantly, "Right. The inheritance probably wasn't even that important." Midiam approached them, her face etched with worry. "Aiden, your mood has gotten worse. However, it seems your heart is slowly starting to heal." He looked at her, confused by her words. "What?" She gently rubbed his arm to comfort him, soothingly reassuring him. "Don't worry so much, Aiden. My mother always said that pregnancy naturally causes all sorts of mental and physical changes." Aiden finally understood what she was implying. "I already told you," he retorted through gritted teeth. "It's not like that," he explained with a weary sigh. "Giving birth through a servitude curse is not a normal pregnancy. That kind of thing won't happen." Suddenly, Itmane walked over and asked, "Aiden, you sold the silver candlesticks that the last group of mercenaries stole, right?" He questioned him, a hint of doubt in his voice. "So why did you go to such lengths to return what B stole this time?" Aiden answered calmly, "I couldn't have returned that much on my own, and there were too many mercenaries to deal with. Besides, aside from the candlesticks, most of it was silverware. That would have been a burden for refugees on the run. I always adapt my actions to the situation. Do you have a problem with that?" After hearing his explanation, Itmane's expression grew complicated. He hesitated, petting his companion's head, then replied awkwardly, I can't figure you out. You're like some strange, unfamiliar creature. To be honest, murderers and bandits are much easier to understand than you are." Aden seemed impressed. "Is that so? Funnily enough, I feel like I'm starting to understand you a little." The boy looked up, startled. "You understand me?" Taki turned back to quiet them down. "Everyone, be quiet. There's a rescue unit up ahead." Hearing this, Aden's eyes lit up with excitement. "Huh? A rescue unit?" He spotted the green flag with its distinct symbol. "Oh, the three-winged wheel. Yes, that's the rescue team," he exclaimed with delight. "Impressive." Both Midiam and Itmane watched his frenzied reaction with a sense of weary resignation. "I know Aden admires them," Midiam whispered, "but they're still hybrids. Their reputation isn't exactly the best." She leaned closer to Itmane, her voice low and tense. "Should I tell him the rumors? Though, it wouldn't do any good to shatter something he admires so much." Itmane was surprised by her concern. This is a shock, he thought. Of all people, I never expected her to be so careful with her words. Midiam shifted uncomfortably, her voice laced with awkward concern. He could only sigh at her comment, a look of helplessness on his face. "My lady, is that truly your biggest concern right now?" Suddenly, Aden turned to face them, his expression deadly serious. "The one unsettling me the most at this moment is you." Midiam flinched, her eyes wide with confusion. "Huh? Me?" Aden let out a long sigh, his voice softening. "Regardless, I suspect my dismissal was just a panicked reaction from my superiors. They're terrified of Ayan. Once I meet the regional head, this whole curse will be resolved," he thought to himself. "I've already acquired a copy of the king's scripture and 3 gold coins in no time at all. Even for other emissaries, an achievement like this was unheard of. This gives me incredible leverage for negotiations. Surely, they wouldn't kill me just to steal my scripture. Even if they did, that level of paranoia would be insane. At the relief station, long lines of people snaked their way toward the main tent. Meanwhile, Taki and Itmine were tasked with gathering firewood and stones from the surrounding area. Taki held a stone in his hand, letting out a miserable sigh. I am a nobleman. Why am I stuck doing such menial labor? Midiam approached with a blanket, her curiosity piqued. Where's Aden? Itmane glanced into the distance, his voice calm. He headed toward the relief squad's barracks a while ago. His eyes then fell to the item in Midiam's hands, widening in surprise. Oh, is that a blanket? She explained frankly, it's borrowed. If I don't return it, I'll either go to hell in my next life, or be reborn into the emissary clan. Taki stared at her, completely baffled. Is that supposed to be a curse or a joke? But Itmane's eyes lit up, a grin spreading across his face. Whatever it is, that's some serious motivation. Just then, a familiar figure appeared. Midiam walked over to him, a questioning look on her face. Adin, did you take some of their bread? We already have our own rations. Aiden held up a dry loaf of bread, answering nonchalantly. I did. I was curious about the relief supplies the squad is handing a town out. I didn't steal it, of course. I made a donation. As he said this, his entire face lit up, beaming with pride and satisfaction. Midiam's jaw dropped as she stared at him, utterly bewildered. You donated money. To the relief squad, Aiden recounted the tale, his face overflowing with pure joy. He'd asked if they could stamp their official seal on his parchment, but they told him no. She was at a loss for words, her tone turning serious. Aden, the relief squad, might be heroes in storybooks, but in reality, they'll try to kill us the moment they learn we're emissaries. But his faith was unshakable. It doesn't matter, he replied with confidence. Even if they persecute me, or even kill me, that won't make me betray my creed. With that, he brought the bread to his lips and took a bite. Instantly, his entire body went rigid. The others watched, their faces turning pale with shock. Aden stared at the loaf, a look of pure confusion on his face. A closer look revealed an emblem carved deep into the bottom of the bread, the mark of the relief station. Steam billowed from the soup pot simmering over the fire. Midiam rested her chin in her hand. Do we really have to put that thing in the soup? It looks completely inedible. You even said it smells like sawdust. Aiden advised her while stirring the pot. Don't complain about the food. Just boil it properly so it dissolves. It's bread the Relief Society prepared for the refugees. I only took it out of curiosity, but we can't just throw it away now. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached their small group. Taki was the first to notice, glancing over. 3 children approached them, their faces gaunt and their bodies covered in grime. Sir, in the name of the merciful Archangel, please, spare something. We haven't eaten in 3 days. We're so hungry. Midiam looked at them, puzzled. What about the bread from the Relief Society? Taki sighed, explaining, they only give that to adults. They told the children they have to join the society first. Without another word, Aden simply held out the pot. Eat. Taki asked in shock, what do you think you're doing? Taki's voice was sharp with indignation. You send a knight like me to do chores, and then you give our food to these filthy beggars? Isn't the Relief Society supposed to be in charge of charity? Aden held a chip bowl out to the children as he explained. I'm not even a refugee, yet I accepted their aid. Consider this my way of repaying the favor. Just then, the little girl in front glanced nervously back at 2 adults standing behind her. Aiden's face paled. He understood instantly. So, the refugees are forcing their own children to beg. Realizing this, he spoke to the girl again. I'll pack some extra for you to take with you. The little girl's eyes lit up as she took the bowl. Really? Thank you so much. Just after he'd fed the 3 children, another group approached, carrying a familiar banner. Well, look at the noble work you're doing here. Antonio pulled back his hood, his expression dripping with disdain. I never expected you'd be brazen enough to walk the main road while the clan has a bounty on your head. Aiden's eyes widened slightly in surprise. The regional leader, a Salasma, he smirked to himself. So the very person they were hunting had walked right into their grasp. Even from behind, the man grumbled. Show some proper respect. Address him as the chief of the Salem territory. I hear you've been causing trouble. Brawling with our clan members, he began. Claiming an emissary outranks a servant and striking them as you please. Is that true? Azadin didn't even look at the speaker. His eyes darted back slightly, silently assessing Antonio. That old man, a high-ranking member of the founding Derek clan. He must have been the one who snitched. His expression turned grim. He gave a curt command. Clear these spectators from the area. Now, the men behind Antonio moved in, clubs in hand, surrounding Azadin's group. Without a moment's hesitation, Azadin rose to his feet and ordered, Everyone, clear out. The man caught his meaning instantly and began to yell gruffly at the children. Hey, you little runts. This old man's got a craving for roasted children. Come a little closer, and I'll cook you over the fire. Now, get lost. The kids yelped and scattered immediately. Apologies. It Man and Mayim then took hold of the man's arms. You as well. Just consider yourself one of them and get going. Tak stared back blankly. Huh, what are you talking about? Outside, the sky was already turning gold over the withered trees. Within the confines of the private tent, only two remained, Azadine and Antonio. Hearing faint music, Azadine thought to himself, a harp? Is that for soundproofing? He calmly sat down across from the old man, his gaze analytical. That's a rather high-class sound barrier. Antonio snatched up his cup, his voice laced with venom. Shut your mouth. I'm itching to kill you right where you sit. If you hadn't surrounded yourself with people, you'd already be dead. Azadine, completely unfazed, cut right to the chase. Do you really have time for this? Ayn couldn't have been the only traitor. Shouldn't dealing with her accomplices be your top priority? The old man shot up, slamming the table. So you're in league with Ayn. Azadine simply leaned back and spoke immediately. No, absolutely not. That will never happen. Rescind my expulsion order. I am not on Ayn's side. Antonio's face twisted into a scowl. You insolent whelp. And why should I do that? I've heard you and Ayn don't get along, but that could easily be a clever ruse designed to fool everyone. At that, Azadine crossed his arms and let out a sharp laugh. What a ridiculous idea. Does anyone seriously believe that planting me in the clan would yield any valuable intelligence? After all, the entire clan already despises me. Antonio had no comeback for that and could only grit his teeth in silence. He thought bitterly, so I'm supposed to be the one begging you? Antonio took another sip from his cup. Even if you aren't with Ayn, why should I go begging the elders on your behalf? Azadine's reply was calm and measured, because it is the right thing to do. A young clansman and emissary is about to be executed on false charges, and the territory's chief will simply look the other way. He set his cup down, haggling. Regardless, you are still Ayn's brother. That alone opens up certain possibilities. Besides, if the elders and the clan leader reverse their decision now, the authority of our organization will be undermined. This is a time to restore discipline and hierarchy, not question it. Azadine bowed his head slightly, deep in thought. I see. He rubbed his face, his expression firming with resolve. So my expulsion is meant to magically restore the honor that Ayn so thoroughly shattered. Fine then, I won't fight this publicly, but you will immediately cancel the kill order, and you will promise to revoke my expulsion within 6 months. Put it in writing. At those 3 words, Antonio exploded with rage. You insolent mutt, how dare you? You demand a written contract from me when my word alone should be bond. But Azadine roared back, unafraid. My life is on the line here. Your word isn't good enough. The old man only grew more furious. Silence. You have done nothing but criticize the elders and the clan leader. You have finally crossed the line. If we weren't in such a public place, I would have struck you down myself. Azadine slammed his own hand on the table and shot up. Excellent. Perfect. Then let's step outside this tent and settle this. Antonio stared, stunned, before rising to his feet as well, his eyes wide with disbelief. Are you challenging me to a duel? This body may be old, but I won't fall to a punk like you. You arrogant brat. I will kill you myself. But just as the words left his lips, Antonio turned and saw a figure approaching. A figure with flowing silver hair dismounted from their horse. It has been a long time, Azadine. Azadine's eyes widened in surprise. The first emissary, Andy. Antonio's tone shifted instantly. Ah, Lord Andy. He quickly bowed in respect. Welcome, my lord. Andy's voice was gentle but firm. Straighten up. Too many eyes are watching. Antonio just smiled, his previous rage vanishing completely. Ahem, Lord Andy. What brings you to such a remote place as this? She offered a faint smile, her piercing gaze fixed upon him. I heard Azadine was to be expelled. I could not simply stand by and do nothing. She then turned her gaze to Azadine. I rode without rest all the way from Orangui the moment I heard the news. Frankly, they have made a very foolish mistake. Azadine flinched slightly at her words. From Orangui. That must have taken 3 whole days. Just then, she produced a sealed scroll. There is something I must discuss with you. Don't worry, Azadine. I have already petitioned the Grand Master himself. I told him you would never betray us. Model. This pact bears the signature of Chief Ha Tai and the other elders. They swore before the Emperor's voice to retract your expulsion within 6 months. Adi accepted the scroll, looking a bit sheepish. Thank you, Andy. You went through so much trouble for me. Andy just clapped him on the shoulder with a smile. It was simply the right thing to do. But the look of pity in her eyes made Miriam clench her jaw. Honestly, the others are just too stubborn. I was worried they might have needlessly offended you. Adi smiled back. No, it's really okay. Midium flinched. What in the world? Watching them stand there, sharing a friendly moment, irritated her. Midium seethed internally. Seriously, he treats her completely differently than anyone else. She couldn't help but remember the cold, distant way he tried to convince her to leave. The memory only fueled her anger. Meanwhile, Andy tried to smooth things over. But I hope you understand. The elders are extremely sensitive when it comes to rank. Audie obediently agreed. I understand, Andy. As Andy raised her hand, Midium wondered, what kind of secret pact do those two have? That hand expertly ruffled Audie's hair, causing him to blush just a little. Andy beamed with a bright smile. When I first saw you in AN, I was so worried. You've really grown up so much. The first leader of the messenger tribe was named Hakan. She deciphered the floral magic grimoire gifted by the Emperor, allowing the tribe to unleash its full power. Because of this, the messenger tribe began to call purple eyes like hers the Eyes of Hakonia, and the strongest messenger of each generation was called the Reborn Hakonia. And so Andy, a woman of noble Jeddah blood with mesmerizing purple eyes and skills that surpassed all others, was naturally known as the Reborn Hakonia. Hatiyahi, the leader of the messenger tribe, took Andy as his personal disciple, entrusting her with deciphering copies of the king's scripture. Hatiyahi was the grandmaster and chief of all messengers. However, one day, as the two traveled down a road, they encountered a group of people. Andy glanced behind her with a touch of concern. Over there, master. Up ahead, a man with two wailing children was blocking their path. One of the researchers who had accompanied Andy had stolen a copy and met a gruesome end. That man was the traitor, Acker. The villagers who witnessed the scene shrank back in fear. Oh my god, is that an umbilical cord from a man's body? By the God King, it's a curse. A curse. They all began to turn away, with no intention of helping. Just then, Andy and Hatiyahi arrived. Looking down at the motionless body on the ground, Hatiyahi felt no sympathy. Aker and some lowly researcher had been on the run for an entire year, evading the messenger's pursuit. A pity. We never realized he was so capable. Andy gently lowered her hood, her eyes filled with nothing but sorrow and reluctance. She knelt down and lifted one of the babies. These children were born from a witch's curse. Hatiyahi stood watching her and confirmed it. Is that right? Now that I see it for myself, the effects of the curse are undeniable. That foolish disciple brought this bloated fate upon himself. A sudden unease struck him. Andy, he asked sharply, don't tell me you plan on taking those children. They could be the reincarnation of Acker. The bloodline of that traitor must be completely wiped out. Furthermore, the curse should have only created one child. But this is two. Twins? Just as Hatiyahi began to pay closer attention, he heard Andy call out, Master, this child has no eyes. Hatiyahi let out a sharp gasp and looked closer. It was true. The baby in Andy's arms had no visible eyeballs. His face darkened as he drew his sword, just as I feared. Twins are a terrible omen. Andy gasped, clutching the baby to her chest. No, master. Lacking eyes isn't a reason to die. She couldn't bear to look away from the baby. Besides, I can feel their gaze. They can see, even without eyes. Hatiyahi's brow furrowed as he sheathed his sword. Absurd. Considering the destiny of us Aragas people, it would be a greater mercy for them to die now. But suddenly, Hatiyahi's eyes shot wide open in astonishment. He was looking at the other infant. Amazingly, the second child possessed the eyes of Hakonia. Andy also let out a sigh of relief. Yes, the color is just like my own. She tried to persuade him. Master, they're only newborn infants. If we just leave them here. Hesitating for a moment, she finally asked, Can I take them with me? Hatiyahi was lost in thought for a long while. As Andy watched with a worried gaze, he slowly rose to his feet. In the end, Hatiyahi agreed. Do as you wish. We've already lost the copy, so we might as well take something back. But even as she brought them back, as the clear blue sky shifted to a night lit by a crescent moon and glittering stars, Hatiyahi's words came true. In the holy land of the Aragas, furious shouts echoed from the only room with a light on. Are you suggesting we accept the children of a traitor? That's preposterous. Or perhaps, this is an opportunity. The entire council was deathly silent, listening only to Fetter's argument. What if those children are incarnations of the king's scripture? The other members began to speak up one by one. Oh, I see. Yes, just kill them. They'll turn into books if we do that. Nonsense. Although I agree that one of them should be killed. Hearing this, Andy swiftly dodged the attack. Hatia, however, calmly lifted his cup for a sip, thinking to himself, I knew this would happen. So, what was she supposed to do now? In this situation, even Andy's sheer stubbornness was not enough. Suddenly, he saw her lips slowly part. I will give them names. Hatia, who was in the middle of drinking, nearly spat out his water as his face turned dark. Andy stubbornly tried to explain. A nameless child who dies can still find salvation. But these children were born carrying the hatred of their clan. Her eyes filled with resolve, she declared, "That is why I will name them myself." Hachiya's body trembled slightly. His pupils contracted to pinpricks as he stared at her in utter disbelief. A short while later in his chambers, Hachiya slammed his hand on the desk in a rage, shouting, "No, you cannot name them. That is absolutely forbidden under all circumstances. For us, the Aragas people, the act of naming is sacred. If you name them, your own fate will become bound to that troubling pair of twins. You are a Jeddah, a descendant of our noble founder, who bears the eyes of Heya. We cannot afford to waste a talent such as you on a matter like this." Andy held the child in her arms. "Master, do you truly object?" Hachiya sighed, closing his eyes in sheer helplessness. "Why must you go to such lengths? For those children, when they can offer you nothing in return?" She gazed down at the eyeless baby in her arms. "I don't really know, either. I just believe that protecting a small life in peril is the right thing to do. And because Aker was my friend, I can somewhat understand what drove him to betray our clan. Even now, I can't bring myself to hate him." Hachiya walked over to stand before Andy, instructing her. "You must only speak such words to me, and me alone. If the other elders were to hear of this, things would become dire." Andy understood and obediently agreed. "Yes, I understand." He crossed his arms, his brow furrowed in thought, then said with grim seriousness, "Very well. In that case, I shall be the one to name them." Looking at the eyeless child in her arms, he spoke. "The boy will be Adin. The girl will be Ain." The baby girl with violet eyes was still sleeping soundly in her cradle. Adin, the dragon of destruction and silence. Ain, the angel of light and darkness. They were figures from mythology, destined to fight for eternity before perishing together. Thus, the twins were named after ancient gods, the Aragas worshipped, long before they joined the Gen hybrid society. 3 years later, a young girl surrounded by a powerful aura of mana drew her bow in the training yard. Her piercing violet eyes, filled with determination, were locked onto the target. The energy-infused arrow tore through the wind, striking the bullseye of the distant target perfectly. She lowered her bow under the watchful eyes of Andy and the others. Hachiya stroked his silver beard. Astonishing. She can already channel her mana. Andy looked up at him in agreement. Anne's grimoire and her mana are simply extraordinary. Fetter just smiled with resignation. "You're telling me, isn't she destined to be the greatest of all?" When Hakonia, the reborn, said this, Andy lowered her gaze and replied with a slight frown. "She is stronger than me. This child will become the most powerful emissary in history. One day, that title may belong to her, not me." Someone in the group started to tease Andy. "Are you sad to have a rival?" She quickly waved her hands in denial. "No, that's not it at all." Suddenly, a cry from behind made everyone freeze. Adin had burst into tears, crying out in frustration. "Wah! My stomach hurts." Everyone reacted with shock and caution, clearing a path for Adin. It was astounding how different the twins could be. "They say he doesn't possess even a single drop of mana." Andy couldn't help but sigh in acceptance. Perhaps the curse of servitude was never meant to create two separate beings. Ain and Adin were, in essence, one. What was hidden inside Aiden was not the true Blossom Arts, but merely a remnant of it. That incomplete grimoire had haphazardly scattered all the mana within him, creating a chaotic storm of different energies. This had granted him a resistance to dark mana, but as a result, he would probably never be able to use any magic at all. Hachiya also looked saddened by this reality. So, Ain ended up taking Adian's share as well. How ironic, isn't it? The eyes of the grimoire all belonged to one person. A cruel fate was surely awaiting them. The Aragas, with their Blossom Arts, were clearly stronger than the hybrids, all aiming to become emissaries and enduring oppression from the outside. Naturally, the entire clan revered martial strength, but this pursuit of power often became distorted. It resulted in the blind worship of the strong and the oppression of the weak. In a secluded corner, someone was vomiting relentlessly. Auden grinned from ear to ear. "Oh, look at the freak. A little bit of running and he's already overreacting." Bo sneered maliciously. "Try walking on a tightrope. Why don't you? You idiot." Moyo smacked Adian hard on the head. "A tightrope? Don't make me laugh. He still wets the bed." The three bullies tormented Adin relentlessly, but he didn't fight back at all. Just then, Bo's eyes caught sight of Ayan. The three of them immediately straightened their posture and stood up straight. For just a moment, a flicker of pity crossed Ayan's otherwise fierce eyes. For Adin, that look was a saving grace. Ayan. But as if a final decision had been forged in her heart, she met his pleading gaze with an iron will, refusing to intervene. She turned her back on him cold as ice, leaving the four of them standing there. Bo could only stare, bewildered. Huh? Had they really attacked that guy just for getting close to Ayan? Azadin swallowed hard, trying to explain. "You haven't heard? Ever since basic training started, They've left him completely on his own. Overwhelmed with despair, Azadin finally broke down sobbing. Ain stood over him, her voice dripping with mockery. What's this now? Did even your precious sister abandon you? Stunned, he rushed to correct her. She's not my sister. She clicked her tongue. Just as I thought, completely useless without her. They hurled one last insult before walking away. Azadin, you are truly pathetic. That evening, as the last glimmer of sunlight died behind the towering stone peaks, Azadin sat all alone by the roaring waterfall. His frail body trembled as he unleashed cries of helpless agony. It hurts so much. And there's nowhere to run. Why was I even born like this? His heart-shattering screams echoed into the darkness. At this rate, my heart is going to stop. A perfect full moon climbed high into the night sky. On the face of a sheer cliff, a scratched hand gripped the stone. Andy, with a pack twice her size on her back, was slowly scaling the rock wall. She grumbled to herself as she climbed. Ugh, this is so heavy. I definitely brought too many gifts this time. I wonder if the kids will even like them. After a few more moments, she pulled herself over the top. Gazing at the waterfall, shimmering in the moonlight, Andy sighed in awe. Ah, no matter when I come here, this place is always a wonder. Suddenly, a mosquito landed on her arm, and a sharp, clear voice rang out. Andy, the blood of the divine Aga's lineage runs deep in your veins. Do not offer such a precious gift to mere insects. Andy obeyed, crushing the mosquito. If you say so. In her mind, she recited an incantation. Flower, bird, wind, moon. Yon Jack devours the sparrow. As the words finished, suddenly, a splash from below startled Andy. Huh, what was that? The voice spoke again. A child has fallen into the water. A jolt of shock went through her. What? Andy immediately threw the heavy pack from her shoulders, letting it crash to the ground as she bolted toward the sound. Without a moment's hesitation, she leaped from the cliff into the dark water below. A little while later, Andy anxiously called to the child she held in her arms. Azadin, are you all right? His weak body slowly stirred back to life. He glanced over at her, whispering her name. Andy. Overjoyed, she pulled him into a tight hug and scolded him. You fool. What were you thinking? A faint blush appeared on his face as he stammered. I was just. Andy didn't let him finish, instead looking him right in the eye. Was the training really that harsh? Azadin became even more flustered. No. He explained with a heavy heart. Anyway, I was kicked out. They said I could never become an apostle. Andy gently lifted his chin, offering a comforting smile. Humph, that's all right. There are plenty of other things to be besides an apostle. The flames of the campfire beside them crackled warmly. Andy wrapped Azadin up like a spring roll. Here, wrap up tight. Your body temperature dropped dangerously low. Azadin could only manage a quiet reply. Okay. She rummaged through her bag again. Azadin, why don't we watch the stars here tonight? He looked back at her, a bit confused. The stars? You mean? Those shiny things in the night sky? Having found what she was looking for, Andy turned back with a brilliant smile, showing it to Azadin. Let's read together. I brought a book about fairy tale constellations. He obediently sat down right next to her. So, the stars have their own special places too. They both lay down on the blanket she spread out. Andy began to explain as she patted his shoulder. Yes, long ago, people connected the stars in the night sky and added their own stories to create the constellations. This one is a legend about fairies. From a time before the divine Iga's lineage came here. I've been studying these ancient tales recently. It was certain that, until this moment, Azadin had never known what true beauty was. Even a sky full of stars had only made him feel more empty inside. But on that night, as he counted the stars with Andy, they became a source of endless longing. Some days later, the Apostle Tribe held its Midsummer Festival, an event that happened once every 2 summers. During the festival, apostles from all over the world would gather in the Holy Land. Because of this, Azadin got the chance to spend more time with Andy. He visited her every single day, while Ain secretly followed close behind. Her sharp gaze seemed to be watching for something, filled with a hidden worry. During those days, Azadin always wore a smile of pure contentment. This book, it was absolutely fascinating. I came by to return it. Andy brought out a plate of freshly baked cookies. Ah, the introductory guide for rescue knights. What was your favorite part? Azadin couldn't stop his excited chatter. The 3 virtues, courage, wisdom, and compassion. It says you can use white magic if you honor those virtues. White magic is what the Iga's god kings use, isn't it? That's so incredible. I wish I could use magic too. Watching him, Andy's heart ached with a sad thought. The rescue knights. Most of them are nothing more than frauds. And yet, Azadin seemed to admire them so genuinely. Suddenly, she asked him, Azadin, do you want to become a rescue knight? He flinched in surprise. Me? But I'm an Aragasa. I heard that everyone hates the Aragasa. The others always brag about how strong the Aragasa are, but what about me? I'm an Aragasa. But because I'm weak, my own people despise me. And outsiders, they'll hate me just for being an Aragasa. Even the rescue knights would probably be the same. And who could ever bring themselves to love a face like this? They said I was so disgusting they forced a sack over my head. I nearly suffocated. Andy asked again, Auden, do you hate me? He flinched, then quickly denied it. No, of course not. That gentle hand reached out to him once more. She pulled Aiden into a warm embrace, as if to soothe every hardship the child had ever known. Then, Andy began to explain. If you hate yourself, doesn't that mean you also hate me for keeping you alive? If that's true, it would make me a little sad. You know, am I? Sort of like a mother to you. Is that it? Aiden's cheeks puffed out, feeling cornered. My mother. She pulled away, her gaze filled with determination. Remember what the book said. With courage, wisdom, and compassion, anyone can become a rescue knight. So, all you have to do is cultivate those three things. You can become anything you want to be, Aden. Those words ignited a flame of hope within him. But not long after, while still clutching that book, Aden was violently grabbed by the collar. Hey, let me go. Bo sneered with a wicked grin. I heard Lady Andy finally left, did she? Aden chimed in. That's right. You had it pretty good clinging to her. But your good days are over, you damn traitor. With Mozio joining in, the three of them cracked their knuckles, ready for a beating. You're going to die today. In the end, the children couldn't truly hurt Aden, but in an instant, their faces twisted in terror. Because Ayan had suddenly appeared and gravely wounded Aden. A few hours earlier, Ayan had approached to the shock of the other three. She casually shoved Mozio out of her way. On the ground, a trembling Aiden was forced to listen to their taunts. You really are disgusting. Aden, you just pretend to be weak to steal all of Lady Andy's attention. Sister Ayan. Ayan's eyes immediately locked onto the book in Aden's arms. A heretical text. She questioned him, her face grim. Where did you get that? Aiden looked up to explain. Oh, that. But Ayn immediately snatched the book from his hands. No, that's important to me. She ripped the book to shreds right in front of his eyes. Aiden desperately tried to grab the pieces. Ayan, why would you do that? Ayan seized his outstretched arm and violently shoved him, sending him sprawling. Seeing this, the other three children immediately ran for it. They hid behind a tree, watching the siblings. What's going on? I don't know. It looks like Ayan is bullying Aden. Aden, you like Lady Andy, don't you? Ayan stood over him, her words dripping with scorn. Not like family, but as a lover. What? Oh, but dear. I think Andy only sees you as a son. She kicked him contemptuously. What's wrong? Are you going to deny it? Andy is only 12 years older than us. So what? She'll still be beautiful when she gets old, because she possesses the sacred blood. Ayan smirked in disdain. Even when we become adults, she'll still look just as young. Will you still be able to see her as a mother then? Aden dug his fingers into the dirt, dragging them through the ground. An image of him and Andy watching the sky together flashed in his mind. How could I not believe in her? She's the only person who ever showed me the beauty of this world. She is my standard of beauty. She's my entire world. He remembered Andy holding him in her arms. But even if he did desire her that way, he would never speak of it. I won't let my own mind be tainted by such lust. Aden gritted his teeth, his entire body trembling. I made a vow. Aim watched his struggle with twisted amusement. That's it. Get angrier. If you want to love someone of noble blood, you must become the strongest Aragasa there is. With a shadowed face, Ayan cracked a dark smile. You can do that, can't you? Aden shot to his feet, his fist clenched and ready to strike. But an ominous energy began to glow from Ayan's hand. She unleashed that power in a vicious slap across his face. His blood splattered onto her clothes, stunning her for a moment. He grimaced, biting down on his lip as he glared. She picked up a wooden sword and pointed it at him. This wound looks much better than the mangled flesh where your eyes should be. Aden cried out in agony, clutching his bleeding eyes. You should be grateful, Aden. The sun disappeared behind the dark clouds. A mysterious figure walked through the shadows. Curled up on his bed, Aden made a vow. I will kill her. I will never forgive her. He gripped the blanket in his fist, screaming her name. Ayan. Just then, a voice echoed through the room. You've got a lot of spirit, kid. The mysterious figure had stepped into Aden's room. So this is the Aden from the rumors, the eyeless dragon. Aden sat up, trembling as he faced the stranger. Who are you? So, it's true you can see without eyes. Interesting. The stranger pulled back his hood, revealing a pair of elven ears. Don't be afraid, little one. When Aden saw the man's face, he froze in shock. Kazad offered a gentle smile and introduced himself. My name is Kazad. As soon as he heard the name, terror gripped Aden. An elf? He clutched his head, trembling as he begged, "Please, don't eat me." "So, you've heard the old tales from the Nagasura era. Not bad." Kaza waved a hand dismissively, continuing to tease him.
Model, don't worry. It's true. I once feasted on human flesh. But I've given that up recently. I came here with a purpose. And you, boy, should be honored.
"You have been personally chosen by the great Kazas." Hearing this, Adin looked up, completely bewildered. "Ha." Kazas placed a hand on his chest. "I will teach you the beauty of creation itself. The scripture of Kazas." Kazas was radiating with pride, while Adin remained deathly silent. Finally, the boy spoke, his words a sharp accusation. "But, you're not one of the Aragasa." It seemed the boy was putting the pieces together. The beauty of creation is in not possessing it. Adin clenched his fist, his mind racing. Then this is all absurd. Besides, I can't even use magic. Seeing his turmoil, Kazas let out a mocking laugh. "Hey, kid, want to know a secret about mages?" At his words, Aiden's curiosity was piqued. A secret. Kazas raised a single finger, a sinister gesture. "Mages die if you snap their necks." "That's right." He moved closer to Adin, his voice a low whisper. "They'll die if you pierce their heart, or shatter their spine." Kazas pointed directly at the boy's face, proclaiming, "That is the scripture of Kazas." Adin was captivated by this revelation. A power that can defeat the beauty of creation itself? Is that true? Kazas shot to his feet, turning his back in a theatrical display. "Why on earth am I the one begging you to be my disciple? If you don't trust me, then forget it." But then, with a hint of resentment, Kazas mentioned Anne. "I was planning to give you a chance to get revenge on your sister." The moment he heard the word revenge, Adin's hand began to tremble uncontrollably. "Revenge?" He stared at his own shaking hand, filled with doubt. "Revenge on her? For everything she's done to me?" By now, Kazas had already turned to leave. "Wait." Adin, now fully dressed, stood and pleaded, "Please, take me as your disciple." Hearing those words, a triumphant smile spread across Kazas' face. His goal was finally achieved. He turned back, feigning a deep, thoughtful expression. "Well, if you insist, I have no other choice." Later, the three of them sat together, sharing tea. Antonio broke the silence. It has been 15 years since that day. Andy's voice followed his. "When I heard you become his disciple, I was utterly shocked." She looked at Aiden, eager to know more about Kazas. "What is he really like?" "All I know is that he's an elf. A pervert. And completely insane. But it's fine. He doesn't eat people anymore." Hearing this, Andy let out a sigh of relief. "That's good. I kept having nightmares. I was so afraid he might eat you." Aiden chuckled at her words. "Really? Master gave up eating people a long, long time ago. You don't know much about him, do you, Andy?" He recalled a memory of Kazas, completely drunk. Candy cane cookies are the best snack to have with liquor. Aiden stared at Andy, his mind filled with questions. Wasn't she the one who recommended me to the master in the first place? Andy noticed Antonio giving her a signal. She immediately turned back to Aiden, her expression serious. She needed to know about Ayan. "Ah, that's right. Do you know what Ayan has done?" "She assassinated a high-ranking official from Kenhan and escaped with a copy of the king's scripture, an exact duplicate of her own." Andy was baffled by Ayan's actions. But why would she do that? "We still have no idea what their motive is." She offered a theory. Perhaps to monopolize that power for herself. But that sounded even more ridiculous. It's clear the king's scripture isn't easy to unlock. All the forbidden texts are encrypted. The more people working to decipher it, the better. Besides, Ayan is the second-ranked soul. She would have been handsomely rewarded for decoding it. It's hard to imagine anyone stronger than her. Andy offered another possibility. Wouldn't it have been more advantageous to decode it first and then betray us? Listening to their exchange, Adin thought to himself, so her true motive remains a mystery. Antonio then interjected with a blunt truth. "Miss Ayan has an incredibly cruel personality." As the old man rambled on, Aiden mused. Who could possibly know what goes on inside her head? No, not everyone is driven by logic. A figure in a black cloak appeared, a blood-stained sword in hand. It was unmistakably Ayan. A black crow perched ominously on her arm. Ayan and her crow had appeared in the forest. Does she truly just do whatever she wants? After their talk, the three of them finally stepped outside. Midiam and Imo were already waiting for them. It seems the long conversation is finally over. They saw Andy speaking and recognized her instantly. So that's Andy, the current commander-in-chief. Imo's eyes lit up with interest. She looks like a goddess. You're into that type too? Imo couldn't take his eyes off of Andy. Not exactly. It's just, her sacred Aiga blood is overwhelmingly apparent. Imo then told Midiam about Andy's origins. I heard the Heconian emperor had a child, but I never imagined that holy blood would flow through our own Aragasa clan. But Midiam's attention was fixed solely on Adin. Did you see the look on his face earlier? You felt it too, didn't you? Continuing to serve under Adin could become very dangerous. Hearing this, Midiam turned to him, confused. Huh? Why? A pot of mushroom stew bubbled on the fire. The Council of Elders will likely issue an execution order for Aeon, an order they expect Aiden to carry out. But wouldn't an order like that apply to the entire clan? Itmo laid out the grim reality for Midiam. Yes, but the pressure will fall squarely on Azadin. They'll demand he prove his loyalty by killing his own kin. And Itmo knew exactly what Aen's next move would be. Aen would never rebel without a countermeasure for the demotion and the curse of service. Midiam was desperate to know what Mayo was thinking. So, any theories on Aen's true motive? Mayo's hand tightened into a fist. It seems you've already figured it out. Itmo didn't hesitate to share his suspicion. She's most likely trying to prevent the decoding of the God King's ancient scriptures. But why? He couldn't grasp the deeper reason behind it. Perhaps it's about succession. Power is a treasure everyone covets. Within the Messenger clan, all power is concentrated in the founder's bloodline. Even deciphering the scriptures won't change that fact. Itmo mused to himself. So Aen, with her humble origins, is likely trying to shatter the system with force. Just then, a voice called out his name. Itmo. Itmo faked a cough, inventing an excuse. Yes, Azadin is still in conversation with Andit. He continued to build on his theory. Aen will surely start gathering allies to build up her faction's strength. Even with their strained relationship, she'll approach him because they're family. And the elders, they'll want to exploit that connection. Hearing Itmo's explanation, it finally clicked for Midiam. Are you saying the elders might use Azadin as a spy inside Aen's camp? It's a strong possibility. Midiam finally grasped the full picture. Ah, now I see what you were worried about. She could also predict Azadin's next move to infiltrate Aen's faction. He would have to abandon his followers and escape on his own. Which means we could be sacrificed in the process. But Midiam just smiled, brimming with confidence. But it doesn't matter. Itmo, do you really think I'd let that happen? Itmo's eyes shot wide with surprise at her words. He quickly shook his head, earning an annoyed look from Midiam. It's like talking to a brick wall. Dawn was breaking, the sun peeking over the mountains. Andit stepped outside, stretching her arms wide. We should have been sleeping hours ago, and now the sun's already coming up. Azadin came out to check on her. Are you okay? You need to get some rest. I'm fine. Besides, talking with you all night was far more fun. Andit turned back to say her farewells. Well, I should be on my way now. Where are you headed? Andit told him her destination. I'm heading to Brutuma. I plan to meet with Aen. She then revealed the elders' true intentions. Azadin, the elders may order you to kill Aen as a test of your loyalty. Andit watched him, waiting for his response.
Would you fight against Aen? Is that what you want me to do?
No. If you two were forced to fight, it would break my heart. Then I will do everything I can to avoid it. But Azadin's fist tightened with grim resolve. But if Aen strikes at me first. Suddenly, Andit stepped closer, taking his hand. She held it tightly, trying to reassure him. It's all right. That won't happen. And you wouldn't let it, either. Hearing her words, he simply remained silent. Azadin reached into his coat. More importantly, Andit. I found 2 pages from the God King's scripture. He held the priceless pages in his hand. 2 pages? That's incredible. Azadin offered them to Andit, but she shook her head. Can you hold on to them for me? I believe they'll be safer in your possession. No, you should be the one to keep them. Andit was determined to protect him. I will do everything in my power to persuade them, but the others may still try to pressure you. It's best you have them, just in case. She placed a bracelet onto Azadin's wrist. Besides, carrying loose pages around is so inconvenient. Andit then channeled her magic, making the ancient text glow and rise from the pages. With a wave of her hand, the words flowed into the bracelet. You can store the scripture pages right inside here. The pages disappeared into the bracelet. This will also shield you from being detected by the other god clans. Andit had given him the perfect way to hide the scriptures. And with that, it was time for Andit to leave. Farewell, Azadin. I'll see you at the Holy Land during the Midsummer Festival. Azadin waved as she departed. Yes. Assuming the festival even happens, the sun climbed high above a small, dusty town. Azadin's party of 3 had arrived. Midiam looked around, a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. So, we finally made it to Salasma. But the sight was grim. Starving people filled the streets. Children were dying of hunger, while the city's nobles lived in blissful ignorance. Please, kind sir, spare just 1 coin. Azadin could only sigh at the devastating scene. So many refugees. And with all the disappearances, It's like no one even notices. Itmo's brow furrowed in thought. Didn't the district chief mention people were going missing? Even the adventurers sent to investigate vanished without a trace. Right. Azadin recalled the face of Antonio, that stubborn old man. Salasma has become a living hell. This is the kind of thing that should have been reported to me directly. I'm the regional messenger, not some charity case they're doing a favor for. Don't get so worked up. At least we got a carriage ride out of it. Azadin turned to their guide. Taki, how much further to your mother's house? Just over that hill. We're almost there. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the street. The age of Jupiter is upon us. On Jinshi's back is a flag, foretelling a coming doom. When Jupiter aligns with the ecliptic, the demon gods buried beneath Neston will awaken and bring about the apocalypse. Repent. Hold fast to your virtue and give alms to the poor. Seeing the man's frantic cries, Miriam scoffed. What a complete lunatic. Aiden looked at her. What do you mean? She explained her take on the man's prophecy. That man hasn't received some divine revelation. He's just projecting his own miserable life, hoping the rest of the world will burn down with him. You're too hard on people, Aiden replied gently. Everyone has their moments of foolishness, he continued, advising a more forgiving heart. If we can't forgive human weakness, then we can never truly move forward. Miriam, standing beside him, let out a sly laugh. Oh, is that so? Then why don't you try forgiving Ain first? Aiden's demeanor changed in an instant, on second thought. Since humans are imperfect creatures, maybe hating someone isn't such a bad thing after all. Such a complete 180. The carriage continued to roll on, heading for Taki's estate. Huh? What was that? Taki led them right to the front of his home. He called out loudly, Mother. Aiden's group stepped out of the carriage, surveying the area. Itmo immediately reported back, It's not just this gate. Every entrance has been blocked, and they're all guarded. The entrances to the other manors are sealed off. 2. Taki tried to reason with the soldier before him, but he seemed utterly baffled, asking, What in the world is going on here? Taki whipped his head around to face them. His voice was filled with panic as he explained, They're saying, My mother is missing. Taki then gave an order to the guard. We're going inside to investigate. Open this gate. I will see the situation for myself. They rushed inside the moment the gate opened. Aiden gave swift orders to Miriam and Itmo. You two search the ground floor. I'll take the second story. Taki called out again and again, his face a mask of worry as he threw open the doors. Mother, I'm home. They stepped inside to inspect the room, a pristine clinic. Huh? Aiden suddenly bent down, picking up a small clump of fur. What's this? Holding it in his palm, he already knew the grim answer. Ratman fur, Itmo asked, shocked. You mean? A ratman, a dark energy pulsed from the strange fibers. Yes. The followers of the Koth divinity, minions of Muse, the Rat King, were here. Staring at the evidence in his hand, Aiden explained, This is without a doubt, Ratman fur. These grotesque creatures are born from the Rat King's power. The image of giant rats feasting on human flesh flashed through their minds. They are horrific, man-eating beasts. The terrible realization finally dawned on Taki. Are you saying? The Ratmen took my mother. That's right. The Koth divinity, the followers of Majeri. They were here. Aiden thought grimly. If they were the ones who took her. Her chances of survival are practically zero. Just then, a spider web in the corner of the room caught his eye. A spider web? In the Baroness's chambers, Auden reached down and carefully retrieved it from beneath the bed frame. Looking at the web in his hand, he confirmed his suspicions. I can feel a magical aura from this. But why would this be here? And then he remembered. The one who owned this kind of web. That mercenary captain. The one who planted a spider on him. He was a spider demon, too. It seems your mother was no ordinary noble woman. He then casually lifted the heavy bed. Whoa. Taki was stunned. He's lifting that massive frame with just one hand, just as I suspected. A secret compartment. Aiden lifted a loose floorboard, revealing a circular disc engraved with the pattern of a spider. Taki stared in disbelief at the object found under his mother's bed. Why? Why would my mother have something like this? The Spider Queen, Acha, is quite popular among noble women. She sells them the power of seduction. Taki finally understood the likely reason for her capture. So, my mother was a follower of a different Koth god, and the Ratmen took her because of it? Yes. Just then, a voice called from outside. Aiden, could you come here for a moment? Hearing the call, the two of them hurried out. What is it? Outside, Miriam and Itmo had discovered a hidden cellar. We found this in the storeroom. Aiden's jaw dropped when he saw what they were holding. Inside a secret chamber, they'd found a pouch of money. Are those 5 royal gold coins? Itmo's eyes lit up with excitement. Even a single one of these is incredibly rare, and coins acquired without a formal petition are even more valuable. But Taki stepped forward to stop them. You can't use these coins. He then made them an offer. If you can save my mother, I will give them all to you. Midiam whispered to Itmo, should we just kill him and take them? Adin immediately shut that idea down. Don't be ridiculous. As dignified messengers, we do not engage in looting. Midiam still looked unconvinced. What good is dignity when you've been exiled? Exiled? Taki questioned. Itmo glanced at a portrait they'd found, showing Taki's mother, a follower of Acha, holding 5 royal coins. That picture. That's Taki's mother. Aiden looked at Taki. You're more resourceful than I thought. The group then made their way to a well on the property. Taki clutched a scrap of fabric, recognizing the color of a dress his mother often wore. Auden peered down into the well, certain of what lay beneath. There must be a secret passage down there, considering the number of missing people. The enemy's forces must be quite large. Itmo couldn't stop thinking about the reward. But for 5 royal gold coins, rushing in blindly is far too dangerous. Aiden scratched his head, thinking. However, there is one way. In a flash of light, armor materialized around his body. Midiam and Idmo stared in shock as a fully armored Aiden strode towards them. I've never seen messenger armor like this. It's perfectly forged for close-quarters combat. A lamp was lit, and the group descended. The ground below was covered in countless footprints. Aiden turned to Taki. We'll follow these tracks. Taki shot him a skeptical glance, his eyes catching the light. The 4 of them pushed deeper into the darkness. Suddenly, Aiden sensed something ahead. It was the mouth of a well, and it seemed like all of them were connected. The footprints all led in a single direction. Aiden put a hand on Ismail's shoulder, signaling for silence, and he immediately covered the lamp. Aiden crept forward and knelt. His eyes caught on a bell trap. This meant someone was lying in wait nearby. A small bell was strung just above the ground. Aiden tensed at a sudden noise. Who's there? A group of figures holding lanterns approached him. Is anyone there? We saw a light. Aiden gritted his teeth in frustration. We've been spotted. He turned to Taki, his voice a low command. Hey, use your status to shut them up. Leave it to me. Taki stepped forward with a deliberate cough. The men ahead immediately recognized his face. It was Taki, son of Count Salasma. The men's grim faces twisted into sneers. Well now, a knight. What brings your lordship all the way down here? Taki challenged the 3 of them. That's what I should be asking you. What are you rats doing, skulking around in the dark? One of the rat men explained. We're just looking for a place to stay. Don't make me laugh. Taki began to draw his sword. You should try harder to hide the greed burning in your eyes. He swung his blade straight toward the filthy creatures. The rat men began to transform. Their bodies twisted into monstrous beasts as wicked claws burst from their fingertips. The rat men cackled with glee. If they're looking for death, we'll give it to them. And look, there's a woman, too. Kill the men, devour the woman. Rage exploded in Taki as he charged with his sword. You bastards. What did you do to my mother? But the rat men were relentless, lunging forward with jaws agape. Their sharp claws raked across Taki's body. An axe swung down, cleaving the earth. Their claws left deep gashes across Taki's armor. The rats swarmed him, chanting their vile creed. Coward, you reek of fear. Kill the men, devour the woman. Just then, a hand shot out, yanking Taki back by the collar as a fist crashed directly into a rat man's face. The blow sent the creature flying. Seeing their comrade defeated, the other rats recoiled in fear as Aiden bent down and picked up a fallen weapon. Excellent. The rat men stared at the man before them. Aiden flashed a wicked grin down at the creatures at his feet. A heavy mace slammed directly into the creature's head. It crumpled to the ground right in front of Aiden. With the rat men scattered across the floor, he pushed deeper inside, then knelt to check for any signs of life. Did we really kill all of them? We still haven't found my mother. He then found a scrap of paper on one of the bodies. That's why I questioned each one, but none of them talked. It seems these guys were just low-level grunts who knew nothing. On the paper was a symbol, the crest of Mary, drawn in blood. Aiden thought to himself, if used at the right time, this could be extremely useful. Just then, a voice called out, and Aiden looked up. Midiam had returned to report her findings. There's a barred gate up ahead. It leads out to the riverbank. Hearing this, Aiden shot to his feet. We're running out of time. Let's move. They soon arrived at the barred gate. The group passed through the gate and out into the open. They had entered some kind of settlement. Other rat men stared at them from the shadows. Are we being too obvious? Aiden wondered. But it can't be helped. We're running out of time. Midiam surveyed their surroundings, looking puzzled. So now we have to find the ones in charge, right? They'll be active at night. Should we just lie in wait somewhere? Just then, Jin Chi appeared out of nowhere. Repent. He chanted the same prophecy as before. The end is nigh. The age of Jupiter is upon us. It was the same prophet they'd seen when they first arrived. Midiam was clearly annoyed. Is he going to be this loud everywhere? Aiden's group all turned to look. Aiden, you said the rat men drag people through a gate, correct? That's right. Midiam looked up at a nearby building, speculating. In that case, the culprits must have a base nearby and a means of transporting people. Like the rescue knights, for example. They have that huge building and are always recruiting volunteers. The flag on that building, it's identical to the one on Jinchi's back. The realization struck Adin like a thunderbolt. He quickly turned away, covering his mouth in shock. I don't think so. Midian was alarmed by his reaction. Adin, think this through. You're a messenger, not a rescue knight. But still, something felt terribly wrong to Adin. He knew, but even to him, it sounded ridiculous. Aiden told Midian and Ismail, "Wait here. I'm going to check it out." He began walking toward the prophet Jinchi model. Adin approached him, hoping for information. "Excuse me." Seeing Adin, Jinchi's face lit up with joy. A truth seeker has come to repent, for the age of Jupiter is near. "Thank you for your repentance. If I may," Aiden said, pulling a large pastry from his bag. "For one who strives to spread awareness, even in these dark times, please accept this small token of my sincerity." Jinchi gladly accepted the offering. What a wonderful, pious young man. Aiden seized the moment to ask, "Hey, is that relief center still open?" 2 soldiers were standing guard in front of it. "Ah, that place? It's been closed for ages. It's dilapidated and dangerous now. So now, the diocese in the warehouse district is handling all relief efforts." Aiden then blurted out, "Have you ever been inside?" Damn, a slip of the tongue. Munching on the pastry, Jinchi replied, "I haven't been near it recently." The rescue knights said toxic fumes were rising from below, so they sealed off the entrance completely. And he added a crucial detail. The basement of that building connects directly to the sewers, and there's a huge wine cellar inside. Jinchi then offered his help. "I see. Thank you. If you still insist on going, let me be your guide. Consider it my thanks for your kind heart." A truth I never wanted to find is slowly coming to light. Leaning on his cane, Adin approached the gate. Seeing his condition, a soldier thought, "Looks like he's blind." Aiden reached into his coat, fumbling for something. "Actually, someone I met in the sewers gave this to me." When the 2 soldiers saw the emblem, their eyes widened in surprise. "He told me, if I showed this to the knights and brought people with me, I would be given food." Edim, still skeptical, pressed him. "Is that all? He didn't give you a password or anything?" "A password? I think he said something, but I can't quite remember." Aiden added, "And he said I had to bring at least 10 people." Hearing this, the 2 soldiers exchanged a knowing glance. Henry then threw a wide, friendly arm around Adin. "That's right. You've come to the perfect place." But his smile held a sinister edge. The gate slowly creaked open. The 2 soldiers led him inside. Looking around, he thought, perhaps Midian was right. Men appeared on the upper floor, questioning the soldiers. "What is this? I thought we weren't letting anyone in today." Mervin gestured towards Aiden, explaining, "He's blind. Said he was here for aid, so I let him in." Hearing that, the men upstairs burst into raw laughter. "Look, it's our relief supplies." "Yes, it'll be ready soon." "Of course." From their words, Adin knew instantly. Fresh meat. So this is a den for the followers of Mary. Adin tapped his cane on the ground, feeling his way forward. Just as planned, first, send a team into the sewers. Once they're scattered, we'll take them out one by one. Just then, a figure gripped the railing, preparing to leap. The man vaulted down from above, landing directly in front of Adin. The man had claws, ready to strike. In a flash, he shattered the wooden cane in Adin's hand. He lunged, aiming to tear at Adin's face, but he dodged it. As Adin spun and landed, the attacker's eyes widened. I knew it. This man clearly knew him. "Are you crawling under my feet again, Adin? Damn it. What now? The entire plan is ruined." Mervin was ecstatic, he declared. "Let me handle this bastard myself." Just then, Edom appeared right behind Aiden. "If you know Lord Mervin, then he has surely figured out who you really are. You're one of the messengers, you soulless heretics." Aiden slammed his fist straight into Edom's face. The powerful blow sent him crashing to the ground. "It's been a long time. Mervin, has it really been 10 whole years?" Auden bent down, picking up a sword, for a proud Aragasa to kneel as Mary's slave. He pointed the blade straight at Mervin, his voice dripping with scorn. "You bring shame upon your entire clan. Shameless." Mervin shot back. "And what has the Emperor ever done for us? Other than bind us in the shackles of slavery? Thanks to the grace of Lord Mercenary, I have been completely freed from that wretched curse." He held up 3 iron claws before him. "Now, I can feast when I want to feast." His arm began to swell. "I can destroy who I want, whenever I please." His body grotesquely expanded in size. He roared, "Even if you are a messenger, a fool is still just a fool. I will crush you with ease." Mervin sneered, a look of pure contempt on his face. "You're so pathetic, I can barely stand to look at you." Adin didn't hesitate to fire back. "Don't blame the curse. You were always less than an animal. Mervyn leaped into the air, preparing to strike. Shut your mouth, Adin. But his blow was parried by Aiden's sword. Sensing his opponent's strength, Mervyn scoffed. You idiot. You call yourself a messenger with that pathetic level of power? Adin slammed his sword down on Mervyn's arm, but Mervyn caught the blade between his claws. You can't win against me. But suddenly, his hand began to tremble. What the hell? Aiden's entire body was vibrating. What is this power? Aiden finally shot back. Weren't you the one who said, I'd have to crawl beneath you? His expression was as cold as ice. Now, it's your turn. Aiden seized Kervin's hand, his other hand locking onto his foe's bicep. Aiden effortlessly hoisted Kervin onto his shoulder. Sunburst slam. With a mighty roar, he threw him down to the ground. The crowd watched from above, completely stunned. Kervin's face was a bloody mess as he slowly pushed himself up. You bastard. His features were already bruised and swollen. What kind of monstrous technique was that? Aiden stared down at him, his voice dripping with contempt. Not enough for you? Want me to do it again? Kervin was terrified now, and he immediately tried to back down. No, what I meant was... But Aiden cut him off, unleashing his move once more. Sunburst slam. Kervin was sent flying into the distance. In that instant, the crowd transformed into hideous ratmen. Damn it, what are you morons standing around for? Kill him now. Kervin shrieked. Aiden simply beckoned them with a finger. Bring it on. A ratman charged forward, jaws agape. But before it could even touch him, Aiden swung his blade. The creature's head flew clean off its shoulders. The severed head hit the dirt with a thud. Aiden glanced down at the cracked sword in his hand. Chi. This trashy weapon already broke. Kervin seized the moment, ordering the horde of ratmen to attack. You're a high-ranking officer. Shouldn't you be leading by example? Aiden goaded him with a flick of his wrist. Stop your groveling, Kervin. Come up here and handle this yourself. Kervin grabbed the nearest ratman by its collar. You worthless piece of trash. He hurled the creature straight at Aiden, who cut it down in an instant. His holy sword is broken. Now is our chance. Kervin and the ratman surged forward to kill him. Aiden tossed the broken blade aside, then simply punched his bare fist straight through a ratman's torso. His arm was embedded deep within its chest. Aiden turned his head, his cold eyes landing on the next soldier. Witnessing this brutal display, Henry was outraged. Impossible. We are supposed to be the predators here. With the blessing of Messery, we are the ones who hunt. Hearing this, Aiden just sneered. Don't make me laugh. No matter how you look at it, you're all still just rats. Henry's face twisted with rage at his words. Aiden spun on his heel and landed a single, powerful kick. With that one kick, Henry was sent flying, spraying blood from his mouth. It was an unbelievable display of power. The remaining ratmen swarmed him all at once. They thought he was just an envoy who got his position through politics. Aiden scooped up a sword from the ground, and with a single swing, he cut down another mob. One after another, the ratmen were beheaded. Is this the ultimate skill of a top-ranking envoy? Kervin watched the carnage, his body trembling with fear. Is this really Aiden? A severed rat head landed right in front of him, making him shriek in terror. Kervin collapsed to the ground, raising his hands in surrender. Wait. Aiden stared down at the pathetic man, his expression unreadable. What is it? Do you have some final words? Kervin fell to his knees before Aiden. Spare me. And why would I do that? Aiden's voice was dangerously low. You, of all people, should know. There is no reason to forgive a servant of Kurut. But what about our childhood memories? All the things we went through, do they mean nothing to you? Aiden hefted a nearby axe. Do you really think that means anything to me now? All right, I'll give you information. Kervin spilled the secret instantly. There's a copy of the God King's scripture hidden down here. He proceeded to reveal the entire truth. The truth is, I was sent by the district chief of Salasma to investigate the missing persons case. Kervin frantically explained, but I was captured by these ratmen while they were gathering sacrifices, and it led to all of this. Why are they gathering sacrifices? Kervin held nothing back in his explanation. It's because the copy of the scripture they found has not fully awakened. One page of the copy is somewhere around here. The scripture chooses its own master, but it's said that if someone of royal blood suffers near it, it will trigger its awakening. So that's what they're preparing for. Aiden's eyes narrowed as he asked about Taki's mother, then the Baroness. Is she one of the victims too? Yes. But if you want to save her, you must act now. Kervin then spoke of the ratmen's depravity. The ones deeper in this place are far more ferocious and sadistic than these ones. The terrible truth began to dawn on Aiden. So the God King's scripture reacts to human suffering. Kervin placed a hand on his chest, speaking in a hushed, conspiratorial tone. Exactly. That's top secret intel. Only the high-ranking mages among the vassals are aware of it. Kervin then looked at Aden with a new question. So, are you going to let me go now? Aiden's answer was simple. Fine, run. Kervin scrambled to his feet, shot Aiden one last look, and then ran for his life. But just as he was getting away, Aiden called out, Hey, Kervin. The axe flew from his hand, slicing deep into Kervin's leg. Aden's cruel voice followed the blow. I told you to run, but did I ever say I wouldn't give chase? Kervin writhed on the floor, shrieking. You son of a bitch. You said you'd spare me. I told you to run. Aden retorted. I never said I'd let you live. Aden gripped the axe in his hand, his voice like steel. I can't let a servant of Missouri get away. He raised the weapon high, preparing to bring it down. You should never have betrayed us. A blood-curdling scream tore through the air as blood sprayed across the sky. Aden had plunged his blade deep into Ji Yun's chest. He wiped the crimson stains from his face. Aiden scanned his surroundings for a long moment. He finally stepped forward, his hand closing around the doorknob. This is getting complicated, he thought. Looks like I'll have to handle this alone. The door creaked open to reveal a dark staircase leading down. If I go back for Midium and Itmu, he considered, these rat men will have scattered to the winds. A putrid stench assaulted his senses, forcing him to cover his nose. With his axe gripped tight, Aden descended the steps. Blood-stained iron hooks dangled from the ceiling. Captives hung from them, bound tightly. On a nearby table, a gagged man was strapped down, struggling in terror. The man, Thomas, trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming from his eyes. A rat man approached him, a wicked saw blade in its hand. It glared at Thomas, its eyes like daggers. Soon, you will become a predator, just like us. But suddenly, a new voice cut through the air, startling the creature. Predators, you say? A fist slammed directly into the rat man's face. Aiden's punch sent it flying, crashing hard against the far wall. He glanced back at Thomas, then scoffed at the rat men. If you were werewolves, maybe you'd have the right to such a title. But no matter what form you take, you're nothing but sewer rats. The other rat man snarled in fury, spitting curses at him. You bastard! How dare you insult our Lord's gift? Who do you think you are? Aden stepped forward, revealing his identity. I am an envoy of the Emperor. The rat man's eyes burned with hatred. An envoy? So what? Down here, we are the predators. From behind, another rat man lunged, a knife flashing in its hand. Aden's reflexes were lightning fast. He spun around, kicking the attacker away with incredible force. The Dr. Rat Man charged in next, brandishing its saw. Aden deftly caught its arm, twisting and slamming the creature to the ground. The rat man stared in disbelief, its mind reeling. Impossible. We're supposed to be the predators. Aden raised his axe, ready for the final blow. I'm getting tired of hearing that line. A spray of blood painted the stone floor. Aden watched as the creature's life faded away. He then moved quickly to free Thomas from his bonds. Aden handed the saw to the shaken man. Take this. Defend yourself. Yes, sir. With the immediate threat gone, Aden needed information. Hey, he asked Thomas, have you seen a noble woman in a red silk dress? After a moment, the man nodded. Ah, her. The rat men. They took her deeper inside. Remembering the earlier confrontation, the man asked cautiously. You said you were an envoy of the Emperor, didn't you? The other captives gasped in shock when Aden confirmed it. Yes, that's exactly right. An envoy? But weren't they supposed to be soulless heretics? Thomas stared at the saw in his hand, lost in thought. He then bowed his head deeply to Aden. Thank you for saving us. May the Emperor's blessing be upon you. Sir Envoy. Hearing Thomas's words, a faint smile touched Aden's lips. Before leaving, he turned back to the survivors. Get out of here, now, before more of them show up. With that, Aden ventured deeper into the darkness. I still have something I need to finish down here. Further in, a fresh corpse lay on the ground. A swarm of rats descended upon it, tearing at the flesh. The creatures feasted hungrily on the remains. High above, on a stack of crates, a man stared intently at a glowing orb. Achi's spell fizzled out again. He slammed his fist down in frustration. Damn it. He was furious that the sacred scripture remained just out of his reach. So this is the power of the Iga's bloodline, he muttered. I can't even approach it without a struggle. The scripture was sealed inside a protective sphere. And this was just a single page from the Great Grimoire. Below, the rats had picked the corpse clean. Suddenly, the swarm of rats sensed a new presence, letting out a chorus of agitated squeals. Hearing the commotion, Achi turned his head. He saw Aden slowly making his way down. I see the number of rats has increased, Aden noted calmly. He'd finally found his target. It seems I've found the right place. Achi looked down from his perch at the uninvited guest. He gave a silent command to the swarm below. It matters not. Since you've come all this way, you'll just become more food for my pets. The tide of rats surged toward Aden. He didn't flinch, instead taunting them with a smirk. Come on, then. If you've got the guts. Just then, the protective sphere containing the scripture suddenly shattered. Achi stood atop the massive crates, his expression unreadable. He watched the swarm below in silence, his face darkening. His eyes widened, locking onto his prey. With a flick of his wrist, a cold command echoed forth. Devour him. The moment the command was given, the rats went into a frenzy. Their bloodlust ignited. They charged their target as one. Aden raised his axe high, ready for the onslaught. With a single, powerful sweep, he cut down several of the creatures. He grimaced at the endless horde. There are too many of these bastards, he muttered. As he spoke, he dropped into a low crouch, one hand brushing the ground. Aiden coiled his muscles, then launched himself into the air. He soared over the sea of swarming rats below, landing lightly on a wooden platform. It was the top of a giant container. From his back, he drew a bow. He ran his hand over it, a look of reluctance on his face. This is going to ruin the bowstring, but I have no other choice. Without another thought, he began to use the bow itself as a weapon. He swung it like a club, each blow landing with devastating accuracy. The creatures he struck shrieked in agony. Achi watched in silence as Aden tore through his swarm. He frowned, reassessing the situation. He's skilled. These rats alone won't be enough to kill him. Suddenly, Achi's expression shifted to one of shock. Wait a minute. For one man to have that much power. Achi cried out in a panic. You're from the Messenger clan. Aiden glanced back at him, asking with a hint of suspicion. And you're one of the degenerates from that Salvation organization, I take it. Achi just let out a cold laugh. Degenerates, you say? Achi clenched his fists, his expression filled with arrogant pride. I now wield the power to serve a true god, not those fake archangels you worship. Aden didn't follow his meaning and asked with curiosity. Fake archangels. He answered nonchalantly, that's right. This whole idea of gaining white mana through faith in the three great archangels is utter nonsense. Those three archangels have long been dead. Their corpses are nothing but powerless husks. The Salvation Organization is just one massive scam. Lord Koth is the only true god. And you. For someone so arrogant, you're surprisingly strong. Why not join us and serve a real master? But Aiden rejected him flat out. I'm sorry, but my faith still lies with the three archangels. The man froze, stammering in disbelief. What did you say? His brow furrowed as his eyes widened in anger. Were you not listening to me at all? The three archangels are DAD. The only knights who can use white mana are those born into nobility. I know this because I lived it. Faith is the very thing that betrayed me. But Aden simply and calmly put away his bow. I don't care. Even if the three archangels truly have lost all their power, I have already found my salvation through them. Aden ripped off his plasma-soaked cloak, his voice filled with conviction. That is why my faith will never waver. My only fear is that I might one day be the one to betray it. Failing to persuade him, Achi ground his teeth in frustration. You still refuse to abandon that worthless faith? His face twisted into a ferocious snarl. You're nothing more than a common fanatic. Fine, then. What a waste of your incredible skills. As he spoke, a mutated rat erupted from the ground behind him. I will teach you that the only real god here is Lord Koth. And it wasn't just one, two of them appeared, far larger than the others and covered in grotesque, festering boils. The beast let out a vicious roar, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs as saliva dripped from its jaws. Achi mounted the brown mutated rat, and the two of them charged toward their prey. But in a flash, Aden spun around, planting a powerful kick right in the other creature's face. The monster was sent flying, its body crashing painfully onto the stone floor. Seconds later, the brown rat met the exact same fate. It landed directly on top of the first beast, its immense weight crushing the creature beneath it and forcing out a pained shriek. In the blink of an eye, Aden had defeated both beasts, leaving them twitching in a pool of their own plasma. But it wasn't over. Two more of the creatures immediately launched themselves toward him. The green one landed and swiped with its claws, but Aden was too fast, leaving it to shred only splinters of wood. He had already leaped high into the air, flipping gracefully. Then, he extended a leg, bringing his heel down with crushing force, turning both rats into nothing but paste on the floor. After dealing with the high-level mutants, Aden landed calmly, but when he scanned his surroundings, he was taken aback. An endless swarm of rats was waiting for him. His expression darkened as a thought crossed his mind. They just keep coming, one after another. Aden glanced around, searching for something. Where did it go? Finally, his eyes landed on the cloak he discarded earlier. Ah, there it is. He immediately dashed for it, the rats swarming aggressively at his heels. Aden grabbed the cloak and spread it wide, issuing a challenge. Come and get it. Just as he planned, the entire horde scurried right into the trap. In moments, the cloak was writhing with a mass of bloodthirsty mutants. Then, with a powerful heave, he flung the cloak, dumping the squirming mass onto the corpses of their fallen comrades. Achi's eyes went wide as he watched. That bastard's completely insane. But his skills are the real deal. Achi's expression grew tense. Is that the true power of a messenger who serves the emperor? Just then, a scroll bearing the imperial seal floated down toward Achi. Achi looked up instinctively. A copy of the emperor's scripture. Can it truly acknowledge a master whose hands are stained with royal blood? But because of that, its resistance has weakened considerably. If I can just kill him, I'll be able to claim that copy for myself. At that thought, a delighted and vicious grin spread across the scoundrel's face. He let out a loud roar to draw Adin's attention. I can't let you get away now. A demonic aura began to radiate from his body, his eyes glowing red as he let out an excited growl. I'll show you the true power of a follower of Mojin. With that, he raised his sword high, and a thick, demonic energy began to swirl around it. Adin was momentarily taken aback, but before he could even speak, Achi swung his blade without hesitation. The magical energy that erupted was immense, but the attack wasn't aimed at Adin. It struck a civilian who was bound and hanging nearby. The man took the full force of the blow and let out a blood-curdling scream. In an instant, the demonic energy drained every last drop of his life force. It left behind nothing but a shriveled husk, a few weak moans escaping its lips. Adin realized just how dire the situation had become and immediately took off. No way. Did he just absorb that man's entire life force? Just then, Achi's taunting voice echoed, "Oh, you dodged? How clever." He swung his blade again with pure arrogance. But let's see how long you can keep that up. This time, the attack's range was even wider, surging with demonic energy. Ajin shot towards the remaining civilians, but the devastating attack was right on his tail. He swept them up into his arms, the force snapping their ropes in two. After the daring rescue, he dove into a nearby corner. Achi stalked toward them, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Quite the spectacle. Do you really believe you're some kind of righteous savior? A messenger of justice trying to save the world? But before he could finish, Ajin cut him off. Shut your mouth. What's so surprising about saving people? Hearing this, the smirk on Achi's face twisted into a sadistic grin. He targeted another innocent person, unleashing a merciless slash of his sword. My point is, what you're doing is meaningless. His new target was still bound and unconscious, completely unaware of the death speeding toward them. Seeing this, Ajin lunged forward with a desperate roar. No. And that's where our video ends for today. The story above is a recap of the series. If you have any thoughts about it, please leave them down in the comments section. Don't forget to leave me a like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell so you don't miss out on more exciting videos.